What if the stories that shaped an empire were as twisted as the roots of a serpent tree, where gods dance in shadows, and even death wears a mask? Welcome to the world of Ashanti mythology, where every whisper could ignite a war and every tale holds a dagger to the heart of reality. Are you ready to question the very fabric of existence? Forget your sanitized, bedtime fables. Here, celestial beings don't just sit on clouds, sipping ambrosia. No, they forge destinies with bloody hands and cunning minds. The Ashanti pantheon is a twisted carnival of chaos, a cosmic chess game where even the pawns have teeth. You think you know gods? Think again. Anansi, the spider deity, spins webs not just of silk but of lies, deceit, and the occasional giggle as he watches mortals tangle themselves in their own folly. But wait, who's that lurking in the shadows? Is it the dreaded Ashanti, the earth goddess, whose very breath stirs the soil? Or perhaps it's the vengeful spirits of ancestors, their secrets buried deep, festering like an open wound in the landscape of human nature. Talk about family drama. This isn't a mere genealogy, it's a blood-soaked saga of betrayal, fury, and insatiable thirst for power. Do you dare to sift through the ashes of their myths, where every flame hints at a deeper truth? What of the mystical Samantho? These are not the friendly ghosts who pop by for tea. No. They are fierce guardians, protecting the balance between the living and the dead, and trust me, they don't take kindly to trespassers. Want to learn their secrets? You better be ready to pay the price with more than just your curiosity. Can you hear the drums? The rhythmic beat that drives the pulse of this ancient world? Each thump a warning, each echo a story begging to be told, yet steeped in blood and bitterness. The Ashanti didn't just live, they thrived in chaos, crafting legends that haunt the dark corners of the human psyche. They understood that wisdom often wears a sinister grin. You might laugh at a trickster's jest, but just wait, when the punchline lands, it often leaves a scar. As the sun dips below the horizon, shadows lengthen, and the veil between worlds grows thin. Do you feel that chill? It's not just a draft, it's the breath of the ancestors, beckoning you closer. Are you ready to confront the truths hidden in those tales? Or will you turn back, a mere spectator in a theater where blood is the ticket, and folly the price? This is no ordinary anthology. This is a labyrinth of mischief, wisdom, and the dark humor of existence itself. Every legend holds a mirror up to your soul. Every choice comes with a cost. So ask yourself, are you bold enough to dance with the deities, or will you cower in the shadows of ignorance? The answers lurk just beyond your reach, and trust me, they're hungry. Rain pounded the thatched roof, each drop a drumbeat echoing in the hollow heart of the Ashanti village. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and smoke, but there was something more, a sharp, bitter tang of fear that clung to the very marrow of the bones. I stood there, a mere observer in a world bursting with life, yet teetering on the edge of chaos. The villagers' faces twisted in panic, eyes wide like dark wells, reflecting the storm raging outside and within. I remember the moment vividly. Kwame, a boy barely more than 10, stood frozen at the village's edge, clutching a wooden carving of a lion, a gift from his father who had long since left, seeking fortunes in a foreign land. The lion was his spirit guide, but tonight, even it seemed to shiver under the weight of the night. The elders whispered frantic incantations, their voices rising above the storm, weaving a tapestry of words that flickered with desperation. I could feel the pulse of the ancestors in the air, thrumming like a war drum, calling forth the spirits that watched over them, demanding respect, demanding sacrifice. Mere moments ago, life had flowed like the river, calm and predictable. Now, it felt as if the very ground beneath our feet would split open and swallow us whole. I caught a glimpse of Abina, a woman whose laughter had once cascaded like the golden sun, now twisted in grief, her haunted eyes gazing into the abyss where hope once resided. "They're coming for us," she whispered, heartbreak threading her voice, a lament that echoed through my own soul. Her husband had gone to the forest to gather yams, he had promised to return before sunset, but the sun had long since vanished, giving way to shadows that felt alive. Panic gnawed at my insides, clawing and twisting. I wanted to scream, to shake Kwame from his stupor, to erase the fear that had wrapped its icy fingers around Abina's heart. The stories told in hushed tones, of the spirits of the land, of the gods who demanded reverence and offerings, swirled in my mind like ghosts, whispering warnings, igniting dread. The Ashanti were a proud people, forged in the fires of resilience, but that pride felt flimsy against the tide of uncertainty that rose with each crashing wave. "Abina, we must prepare," I urged, my voice trembling. She looked at me, searching my eyes for courage, but all I could offer was a fleeting smile, a mask over the terror that churned within. The winds howled outside, a banshee's wail that sent shivers down my spine. It was both a call to arms and a grim reminder of what awaited us. I remember sitting by the fire as a child, listening to my grandmother weave tales of the Ashanti's history, their origins shrouded in myths that danced like flames. "We are descendants of the Golden Stool," she had said, her voice rich and warm, pulling me into a world where spirits roamed free, where the sun was a powerful deity who smiled upon the faithful. Our ancestors walked these lands with pride, their hearts intertwined with the rhythm of the earth. But tonight, the rhythm was broken, discordant, as the shadows crept closer, swallowing the flicker of our fires. I could feel the weight of the past pressing down like a heavy shroud, the legacy of the Ashanti hanging like a spectre in the air. The drums of war had begun to beat in distant lands, whispers of conquest, of people who sought to strip the very essence from our bones, leaving us hollow and shivering. Kwame's grip on the lion tightened, knuckles white against the wood. "What if they take me?" His voice trembled like a fragile leaf in the storm, and I felt my heart lurch. I wanted to promise him safety, but the lies tasted bitter on my tongue. "They won't. They can't," I stammered. But somewhere deep inside, doubt slithered, curling around my heart, squeezing until it hurt. Abina knelt beside her son, brushing a hand over the carving, her fingers trembling as they made contact with the image of the lion, its fierce gaze a mirror of her own desperation. "You must remember who you are, Kwame," she murmured, her voice threading a fragile connection through our shared fear. "We are Ashanti. Our blood sings with the power of the land. We are warriors, even when the skies darken." Her words, though crafted from love, felt frayed at the edges, as if she too feared that the storm would rip through the very fabric of our identity. I could see the ghosts of our ancestors behind her eyes, a legion of spirits who had fought valiantly against despair. They were watching, waiting, and I realized with a chill that we were not just fighting for ourselves but for them, for every heartbeat that had ever echoed through this sacred soil. The wind howled like a creature in agony, and in that moment, it felt as if the universe held its breath. Time stretched, expanded into eternity, and in that fragile space, we were suspended. I could hear the muted cries of the village, the rustle of leaves, the murmur of ancestral spirits, each sound a reminder that we were not alone, even when the darkness encroached. The air crackled with tension, and as the tree swayed violently, I glimpsed the shadows dancing at the edges of the village, figures lurking, waiting. My heartbeat quickened, a frantic drum echoing the turmoil within. The confrontation was coming, the moment where fear would clash with courage, where the choices we made would carve the destiny of our people into the annals of history. And then, amidst the chaos, I remembered the lion. Its spirit, fierce and unyielding. With a sudden surge of energy, I stood tall, feeling the weight of the Ashanti behind me, a tide of strength surging through my veins. I was not just a bystander in this tale, I was woven into its fabric, a thread in the tapestry of our legacy. "We will stand," I declared, my voice rising above the storm, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts around me. "We will remember who we are." But in the depths of my heart, the echo of uncertainty lingered. What would we face when the dawn finally broke? What sacrifices lay ahead? As the shadows loomed ever closer, I felt the cosmos shift, a fragile balance teetering on the brink, and somewhere deep within, I understood, our story had only just begun. A crack of thunder shattered the heavy silence, pulling me out of a dream where shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of the cosmos. Rain began to pelt the earth, an urgent rhythm drumming against the roof, a heartbeat echoing the tumult inside me. I stood in the dim light of our humble dwelling, a flickering candle casting long, trembling fingers across the damp stones. My heart raced, each thump a reminder of the dread I could no longer ignore. Outside, the world was alive with chaos, but within, a storm brewed far worse, a reckoning with Nyame, the supreme god. I didn't believe in gods. Not until now. Not until the night the sky split open, revealing a universe darker than my deepest fears. I remember my sister, Akua, her face pale as she clutched a worn talisman, a token of our ancestors' faith. "He is watching, Kofi," she whispered, voice trembling, eyes wide with a terror that ran deeper than the storm. She believed. I didn't. Yet here we were, caught in a moment where belief tangled with doubt, where the tangible clashed with the unfathomable. I remember the stories whispered by the fire, where the old ones recounted tales of Nyame, a figure both revered and feared. The creator of the heavens, the giver of life, who held the strings of existence in one mighty hand. He is the sun, they said. He is the night. But who was Nyame to me? An idea, a relic of ancient times, until tonight when the wind howled like a restless spirit, demanding attention, demanding respect. The candles flickered again, revealing Akua's trembling hands, her knuckles white as she clutched the talisman. I wanted to reach out, to hold her still, to anchor her in this tempest. "We have to go," I said, my voice barely a whisper, drowned by the deluge outside. "We can't stay here." But she wouldn't hear it. "Kofi, if we go out there, we'll be lost. The darkness swallows everything." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, pooling like the rain pooling outside. "Nyame will protect us. He will guide us." Her faith was a fragile thing, a shimmering thread stretched thin against the weight of doubt. I wanted to believe, to feel that warmth she spoke of, yet I felt only the chill creeping in, gnawing at the edges of my resolve. I looked into her wide, searching eyes, and I saw the girl she used to be, the one who danced in the moonlight, who sang to the stars, who believed in magic. Now, the weight of this night pressed down on her, and shadows of fear twisted around her like chains. "Akua," I said, and the name felt heavy on my tongue like a spell. "What if he turns away?" The room fell silent, the storm murmuring its secrets. The shadows danced, and for a moment, I felt them shift, stretching towards us, waiting. "He won't," she said, but even her voice trembled. "He can't. He is life itself." And in that moment, the world outside cracked open again, lightning illuminating the truth that hung heavy between us. I saw my own reflection in her eyes, lost, confused, a man torn between the rational and the impossible. I had always scoffed at the idea of faith, laughing at the superstitions that seemed so absurd. But tonight, the very air thrummed with the weight of something vast and indomitable. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each beat resonating with the urgency of our plight. Time slipped away, and I knew we had precious moments left before the storm consumed us entirely. What if he's angry? The words fell from my lips, a fear I had hidden deep. What if we've lost his favor? Akua's gaze hardened, then softened. Then we plead. We show him we are worthy. Her hands clasped the talisman tighter, the smooth surface warm against her skin as if it pulsed with life. I watched her, this girl who had always been my anchor, now transformed into something fierce, something desperately hopeful. Together, we stepped outside into the tempest, where the wind screamed like a banshee, and the rain lashed against our skin. Each drop was a reminder of the life that coursed through our veins, the world that hung delicately in balance. I turned my face to the sky, feeling the cold kiss of the rain mingling with the heat of my fear. "If you're up there, Nyame," I shouted into the storm, "show us a sign." A flash of lightning illuminated the night, and for an instant, I thought I saw a figure, a shadow against the brilliance. My breath caught, a mix of terror and awe gripping my throat. "Did you see that?" I gasped, my heart racing. Akua's eyes were wide, reflecting the storm's fury. "He heard us," she exclaimed, hope blossoming in her voice like a flower breaking through stone. And yet, as the thunder rolled again, a darker thought crept into the edges of my mind. What if we were not worthy? What if a reckoning was coming, not a blessing? I could hear the whispers of our ancestors, distant yet close, warning me of hubris, of the price of belief. "Akua," I said, the weight of my doubt heavy upon me. "What if he demands something from us?" She hesitated, and in that moment, the wind stilled, as if it too was listening. The air crackled with unspoken answers, the night thick with tension, the cosmos itself holding its breath. "Then we give it," she replied, fierce determination radiating from her. "We give it all." And just like that, I felt the ground shift beneath me, the world tilting on its axis. I wasn't just confronted by a storm, I was confronting the very essence of belief itself, the thin line between faith and despair, between hope and fear, and the unyielding question of my own worthiness. The darkness around us pulsed, alive with the weight of the ungraspable. Nyame was no longer just an idea, he was here, pressing against us, demanding our attention, our fear, our devotion, and perhaps, even our sacrifice. I stood beside my sister as the storm raged, both of us caught in the terrible wonder of it all, yearning for a sign, a glimmer of understanding in the unrelenting night. The atmosphere thickened, spiraling into a vortex of yearning and dread, and I felt my heart beat in rhythm with the storm, each pulse a frantic prayer to the unknown. And as the darkness closed in, I realized we were caught in the grasp of something vast and eternal. This was the moment when belief would either shatter or ignite. In the chaos of our existence, we were facing Nyame, not just as a distant god, but as the very essence of life itself, terrifying and beautiful, cruel yet merciful. And so we stood, two souls against the storm, grappling with the weight of existence, with the shadows swirling around us, each heartbeat echoing the timeless dance between fear and faith, longing and emptiness. Would Nyame answer? Would he accept our plea? The night deepened, and the answer lingered just out of reach, like a haunting melody that begged to be heard. The wind howled like a banshee, a harbinger of despair, as I stood in the shadow of the sacred grove. It was night, dark, suffocating, the kind that grips your heart and clogs your throat. The moon, a silent witness, cast a silvery light that danced through twisting branches, illuminating the faces of the lesser deities, flickering like forgotten dreams. They hovered, ethereal yet palpably present, their whispers curling around me like smoke, pulling me deeper into their enigmatic world. I could taste the tension in the air, electric, alive, as if every heartbeat echoed the pulse of the universe itself. I remember the moment vividly, the moment when my brother, Queasy, defied the ancient edict and dared to challenge the great deity, Nyame, the sky god. The villagers had gathered, fear etched into their faces, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and dread. Queasy, impulsive yet brave, stood before the mass of trembling souls, fists clenched, a tempest brewing within him. "I will not bow to the whims of gods," he screamed, voice raw, reverberating through the trees. That defiance, that moment, it ignited a firestorm that would change everything we knew, everything we loved. His words hung thick in the air. I watched as the lesser deities stirred, chaos rippling through their ranks. There was Inkim, the goddess of twists and turns, her form flickering between reality and illusion. I could feel her laughter, a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. Then came Odonso, the deity of love, who possessed a heart heavy with unfulfilled desires, her sorrow palpable. She had watched us from afar, casting glimmers of hope, yet her presence felt like a curse, a reminder of what could never be. I remember the weight of my brother's resolve, the pain behind his defiance. It clawed at my insides, churning with a sense of foreboding. "Queasy, stop!" I pleaded, but my words were swallowed by the night. He was my brother, my blood, my heart, yet he stood on the brink of destiny, a precarious edge that beckoned him closer to the abyss. The ground trembled beneath our feet as Queasy continued, each word a dagger thrown at the gods who governed our lives. The pulsating energy enveloped us, a storm on the horizon. It was intoxicating and terrifying, a duality I couldn't comprehend. My heart raced, caught between admiration and fear, as I felt the pull of the lesser deities toward Queasy, like moths to a flickering flame. I remember the moment everything shifted. A sudden hush fell over the grove. The lesser deities, once a cacophony of whispers, now stood still, their eyes locked onto Queasy with a predatory intensity. The air thickened, coiling around us, squeezing our lungs with an unseen force. It was in that moment I saw Odonso, her expression shifting from sorrow to fury, her sorrowful eyes gleaming with a strange light. "Your heart is wild, young one, but do you understand the price of your rebellion?" Her voice, sweet yet laced with danger, wrapped around him, tightening like a noose. "I will pay any price. Queasy shot back, defiance radiating from him. I could see him unraveling, his bravado a fragile mask hiding the boy who still feared the shadows of the night. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back into the light, but I was rooted in place, unable to move, paralyzed by the unfolding drama. The gods watched, their power palpable, ancient and unyielding, like the stones that lined the paths of our ancestors. I felt the weight of their judgment, a tidal wave threatening to crash down upon us. Shadows flickered, distorting reality, and I felt myself slipping, lost in a maelstrom of emotions. The forest, alive with anticipation, became a living entity, breathing in sync with our fears and desires. Then came the moment of reckoning. The ground beneath us trembled violently, a visceral warning. I remember the earth splitting open, a chasm, dark and unfathomable, unveiling the depths of the unknown. Queasy stood at the edge, his resolve faltering, a fleeting glimpse of doubt crossing his face. The lesser deities circled, their laughter a haunting refrain, echoing through the night. You seek to challenge fate, yet fate is an unforgiving mistress, Inkai taunted, her form shifting like shadows in a flickering candlelight. I felt my heart break for him. He was just a boy, burdened by dreams too grand for mortal flesh, chasing shadows that danced just beyond his reach. I wanted to scream, to shake him loose from the grip of the divine. But then, the moment shattered. The ground roared like a beast awakened, and Queasy teetered at the precipice, straddling two worlds, the mortal and the divine, hope and despair. With a surge fueled by desperation, I lunged forward. "Queasy!" I cried, my voice breaking. But the universe held its breath, and time slowed, stretching into eternity. His eyes found mine, and in that moment, I saw the swirling storm of his emotions, fear, anger, a lingering pain I couldn't articulate. I saw the boy I loved, the brother who chased dreams, caught in a tragic ballet with fate. "Let go, Queasy!" I begged, knowing that the price of defiance was steep, perhaps too steep for a heart so young. But the lesser deities loomed, their presence suffocating, pulling at the threads of his will. I watched as he wrestled with himself, torn between the allure of power and the sting of consequence. And then the silence shattered. A scream tore through the grove, raw and primal, echoing in the night. It was my voice, my heartbreak spilled into the cosmos, reverberating against the ancient trees. The lesser deities, once distant figures cloaked in mystery, transformed into specters of dread, their laughter morphing into a cacophony of despair. In that moment, time became irrelevant, a mere whisper against the thunderous heartbeat of the universe. I stood suspended in a crucible of emotion, fear, love, desperation, all swirling into an indomitable force. I was a mere mortal, yet the weight of the divine pressed down on me, drawing me into its dark embrace. The lesser deities watched, their eyes glinting with something that felt like both promise and malice, as if they reveled in our turmoil. The line between love and sacrifice blurred, and I knew, deep down, that we would never be the same again. In this sacred grove, where shadows danced and gods whispered, we stood on the edge of a precipice, caught between the haunting call of the divine and the fragile bonds of family. And then came the storm, a violent gust of wind, a surge of energy that swept through the grove, carrying with it the echoes of fate. The world trembled as if holding its breath, waiting for the moment when everything would change. I remember the noise, the chaos, and then silence, a silence so profound it swallowed the very essence of our existence. I stood there, on the threshold of eternity, heart pounding, knowing that whatever followed would haunt us like a ghost, an endless cycle of love and loss, entangled with the very fabric of the cosmos. The lesser deities lingered in the shadows, waiting for the next act of defiance, the next heartbeat that would send ripples through the world. And as we stood locked in our struggle, I realized that this was only the beginning. The moon hung low, a cold eye peering through a veil of clouds that shivered above the African savanna. I remember the way the wind howled, a mournful wail that seemed to echo stories of old, tales woven in the darkness, whispering of shadows and secrets. Anansi, the trickster spider, was at play this night, his laughter a soft, sinister melody that danced among the trees. The ground trembled beneath my feet, something was coming, a tremor of fate that sent a chill through my very bones. I stood there, caught in the web of the moment, my heart thrumming in my chest like the soft beat of a drum. The air was thick with tension, crackling with the weight of unspoken words. My thoughts flitted like fireflies, illuminating memories of sorrow and laughter, mingling in a chaotic waltz. I remembered Abina, her eyes wide with fear, trembling as she clutched her child, the weight of hope pressing against her fragile heart. I could see her, a silhouette against the moonlight, struggling to hold on to tomorrow when today felt like a relentless storm. And then there was Kofi, a dreamer lost in the shadows of his own making. I remember him standing there, a fool in the tapestry of fate, his cleverness often leading him astray. He wore his laughter like a mask, hiding the ache inside. "Life is but a game, isn't it?" he would say, his grin a flicker of light in an otherwise darkened world. But I could see the cracks behind his bravado, the way his eyes darted, searching for something real, something to hold onto when the night threatened to swallow him whole. The silence shattered, a sudden rustle in the grass, a storyteller weaving his web. Anansi's presence seeped into the air, intoxicating and terrifying. "Kofi!" I shouted, the sound of my voice swallowed by the wind, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting. But my words fell flat against the weight of the night. A shadow darted, quick as thought, and the world shifted. Anansi danced, his 8 legs tapping a rhythm of chaos, a cacophony of fate spiraling out of control. I could feel the pull, the magnetic force drawing us into his web, and I longed to resist, to run into the safety of the trees. But what is safety when faced with a trickster? What is escape when the very ground beneath your feet is a riddle waiting to be solved? Abina's child began to cry, a sound so pure and heart-wrenching it sliced through the fabric of fear. "Anansi!" I shouted, my voice a plea, a challenge. "What do you want from us?" The air thickened, the world swirled, and for a moment, time itself felt stilled, as though the universe paused to watch the unfolding drama. With a flick of his wrist, Anansi spun a tale, a web of words that tangled around my heart. "Oh, sweet children of the earth," he crooned, his voice silky smooth, "I bear gifts and burdens alike. What is life without a twist?" A dark chuckle followed, the sound of mischief curling around us like smoke. Kofi stepped forward, his bravado crumbling like old parchment. "Let us make a bargain, Anansi. You take our fears, and we will give you our dreams." The silence that followed was deafening. My heart raced. Could we barter with a trickster? Did we have anything of value? Anansi's eyes glinted, sharp as the stars above. "Dreams, you say? And what good are dreams when the dawn brings reality? Give me your fears, and I shall weave a tapestry of joy." His words dripped with honeyed malice, and I could see the snare tightening around us, a noose of our own making. Abina looked at Kofi, her gaze fierce, her resolve hardening like iron. What good are dreams without the strength to face our fears? The fire within her burned brightly, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume us. "We are not pawns in your game, Anansi. We are the storytellers of our fate." A spark of defiance ignited in Kofi as he nodded, his laugh turning bitter. "I'd rather face 1,000 fears than surrender my dreams to your whim." The words lingered in the air, charged with the weight of sacrifice. I could feel the tension building, raw and electric, a storm ready to break. The trickster's laughter echoed again, a sound both haunting and playful. "Then the game is set. A tale for a tale. But beware, sweet children, every thread has its price." The shadows deepened, curling around us like vines, and suddenly, the night was alive with the sound of rustling wings, the air thick with the scent of danger. As Anansi began to dance, weaving his tale, I felt the weight of my own fears creeping back, a cold claw wrapping around my heart. I remembered the moments that haunted me, the choices I made, the paths not taken, the faces of loved ones lost. Each memory a thread, each thread a part of the story, tangled and knotted, waiting to be unraveled. I watched Kofi, the dreamer, caught in the web of his own making, the irony heavy in the air. "Anansi, I fear I will never be more than a trickster myself," he confessed, his voice a whisper against the howling wind. The truth of it felt like a blade, cutting deep into the marrow of his soul. Abina reached out, her hand warm on his arm, grounding him in the storm. "Together, we can face what comes," she said fiercely, bringing a flicker of light to the looming darkness. "We are the authors of our own fate." And as the shadows deepened, knitting themselves tighter around us, the weight of our choices loomed like a heavy curtain waiting to fall. The air crackled with anticipation, the very fabric of destiny woven before our eyes. The confrontation was inevitable, a reckoning that would ripple through time. Anansi twirled closer, his eyes sparkling with mischief and ancient wisdom, and in that moment, I knew we were not just characters in his story. We were the spark, the fire, the chaos that would challenge even the trickiest of spiders. The night throbbed with possibility, the air thick with the scent of deception, and I could feel the heartbeat of the cosmos echoing through my veins. And so, the game continued, a dance of shadows and light, our lives caught in the threads of Anansi's tale, forever entwined in the rhythm of hope and fear. The moon bore witness, a silent guardian, as we stepped closer to the edge of fate, ready to face whatever lay ahead, our hearts beating a promise of defiance against the trickster's spell. The air was thick, heavy like a blanket draped over a restless child. It clung to Nia, suffocating, as she stumbled through the underbrush, breath hitching in her throat. Moonlight spilled like silver across twisted roots and jagged stones, illuminating the fear etched into her face. She could feel it, the pulse of the forest, a heartbeat sinking with the dread in her chest. The whispers of ancient spirits curled around her, teasing, taunting, hinting at the unspeakable act that loomed ahead. I remember, the word slipped from her lips, a fragile prayer to the treetops. I remember the tales my grandmother told me, how the earth was born from chaos, how the sky and the earth fought until the blood of the cosmos spilled, painting the world in shades of sorrow and glory. But those stories felt so distant now, mere shadows dancing on the edge of her mind. The night grew darker, a smothering cloak. Her fingers brushed the cool bark of an ancient tree. "Why do you tremble?" it seemed to ask, its voice a low rumble in the silence. She shivered, a single tear tracing the contour of her cheek, a drop of grief, a drop of fear, a drop of something unnameable. Meanwhile, in a clearing not far from where Nia stood, Kofi sat alone, heart-wrenching like a storm-tossed sail. He stared into the flickering flames of a small fire, the shadows of his past flickering with it. He was a man scattered, pieces of himself lost in the agony of his memories. The vision of his brother, once so full of life, now haunted his thoughts, a ghost that refused to rest. "I remember," Kofi whispered to the crackling embers. "I remember the laughter, the dreams we wove together, unbreakable." But laughter felt like a betrayal now, a distant echo in a world turned merciless. He grasped a handful of sand, letting it slip through his fingers like time, like hope. "I remember what I should have protected." In the distance, the wind carried the haunting melody of a dirge, winding through the trees, deepening the ache in their hearts. The cosmos seemed to watch, silence a heavy weight of judgment. Night stretched on, an endless expanse of uncertainty. The stars twinkled above, indifferent, as if the universe itself mocked their plight. Nia pressed forward, the whispers growing louder, a cacophony of voices merging into one. Each step was a battle, each breath a reminder of the choice she must make. Shadows danced around her, taunting her with their spectral fingers. "You must confront it," they hissed, their tone both sinister and seductive. "Your destiny lies within the darkness." "What if I'm not strong enough?" She shouted into the void, desperation clinging to her words like thorns. The tree stood silent, their age-old wisdom eluding her grasp. But deep within, she felt a flicker, an ember of courage igniting in the depths of her soul. Suddenly, a crash echoed through the woods, a visceral sound that shattered the tension, sending birds scattering into the night. Kofi felt his heart drop, a visceral response to the chaos. "Nia," he cried out into the void, a raw, primal call that resonated through the air. He leaped to his feet, the firelight flickering wildly as shadows twisted around him. The past, the present, and the future collided, a maelstrom of anguish. "I remember," he breathed, the words etched with longing. "I remember the day the gods turned their gaze from us." That day was a scar on his heart, a wound that refused to heal. "I remember the blood," he whispered, "the blood that stained our land." As Kofi ran through the underbrush, the world blurred around him. Each rustle of leaves sounded like a prophecy, each snap of a twig a reminder that fate was closing in. Nia, his sister, the one thing tethering him to hope, was out there, caught in the web of destiny. Nia stood at the edge of the clearing, the shadows creeping closer, a visceral manifestation of her fears. She could feel its icy breath on her neck, a darkness that beckoned her to surrender, to become one with the chaos that birthed the world. But then she heard him, the sound of Kofi's voice cutting through the night like a beacon. Nia! The moment hung suspended, charged with electricity. Time slowed, heartbeats synchronized, the air thickened with tension. I'm here, she screamed, her voice raw, an animal caught in a snare. Kofi emerged, panting, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and resolve. Nia, you have to come back. We must face it together. There was a gravity in his voice, a plea wrapped in layers of fear. I can't, she cried, the weight of the impending confrontation pressing down on her like a boulder. What if I lose myself? What if? But he stepped forward, taking her hands in his. No, he said firmly, his grip anchoring her. Remember the stories. We are the children of the cosmos. Fear is but a shadow, a trick of the light. Together, we are stronger than the darkness. For a heartbeat, silence enveloped them, the cosmos holding its breath. Nia felt the warmth of Kofi's presence, a lifeline amid the storm. What if it consumes us, she whispered, the raw edge of vulnerability stark against the backdrop of their shared pain. Then we fight, he replied, his voice a low growl, primal and fierce. We fight until the last breath. And in that moment, the night crackled with energy, a promise unspoken yet palpable. The universe seemed to shift, the air vibrating with potential. Shadows loomed, but so did the possibility of rebirth. They moved toward the unknown, hand in hand, hearts pounding in sync with the pulse of creation itself. The confrontation awaited them, an echo of their fears, a testament to their bond. Together, they stepped into the darkness, the cosmos swirling around them, a canvas yet unwritten. The haunting dirge of the night faded into something fierce, something alive. They were, finally, alive, and the story was just beginning, a cycle of creation and destruction, of fear and love, spiraling eternally onward. The air crackled with tension, a thick fog of anticipation and dread settling over the gathered crowd. I stood there, heart hammering, as the elders whispered in hushed tones, their eyes flickering toward the throne where the golden stool lay, its golden surface gleaming like a beacon of hope and despair. Shadows danced around us, weaving tales of ancestral spirits and whispered promises, making my skin prickle with a chill that had nothing to do with the damp evening air. But it was Kofi who bore the weight of the moment on his shoulders. His eyes, dark and stormy, flicked from the stool to the assembled warriors, their expressions a mixture of reverence and fear. He tightened his grip on the ceremonial sword, each pulse of his heart echoing in his ears. This is the heart of our people, he murmured, barely audible over the rustle of leaves. Without it, we are nothing. And a part of me, deep within, understood. The golden stool was not just a relic, it was the embodiment of their very being, their essence, the tangible connection to their ancestors, their history, a dream suspended in time. Then there was Abina, Kofi's sister, fierce and unwavering. She stood tall, her brow furrowed in defiance against the encroaching dark. They will come for it, she said, voice trembling with the weight of prophecy. They always do. And I saw the fire in her eyes, a blaze that threatened to spill over into chaos. But we will not let them take our souls. Her resolve was a living thing, a palpable force that coursed through the assembly, igniting a flicker of courage in even the most timid hearts. But the golden stool, resting on its carved pedestal, whispered secrets that only the wind could hear. It held memories of glory, of blood spilled and lives sacrificed for the very idea of freedom. And with every heartbeat, a shadow loomed nearer, a ghost from the past dragging chains of oppression and fear, a reminder of the day the British came, demanding to possess what was never theirs to take. I remember the stories, I whispered, almost as if trying to convince myself. I remember the night they stormed through the village, ice cold and hearts colder. The elders recounted the tales of ancestors who rose in defiance, warriors who held the stool above their heads, promising that as long as it remained unbroken, the Ashanti would stand unyielding. I remember, I murmured, feeling the weight of the past mingle with the uncertainty of the present. I remember the cries of the fallen. Kofi's jaw clenched, the muscles in his neck taut with the struggle against fear. What if we fail? He whispered, and his vulnerability pierced through the tension, a crack in the armor he wore so bravely. What if the stool falls into their hands? The thought hung heavy in the air, each breath a struggle against the suffocating possibility of losing everything they held dear. Abina stepped forward, her voice a battle cry. Then we fight! We fight with every ounce of our being, for our ancestors, for ourselves. Her passion rippled through the crowd, igniting a fire that threatened to engulf us all. What is a life without the golden stool? What is a future where our history is erased? With every word, she painted a picture of resilience and defiance, a tapestry woven with threads of emotion, hope, and an undeniable spirit. Yet, even as the flames of rebellion flickered, doubt clung to the edges of my mind. I could taste the fear in the air, bitter and acrid, crawling under my skin. What if the courage that burned in our chests was not enough? What if the sacrifices made were in vain? I glanced at the stool once more, its golden surface glimmering, almost mocking in its stillness. It seemed to hold the hopes of generations, a promise that felt both fragile and eternal. The sound of drums began to thrum in the distance, a rhythmic pulse that called to us, beckoning us toward destiny, or perhaps destruction. Kofi's fist clenched tighter around his sword, knuckles white with the pressure of his emotions. "We cannot let fear dictate our actions," he said, his voice rising above the drumbeat, a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. "Then let us gather our people," Abina shouted, her eyes shining with ferocity. "Let them know that we will not go quietly. We will fight like the warriors of old, like those who bled for this very stool." Her passion was infectious, spreading like wildfire through the crowd, igniting a spark of hope in weary hearts. I felt the energy crackle, a tide of emotion swelling and surging around us, pulling us closer to the moment of truth. The drum beats became louder, echoing the rhythm of our hearts, a symphony of courage and fear intertwined. The shadows of our ancestors danced along the edges of our vision, urging us forward, whispering promises of strength and unity. And then, a silence fell, heavy and suffocating, as the reality of what lay ahead settled into our bones. Each face turned toward the stool, a collective breath held in anticipation. The air thickened, and time stretched, a fragile thread holding us at the precipice of history. Together, Kofi whispered, and it was not just a word but a vow, a promise that resonated through the depths of our souls. Together, we will protect our legacy. But as the drumbeats pulsed with urgency, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were closing in, that the storm was not far off, and with it, the heart-wrenching struggle for the stool, the very essence of who we were. And just like that, the moment hung, suspended in time, a single heartbeat echoing in the stillness, a heartbeat that belonged to us all, bound by the unbreakable spirit of the golden stool. The air trembled with unspoken words, dreams clashing and weaving into a tapestry of hope and fear, as the world around us prepared for the turning of fate's relentless wheel. The night was dark, but even in the shadows, we stood ready, our hearts intertwined with the legacy of the golden stool, a legacy that could never fade, no matter the cost. The night hung heavy with dread, the air thick like the fog of a forgotten memory. I stood on the threshold of the village, the shadows of ancient trees curling around me like ghostly fingers, beckoning me, warning me. The drums pulsed in the distance, a heartbeat echoing through the darkness, each thrum a reminder of ancestors whose whispers persisted through the ages, who lingered at the edge of the living, waiting, watching. A tear slid down my cheek, cool against the warmth of my skin, mingling with the sweat of fear. My heart raced as I fought the urge to flee, but the pull of my lineage was stronger, an unbreakable tether that wove through time, binding me to those who had come before. I remembered my grandmother's voice, hoarse yet powerful, recounting tales of warriors and kings, of spirits who walked alongside the living, demanding respect, demanding remembrance. They were never truly gone. They lived in every heartbeat, every sigh, and every silent prayer. And then there was Amma, my sister, a fierce flame flickering against the encroaching dark. I could see her now, standing resolute at the center of the gathering, her eyes fierce with a blend of desperation and determination. The elders encircled her like watchdogs guarding a precious secret, their wrinkled faces set in grim masks of resolve. They were the keepers of knowledge, custodians of the past, yet their weariness was palpable, the weight of generations resting heavily on their shoulders. "Amma!" I called out, my voice a quivering thread in the thick, stagnant air. She glanced my way, eyes flashing with a mix of fear and hope. Don't. You don't understand what they want. But the drums continued their relentless rhythm, each beat a call to the spirits, each pulse a reminder that the ancestors were not just memories, they were guardians, arbiters of fate. And they were angry. Amma's fight was not just for herself, it was for our family, for the legacy that felt as fragile as the delicate fabric of her dress. She bore the weight of our ancestors' expectations, their unfulfilled dreams pressing down on her like a shroud. In that moment, I saw the ghost of our mother reflected in her stance, the same fire burning in her spirit, but the stakes were higher now. The shadows of the ancestors loomed larger, their presence palpable, almost suffocating. I have to do this, she whispered, and her words sliced through the air, sharp and resolute. They need closure. I wanted to scream, to drag her back from the precipice of a fate I couldn't fathom. But the truth was, I understood her desperation. I felt it clawing at my insides, relentless and raw. The ancestors' voices echoed in my head, a cacophony of despair, longing, and rage, a symphony of the forsaken. I remember the stories, the chilling tales that danced through my childhood. The spirits that wandered the village at night, their whispers curling around us like smoke, warning of storms yet to come. I remember the elders gathering, their faces etched with the lines of loss, recounting how the chill of a ghostly breeze was a sign, a message from the other side. The ancestors wanted to be acknowledged, to be honored, to be feared and revered. They demanded blood and sacrifice, and we, the living, were tethered to their wills like marionettes on strings. As the gathering swelled, the air thickened, pulsating with a potent mix of fear and reverence. I could feel the ancestors pressing in, their breath hot against my neck, urging me to step forward. This is your moment, too, they seemed to whisper, their voices twining around my heart, squeezing until I could barely breathe. I was an unwilling participant in this tragic dance, but the gravity of my bloodline pulled me closer. Amma stepped forward, and it was as if time collapsed around us. The drums reached a frenetic climax, a storm of sound that enveloped us, drowning out reason. I felt the ground beneath my feet tremble, resonating with the power of our shared lineage. The elders chanted, their voices a haunting melody, summoning the spirits from their slumber. I could see the flickering lights, tiny orbs of energy, swirling just beyond the fire, a manifestation of our ancestors, the guardians of our fate. Their eyes glowed with a fierce intensity, each a reflection of my own fears and hopes, a testament to the lives they had lived and the battles they had fought. I felt a surge of anger rise within me. Why had they come to claim us? Why did they demand so much? I wanted to scream, to break the cycle of despair that wrapped around our lineage like a noose. But those thoughts dissolved into the air, swallowed by the overwhelming presence of the ancestors. Amma raised her hands, trembling yet unwavering, calling out to the spirits with a voice that shook the very earth. I call upon you, ancestors. I honor your stories, your sacrifices. Listen to me. The winds howled in response, the shadows danced wildly, and for a moment, I stood frozen, caught between the worlds of the living and the dead, of duty and desire. The air crackled with tension, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting. I could feel the ancestors' weight upon my chest, a suffocating reminder of the legacy I carried. I remembered the dreams I had once had, visions of my mother, her laughter echoing through the halls of our old home, her spirit woven into the very fabric of my being. I had allowed myself to forget the stories she had told, the lessons she had imparted. Now, as I watched Amma, both brave and terrified, I realized that this was not just her fight. It was ours. The ancestors were not mere specters of the past, they were the foundation upon which our lives were built. Without them, we were lost, adrift in a world that didn't understand the depth of our connection to the unseen. Amma's voice rose above the storm, and in that moment, I felt the pull of the ancestors shift. They no longer felt like a weight, they felt like a tide, an urge to move forward. I could feel their presence, embracing the warmth of our shared blood, urging us to remember, to reconnect. The drums beat on, relentless and wild, and I knew our struggle was just beginning. The ancestors demanded not just remembrance, but action. They needed us to carry their stories forward, to ensure that their spirits would never fade into the darkness. I took a step toward my sister, ready to stand alongside her, to reclaim our past and confront the future together. The drums echoed in my heart, and as the shadows swirled around us, I felt the weight of time itself shifting, the ancestors awakening, the living answering their call. This was not just a moment, it was an eternity unfolding, a dance of souls that would never truly end. The confrontation had only just begun, and as the night deepened, I braced myself for what was to come. The air crackled with tension, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface, threatening to explode. Kofi stood in the shadow of the ancient baobab tree, its gnarled branches twisted like the fates of those who had come before him. The whispers of the ancestors lingered in the air, brushing against his skin like a lover's caress, but it was not love that clung to him now, it was dread. The night was thick with unspoken fears as he clutched a small, worn figure carved from wood, the likeness of Ashanti, the earth goddess, protector of the land and its people. The weight of his ancestors pressed down on him, each heartbeat matching the rhythm of the thunder rolling in the distance. I remember, the words slipped from his lips, a desperate chant as he recalled the stories his grandmother had told him under the flickering light of a kerosene lamp. She had spoken of the gods, of their fury and benevolence, their laughter echoing through the ages. I remember the day the sun dimmed, the day the spirits turned against us. His voice trembled, caught between the heaviness of memory and the urgency of the moment. Across the clearing, Amina stood rooted to the ground, her eyes wide with fear and defiance. The moonlight illuminated her face, casting stark shadows that danced across her features, revealing the determination etched into her brow. She had always been the brave one, the fire against the cold realities they faced. But tonight, even her spark flickered. Kofi, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 prayers. What if they come for us? The thought was a ghost, haunting, lurking in the corners of their minds, their lives woven into the tapestry of fate, a fate that was becoming increasingly unforgiving. The gods were restless, their anger palpable, and the village teetered on the edge of despair. As the drums of the festival echoed in the distance, a cruel reminder of the joy that once filled the air, Kofi felt the familiar ache in his chest. How could they dance and celebrate when shadows loomed large, threatening to engulf them all? I can't let this happen, he murmured to Amina, his voice breaking like the brittle earth beneath their feet. I won't let them take us. The resolve filled him, surging through his veins like wildfire. Yet doubt clawed at the edges. Was he strong enough? Could he face the wrath of Ohima, the fierce warrior goddess, or the cunning Anansi, who played tricks that could unravel a man's very soul? Amina stepped closer, her fingers brushing against his as she searched his eyes for hope. We must honor them, Kofi. Offer something to appease them before it's too late. Her voice held a quiver, a mix of desperation and fierce loyalty. You know the stories. The offerings, an offering, he repeated, the word hanging in the air like the taste of salt on his tongue. But what do we have left to give? It was a plea, a challenge to the bonds of grief that tethered them to a past filled with loss and sorrow. They had already sacrificed too much: family, dreams, their homeland. What remained but the flickering embers of hope? Under the watchful gaze of the stars, Kofi placed the figure of Ashanti on the ground, the earth cradling it like a child. Let this be our plea, he declared, the words falling from him with a raw intensity, as though the very earth was listening. Let the gods see our suffering, let them feel our pain. But the shadows grew thicker, swirling like a tempest around them, dark tendrils creeping toward their hearts. A sound erupted from the depths of the forest, sharp and primal, echoing through the stillness. A low growl. A warning. An omen. Amina gripped his arm, her nails digging into his flesh. What was that? Her voice was a tremor, a thread of fear that wove itself through the air. Kofi, we need to go. Now! But he stood rooted, a statue carved from stone, as the darkness seemed to coalesce into form before them. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, eyes glinting like shards of glass. Ohima, the goddess of war, stood before them, her presence a force of nature, terrifying and awe-inspiring. She was both the storm and the calm, the destruction and the rebirth, a paradox that both thrilled and terrified. What do you seek, children of the earth. Her voice was thunder, yet it dripped with a ghost of tenderness, a reminder that even the fiercest heart can hold compassion. Kofi swallowed hard, his throat dry as sand. "We seek mercy," he found himself saying, the words spilling forth like water from a cracked vessel. "We want to honor you, to show our respect. Please, let us be free from this suffering." Ohima's gaze pierced through him, and in that moment, he felt as if she could see into the very marrow of his bones, the fears that gnawed at him, the guilt that turned his heart to lead. "Honor comes at a price," she warned, her voice echoing ominously through the clearing. "The balance is delicate, the earth sings a darker tune." "What price?" Amina's voice sliced through the mounting tension, fierce and unyielding. "We will pay it. Whatever it takes." The goddess smiled, a chilling curve of her lips that hinted at the paradox of fate. "You seek to confront your past, to barter with the gods, yet you don't see the shadows within yourselves. Face what haunts you. Only then will the earth forgive." Kofi trembled, the enormity of her words settling over him like a shroud. He was no stranger to shadows, he carried them like chains, guilt wrapped around his heart, memories of loss echoing in his mind. "But how?" he rasped, desperation clawing at him. "How do we face the ghosts?" Ohima's laughter rang out, a wild, cacophonous sound that sent shivers racing down his spine. "The past is a living thing, a wound that festers or heals. You must take action, but remember, it is your hearts that must be laid bare." As the shadows enveloped him again, the air crackling with the weight of her words, Kofi felt the ground shudder beneath him. The drums of the festival faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the roar of his own pulse. Choices loomed before him like torrents, each one a reflection of the gods he wished to appease. Amina stood by his side, unwavering, but he could feel her fear intertwining with his own. "Together," she whispered, a promise hanging in the air. "We face them together." The darkness loomed larger, a wave ready to crash down, but Kofi knew he couldn't stop now. The journey unfolded like a tapestry woven with threads of fear and hope, a story still in the making, the lines blurring between the sacred and the profane. He glanced at Amina, her fierce resolve igniting something deep within him. "I remember," he murmured, catching her gaze. "I remember the stories of bravery, of sacrifice. Tonight, we shall write our own." The embrace of the night was both a sanctuary and a prison, a reminder that their souls danced on the edge of eternity, tangled amid the whims of the gods. Would they rise, or would they fall into the abyss? The answer lay within the echoes of their hearts, fragile yet unyielding, as they prepared to face the gods that awaited. The final confrontation shimmered on the horizon, a storm of emotions and destinies colliding, binding them to the fate they had yet to choose. The air hung heavy, thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of old. A drumbeat echoed through the village, wild and frantic, a heart racing against the encroaching darkness. The sound reverberated in my chest, each thump a reminder of the fear swirling around me, a storm ready to consume all. A frightened child clutched my leg, eyes wide and glistening like black marbles, the innocence of youth battling against the terror of the unknown. The elders had spoken of a time when the gods walked among us. Now, it felt as though they were returning, their fury awakening with each passing day. I remember the first time I heard the stories, the legends of Okamfo Anoki, the priest whose magic could call forth thunder, and the golden stool that had fallen from the heavens, binding our people together. I remember the warmth of the firelight flickering on the faces of my kin, their laughter mingling with the smoke curling toward the stars. But that warmth felt distant now, like a dream caught in the grip of a nightmare. Kofi, my brother, stood at the edge of the gathering, a figure caught between boyhood and manhood. His brow furrowed, eyes darting to the horizon, scanning for shadows that danced just beyond sight. I felt the weight of his fear pressing against my chest, an unspoken bond between us forged from shared stories of bravery. Yet beneath his bravado lay a fracture, a fear that he could not protect us, that the world he had envisioned for us was slipping through his fingers like so much sand. There was a fire in him, yes, but also a desperate uncertainty that gnawed at his heart. Then came the night when everything changed. A scream shattered the air, high and piercing, cutting through the rhythm of the drums. I can still hear it, echoing in my mind like the wail of a lost soul. It belonged to Aqua, the village healer, her hands once steady now trembling. She emerged from the shadows, her face pale as moonlight, a ghost of the woman we had always known. "The spirits are restless," she gasped, clutching her gourd of herbs like a lifeline. "They demand a sacrifice." In that moment, time twisted, bending like a bow ready to snap. Kofi's resolve hardened, he stepped forward, his voice a low rumble. "What must we do?" "I will go." His words ignited a fire in the hearts of our people, but I felt the chill wrap around my spine. I knew the price, the darkness that lay beyond the veil of our reality demanded blood. "Don't be foolish, brother." I grasped his arm, my voice trembling. "You are all we have." His gaze pierced me, filled with an intensity that burned hotter than the fiercest flames. "And what is a life without sacrifice? We must honor our ancestors, we must protect our future." The conviction in his voice stunned me, a wild spark igniting something deep within. Maybe he was right, maybe this was the only way to keep our world from shattering. A storm brewed in the distance, clouds swirling like a tempest of despair, an omen, perhaps, of the turmoil to come. I watched as the village prepared for the ritual, the air thick with incense and unspoken fears. The elders gathered, their faces etched with the lines of their own sacrifices, their eyes clouded by the weight of responsibility. They had not yet spoken the old names, the ones that could summon the powers both feared and revered. But there was something more significant, something that thrummed just beneath the surface of our reality. I remembered my mother's stories, tales of the golden stool descending from the skies, a sign of unity among our people, a symbol of our shared destiny. If our ancestors truly walked among us, what would they think of our fear? What would they think of a kingdom that was willing to sacrifice its own children for the whispers of their past? The night grew darker as we gathered around the sacred tree, the air electric with anticipation. My heart raced, a drumbeat mirroring that of the village. Kofi stood before the elders, his shoulders squared, a warrior ready to face the unknown. I felt a churning in my stomach. I wanted to scream, to pull him back into the safety of the shadows, but the words lodged in my throat. Instead, I whispered a prayer to the spirits, my voice trembling like the leaves rustling in the wind. Aqua stepped forward, her voice low and haunting. "We do this for the land, for our people. The ancestors demand it." The villagers nodded, their faces a tapestry of fear and determination. I felt as though I were watching a play unfold, each act drawing us closer to a fate we could not escape. As they began to chant, the rhythm grew louder, consuming the night, drowning out the sounds of my racing heart. The shadows around us deepened, vibrant and alive, luring me into their embrace. It was then that I noticed a flicker in the distance, a figure cloaked in darkness, standing at the edge of the clearing, watching with eyes that glowed like embers. "Do you see that?" I whispered to Kofi, but he was lost in the moment, his heart aligning with the drumbeats. The figure raised a hand, palm upward, and I felt a chill ease through the air, curling around my spine. This was no mere haunting, this was the promise of something ancient, a force we could not comprehend. The drums reached a fever pitch, echoing through the night, and I felt the ground tremble beneath me. Suddenly, a crack of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the figure's face, a visage both terrifying and magnificent. It was a god or a spirit, I could not tell, but I felt their presence surge through me, filling me with dread and awe. With each beat, I was drawn into a trance, the world around me dissolving into shadows. I could feel Kofi's heartbeat, could sense the resolve that surged within him, but it was mingled with an overwhelming fear, the fear of losing him, of the darkness swallowing him whole. The weight of our family, our history, rested upon his shoulders, and I feared it would crush him. "Stop!" I screamed, the word bursting from my lips like a caged bird set free. But the world had already shifted, the ritual taking on a life of its own, as if the very cosmos had conspired against us. I felt the air grow colder, the shadows lengthening, and there was no escaping the fate that awaited us. As the drums continued to beat, I was left standing at the precipice of history, caught between the echoes of the past and the uncertainty of tomorrow. The air shimmered with electricity, anticipation hanging like a thick fog. I was a mere observer, yet the threads of my fate, intertwined with Kofi's, wove a tapestry of inevitability that left my heart pounding and my soul aching. And just then, as the tempest of chaos threatened to engulf us all, I realized that this was not merely a story of sacrifice or duty. It was the birth of a kingdom, a moment when fear and courage clashed in the most visceral manner, a moment that would echo through eternity. The Ashanti kingdom was awakening, its mythical origins rising from the ashes of despair, and we were caught in its relentless embrace, suspended in time, forever spiraling toward an unknown future. A chilling wind howled through the valley, carrying with it the faintest whispers of the forgotten, voices that had long since faded into the dust of time. The moon hung low, casting silver light across the blood-soaked earth. A fire crackled in the center of an ancient circle, its flames dancing like hungry spirits, yearning for stories to be told. The air was thick with tension, each heartbeat an echo of the past, and I could hear it, at the pulse of something alive, something waiting, something desperate. I stood there, unmoored and terrified, torn between two worlds. To my left, Clara, her face pale and streaked with tears, clutched a small wooden figure, a talisman carved from the bones of the earth itself. To my right, Theo shifted nervously, the weight of his choices pressing down on him like a rusty chain. He was a man torn between his love for Clara and the specter of his own guilt, a guilt that gnawed at him like a ravenous dog, hungry for forgiveness but finding only bone. "It's time," Clara whispered, her voice trembling as she turned to me, eyes wide and glassy with fear. "We have to do this." I had always found solace in the rituals of old, sacred moments that stitched together the fabric of our existence. But tonight, that solace felt like a noose tightening around my throat. The offerings we had prepared lay scattered around us, brittle flowers, tokens of love, and the sweet-smelling herbs that promised to connect us to the spirits we dared not disturb. But fear had a way of twisting reality, and I could see it in Clara's trembling hand, in Theo's furrowed brow. What if these rituals, meant to honor and bind, unraveled us instead? The fire flickered, casting shadows that danced like the lost souls of our ancestors. I could almost hear their laughter, their cries, and I wondered if we would be the next to join their chorus. Rituals were supposed to provide clarity, to act as bridges between the living and the dead, but in this moment, they felt like a haunted game of chance. The last time I had stood here, I had been a child, wide-eyed and innocent, believing in the power of the unknown. How swiftly innocence drains from the heart when faced with the weight of choice. "Clara, please," Theo's voice cracked like dried earth underfoot. "We can find another way." But his words hung heavy in the air, an unmoored anchor threatening to drag us into the depths. "No," she snapped, her voice fierce, as fire danced to life in her eyes. "You promised you would stand by me. We can't run from this. Not now." Her grip tightened around that wooden figure, desperate and fierce, a fragile defiance against the tide of despair. I remember the first time Clara had told me about the rituals, the way her eyes sparkled with the kind of enthusiasm that could ignite 1,000 suns. "It's not just about the offerings," she had said, "it's about connection. History. Love. They hold our fears, our dreams, our very essence." But now, I could see the fear clawing at her, tearing away the layers of hope she'd woven around herself. I felt it, too, a gnawing emptiness that echoed in the hollow of my chest, each second stretching into eternity. "Listen," I said, my voice a ragged whisper as I moved closer, trying to ground her, my own fears melting into the shadows of the night. "We can't sacrifice ourselves to appease the past. We have to live." But living felt like an impossibility under the merciless gaze of the stars. Each glimmering point was a reminder of those who had come before, souls lost to the very rituals meant to bind us to the earth, to the fabric of time. I thought of the stories my grandfather told, of sacrifices made in the name of love and redemption, the weight of their choices still heavy in the air, a shroud of unanswered questions. The flames crackled louder, hissing like restless spirits. Clara stepped forward, the talisman clutched tightly against her chest, her silhouette a dark omen against the flickering light. "We don't have to understand it all," she said, her voice rising above the wind. "We just have to believe." And in her belief, I found myself teetering on the brink of madness, gripped by the weight of our impending choices. The ground beneath us seemed to shift, a heartbeat echoing in the soil, an ancient call that filled me with both dread and longing. What if the spirits were watching? What if they were waiting for someone, to set them free? Theo stepped forward, his presence a baleful shadow against the firelight. "Clara, don't," he pleaded. "This isn't the answer. It's not worth the cost." But the desperation in his voice masked his own inner turmoil, his love for her a fragile thread hanging by a whisper, threatened by the dark currents of fear. "I remember," I said, my voice rising with the swell of the moment, "the stories we told, the laughter we shared. It's all tied to this, every ritual, every offering meant to honor what we have." But with every breath I took, the weight of the world pressed down harder, pulling me into the abyss. I could feel the air crackle with energy, a palpable force ready to unleash itself. Clara turned to me, her eyes lit with determination, a fierce light in the dark. "Then let's honor them. Let's honor ourselves," she said, and I felt the ground shift beneath her, a tremor of the past refusing to let go. Theo's hands clenched into fists, his body taut with unspoken fears. "What if we can't come back?" he whispered, the ghost of a question hanging heavily between us. As the wind howled and the fire roared, I felt all the emotions crashing around me: love, fear, desperation, and an unyielding desire for connection. The offerings lay before us, fragile tokens of our existence, and I realized in that moment that every ritual was a thread in the tapestry of our souls, binding us to each other, to a time long forgotten, yet still so painfully close. "We'll face whatever comes," Clara said, stepping forward, a warrior beneath the night sky. "Together!" And in that moment, as the flames leapt higher and the shadows twisted and turned, I knew our lives would never be the same. The importance of rituals and offerings wasn't just about appeasing the spirits, it was about confronting our own demons, facing the echoes of our past, and finally accepting the choices that could either bind or shatter us. The fire flickered again, and for an instant, the shadows filled with ghostly figures, whispers of the past converging on the present, an ancient dance of longing and despair. I knew the time had come, and as the night deepened, the ritual would unfold, a haunting symphony of emotion that would mark the beginning of a new story, one that would echo long after we were gone. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the acrid bite of fear, a tension so palpable it could grip your throat. Rhythmic drumming echoed through the dense forest, an ominous heartbeat that matched the pounding in my chest. I stood there, rooted like the ancient baobab trees, as shadows danced and swirled, whispering secrets of forgotten warriors and their fierce mothers. The brilliance of the moon hung in the sky, illuminating a struggle that felt both ancient and achingly immediate. I remember the night when Nyame Asantwe, defiant and wild-eyed, faced the council of men, her voice piercing the air like an arrow. "I will not sit in silence while they take our land," she declared, her words igniting a fire in the hearts of the women who stood behind her, sisters, mothers, daughters, all fueled by a potent blend of rage and hope. The men, cloaked in tradition and fear, shifted uncomfortably. Their gazes fell, unwilling to meet the fierce light in her eyes. They had seen what happened to those who crossed the line. A shiver ran down my spine as I thought of the shadows that clung to the edges of the village, hungry for blood and rebellion. I had heard the stories, the hushed voices, the ghosts of past battles echoing in the corners of my mind. I could almost hear the cries of the ancestors, urging us to remember, to fight. But I also felt the weight of Ye's burden, the desperation that draped over her shoulders like an oppressive cloak. She was a goddess, fierce and unyielding, yet still human, haunted by the spectre of loss. Then there was Abina, her heart forever torn between loyalty and love. She was caught in a tempest of emotions, leaning toward the soft call of a lover who whispered sweet promises while their land lay in ruins. "You don't understand, Abina," her mother had said, her voice trembling with fear. "He's not just a man, he's a shadow of everything we fought against." But love, oh love, has a way of blinding even the sharpest minds. I could see it in her eyes, the struggle, the ache, the heart-wrenching pull that made her question her very soul. I remember watching Abina as she wandered through the market, her face a mask of turmoil, the vibrant colors around her stark against her somber expression. The laughter of children rang in her ears, but all she could feel was the hollow echo of her choices. She clutched a piece of fabric, a reminder of the past, a tether to the heritage being threatened. Each thread wove a story of women before her, goddesses and warriors, who had faced their own demons but stood tall against the tide. But the tide was rising, and I felt it. The drums grew louder, a heartbeat in the night, and suddenly, everything shifted. Ye stood in the midst of it all, a storm of emotion swirling around her, as she faced a gathering of warriors. "We will not be silenced," she screamed, a cry that pierced the night like lightning slicing through the sky. Her passion was intoxicating, electrifying. All eyes turned to her, the embodiment of 1,000 women's struggles, each one a warrior in her own right. And then, there was the moment, the point of no return. I remember the flicker of doubt in Ye's eyes as she turned to face the men again, their faces carved from stone, their resolve unyielding. "Will you fight with me?" she called out, a plea laced with desperation. A silence fell, thick as fog, each heartbeat resounding louder than the last. The stars seemed to hold their breath, and in that suspended moment, the air crackled with potential. Abina watched from the shadows, torn between her love for the man who had come from the enemy and her loyalty to her people. The chaos of her heart mirrored the clash of steel that would soon erupt. She felt it if an electrical charge, a moment frozen in time where the weight of her decision threatened to crush her spirit. Would she stand with her blood, or would she follow the whispers of her heart? The wind howled, a mournful cry, as the dark shapes of warriors began to converge, drawn by the call of Ye's defiance. The moon illuminated their fierce faces, resolute and unflinching. I could almost taste the anticipation on my tongue, a bitter brew of courage and fear. Shadows danced in the flickering light, teasing the edges of what was to come, and I could feel the world holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. In those moments, I was swept away, lost in the tempest of emotion that surrounded us. I could see Ye, a whirlwind of strength, and Abina, caught in the eye of her storm, love and duty warring within her. The whispers of history echoed through my bones, tales of women who had fought and loved, lost and found themselves again in the wake of chaos. Each heartbeat of the drums thrummed in my chest, a reminder that every woman carried the weight of her ancestors, a lineage of warriors, goddesses, and mothers, a heritage forged in the fires of defiance. The confrontation loomed, heavy with unspoken words and buried fears. I felt the air crackle, a silent promise of what was to come, a clash that would resonate through time, a pivotal moment where the fates of women would intertwine, where love and loyalty would be tested against the backdrop of a world on fire. And still, the whispers lingered like smoke in the air, threading through the fabric of the night, reminding us that this was more than a battle, it was a reckoning. The drums called out, louder, insistent, as the night unfolded like a dark flower, each petal a plea for strength, resilience, and unity. I stood in that moment, trapped in the web of it all, an observer, a participant, entwined in their struggles. The stories of Ye and Abina, blooming in the shadows, painted a vivid tapestry of defiance and love, a reminder that heroes are often born in the quietest of moments, when the heart rises against the tide and the soul screams for freedom. And as the echoes of their resolve began to rise above the drumming, I felt the pull of destiny, the magnetic force of something greater than ourselves, a call that transcended time and space, inviting us to remember, to feel, to become part of the narrative woven into the very fabric of existence. The night was thick with silence, a silence that swallowed the whispers of the wind and chased shadows into corners where even the bravest dared not tread. The moon, a ghostly eye, peered down on the village of Ashanti, its cold light spilling like spilled milk over thatched roofs, illuminating the dirt paths where children once played and laughter echoed. But that night, laughter had fled, replaced by a gnawing tension that prickled the skin. I remember the weight of the air, heavy and electric, charged with fear. It was a night when secrets bled into the open, when the past clawed its way into the present, sharp and insistent. The villagers were gathered, tense and hollow-eyed, around the old baobab tree, its gnarled branches jutting like crooked fingers into the sky. They felt it, something was coming, something dark and unyielding. There was Isi, her heart pounding like a war drum, fists clenched at her sides. A widow with a sorrow that clung to her like a second skin, she had long since learned to wear her grief as armor. The death of her husband, a gentle man, had hollowed her out, left her a shell. Yet, beneath that shell, a fire flickered. A fire that would either consume her or ignite something powerful, a reckoning. Beside her stood Kofi, a man caught in the web of his own making, a quiet hero battling his own demons. He had once been a hunter, swift and sure, but the forest had shifted. Shadows moved where they shouldn't, and now Kofi felt hunted himself, like prey in a world turned upside down. The village had come to him for protection, but what could he offer when terror gnawed at his own spirit? As the villagers murmured, a figure emerged from the darkness. An elder, his face a map of lines etched by time and sorrow. He raised a hand, trembling yet resolute. "Listen," he croaked, voice cracked with age, "the tales of our ancestors echo through the night. They come to remind us of our strength, to teach us what we have forgotten." I remember the way his eyes swept over the crowd, searching for the spark of recognition, seeking to fan the embers of hope. "There is a tale," he began, voice rising and falling like the tide, "of a woman named Abina. She walked the line between worlds, the living and the dead. She faced the darkness and emerged dancing." Isa's breath caught as the elder wove the story, a tapestry of loss, betrayal, and bravery. Abina, with her wild hair and fierce heart, had confronted the very spirit of despair, a creature born from the ashes of forgotten dreams. "She did not back down," he said, "but fought with every breath, with every heartbeat." With each word, the air thickened, as if the villagers could feel the weight of Abina's struggle, the ferocity of her spirit. Kofi clenched his jaw, his thoughts a chaotic storm. Could he be that strong? Could he be the hero they needed? But doubt prowled in the corners of his mind, whispering lies, wrapping around his heart like a serpent. "Isi," he murmured, turning to her, "do you believe we can be like Abina?" His voice trembled, and in that moment, vulnerability bloomed between them, a fragile flower in a desolate landscape. "I remember," Isi said, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I remember the stories my mother told me. Of courage, of community. But fear is a hungry beast." She glanced at the darkened forest, where shadows lurked like specters, waiting to pounce. But the elder continued, his voice rising like a flame. "The night will test us. The darkness will try to swallow our light. But remember, the stories are our strength. They breathe life into our bones. Abina's spirit lives within us." Isi felt a spark ignite within, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching dread. She had lost so much, yet here, beneath the sprawling branches of the baobab, she felt the pulse of something greater, a heartbeat that resonated with the very essence of their community. As the story unfolded, shadows danced along the edges of the gathering, whispering secrets and half-formed fears. Isi could almost hear them, the rustle of their intentions, the glint of their eyes watching from the darkness. "We need to stand together," she breathed, her voice a thread woven through the silence. Kofi stepped closer, a fire igniting within him, fueled by her courage. "We need to fight," he said, voice low but firm. "Not just for ourselves, but for each other. For the children, for the elders who tell our stories, for the land that cradles us." But then, a low growl echoed through the trees, a sound so primal it sent a shiver racing down spines. The villagers tensed, hearts racing in a rhythm that matched the throbbing pulse of the earth. The darkness shifted, coiling around them like a serpent preparing to strike. "Listen to the tales," the elder shouted, desperation threading through his words. "They are our shield. They teach us how to confront the shadows lurking in our lives." In that charged moment, as fear hung like heavy fog, something shifted inside Isi. She could feel Abina's spirit rising, the echoes of countless women who had fought and faltered, bled and healed. She looked at Kofi, their eyes locking in a fierce understanding. This was their moment, their reckoning. "Together," Isi said, voice unwavering, "we can face whatever prowls in the dark." As the growl echoed again, closer this time, the villagers held their breath, drawing strength from each other, from the stories that had woven them into a tapestry of resilience. The shadows swirled, thickening, but beneath the weight of fear, hope flickered like a dying ember, refusing to be quenched. And then, like a thunderclap, the confrontation began. The villagers surged forward, hearts racing, a living testament to the power of community, of the lessons woven through the tales of their ancestors. Isi and Kofi stood together, two souls ignited by shared purpose, ready to face the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The air crackled, charged with the electricity of untold stories, battles fought and won, and the promise of a dawn that would break through the night. This was their moment, their fight, their story to write anew. As the shadows lunged, the village of Ashanti stood united, a fierce flame blazing against the encroaching dark, ready to reclaim their light. The sun was a fierce eye, glaring down on the day, but beneath the thick canopy of the forest, a shroud of darkness hung heavy. I stood there, heart pounding, as the whispers of the leaves curled around me and muffled voices, not of men but of spirits and beasts. "You can't turn back," they seemed to say, their breath rustling through branches. It felt as if the very air was alive, watching, waiting for something to erupt. I had come to seek solace, but I had found only unease. Kwaku was beside me, his brows knitted in concentration, scanning the underbrush for signs of the fabled golden antelope, the creature said to carry the weight of the world on its back, a symbol of purity and hope. "If we find it," he muttered, "the elders will finally listen." His eyes were a tempest, raging with desperation and desire, but the deeper truth lay buried beneath the surface. Kwaku was haunted. Haunted by the weight of his family's expectations, the legacy of his father who had vanished into the wild, never to return. And then there was Amma, my sister, standing at the edge of a clearing, her silhouette a stark contrast against the vibrant greens and browns. I could see the tremor in her hands, a tremor born not merely of fear but of an ancient sorrow. She was attuned to the world, the pulse of nature thrumming through her veins like a dark song. "What if the antelope is merely a ghost?" she whispered, almost to herself. "What if we're chasing shadows?" A shiver ran down my spine. I remembered the stories of how the Ashanti believed animals were conduits of the divine, messengers from the gods. But sometimes, they were also harbingers of doom. As I watched Amma, something flickered in her gaze, a flicker of anguish and resolve. The stories never told us how it felt to chase hope while darkness loomed behind us, ready to swallow everything whole. The forest sighed, and in that sigh, I heard a warning. The wind carried secrets, tales of the past and promises unfulfilled. The shadows didn't merely dance, they moved with intention, wrapping themselves around us like a lover's embrace gone wrong. I felt Kwaku's hand clench my shoulder, a silent pact forged in the depths of worry. "They're out there," he said, voice low, "the gods and the beasts." Then, with a sudden flash, a rustle broke the stillness. My heart raced as I turned, the adrenaline coursing through me like fire. There it was, a flicker of gold amidst the green, a shimmer of hope, or perhaps a trick of the light. But it was Kwaku who lunged forward, driven by his restless spirit. "Wait!" I shouted, but my voice was swallowed by the cacophony of nature. Kwaku dashed into the underbrush, the weight of his dreams propelling him forward. And just like that, he was gone. I felt the air thicken. The moment stretched, and time became an enemy. I glanced at Amma, who stood frozen, a statue of fear. "We have to follow him," I urged, but her eyes were wide with something darker, something foreboding. "What if he finds it? What if it finds him?" I took a step towards her, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Amma, we can't leave him." But the forest was more than a backdrop, it was a character, with its own pulse and breath. The trees leaned closer, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, the ground beneath us alive with the echoes of ancestral spirits. I was no longer just a person, I was a vessel, carrying the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future. As we stepped deeper into the shadows, the air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. "Remember the tale of the tortoise and the hare?" I said, desperate to break the spell of silence. "The tortoise wins because he's steady." But my voice faltered as I recalled that the hare never realized he was racing against time itself, lost in dreams until it was too late. Amma's laughter, sudden and brittle, shattered the tension. "I'm no tortoise," she said, shaking her head. "I'm the hare, running from ghosts." Her laughter hung in the air, a fragile thread, and then it was gone, eclipsed by the deepening shadows. The forest grew denser, the light dimming. Each step felt heavier, a weight pressing against our chests. And then, through the trees, a sound, guttural and primal. My heart stopped. It was a growl, low and threatening. Fear coursed through me, sharp and electric. "Kwaku!" I called, my voice trembling. No answer. Only the deepening growl, reverberating against the backdrop of stillness. Amma's hand found mine, her grip tight, grounding. What if he's found it? She asked, breathless. What if he's become one with the shadows? The question hung heavy, a dark cloud threatening to burst. We were caught in the web of our own fears, suspended between hope and despair. Then came the moment when the forest seemed to inhale, everything paused, and in that silence, I heard it, the soft patter of hooves, the flickering of golden fur. Kwaku! I screamed, my voice piercing the stillness like a dagger. And there he was, stumbling back towards us, eyes wide, breathless. It was magnificent, he gasped, the awe in his voice palpable, but behind that was something darker, something that sent chills down my spine. But it whispered to me. It knew me. The ground shifted beneath us, the weight of his words crashing down like thunder. The antelope was not just a creature, it was a tormentor, a reminder of everything we sought to escape. I felt the ground tremble, the world closing in. The shadows shifted, and a voice echoed in my mind, what do you truly seek? The forest stood sentinel, a witness to our turmoil, while nature and animals circled us like ancient gods, demanding a reckoning. In the cacophony of heartbeats and whispers, I realized the truth, we were not merely chasing a legend. We were battling our own darkness, our fears wrapped around us like vines, suffocating yet familiar. I wanted to scream, to break free from the grip of fate, but the roots ran deep. We were intertwined with the very essence of the land. The forest was alive, a breathing entity, and we were its children, lost, searching for our place in the world, where nature's stories entwined with our own. The air thickened, the tension palpable, and in that moment, I understood, the true journey had only just begun, and the echoes of our choices would ripple through the ages, undeniable and eternal. The air crackled with an electric tension, a silence so heavy it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I stood in the shadow of the ancient trees, their twisted roots clawing at the earth as if trying to escape the weight of their own history. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb illuminating the clearing, casting long, wavering shadows that danced like phantoms among the gnarled branches. In the distance, I could hear the muffled cries of the villagers, their fear rising like a tide, threatening to swallow me whole. I remembered their faces, etched with desperation, eyes wide and glistening, searching for hope in a world gone dark. Odamankama, the name echoed in my mind like a prayer, a curse, a lament. The creator god who spun existence from the void, who painted the skies with stars and breathed life into the barren earth. But as I surveyed the scene around me, I couldn't help but wonder if he'd forgotten us. If he was nothing more than an old tale whispered to soothe restless souls on cold nights. The embers of belief flickered in my heart, a weak flame battling against the storm of doubt raging inside me. I wasn't alone in this agony. Beside me stood Kofi, his face a mask of turmoil. I could see the struggle etched in his features, the way his hands trembled as they balled into fists. His brother, lost to the shadows, swallowed by the very darkness that now threatened to consume us all. Kofi's heart was a battlefield, torn between love and rage, a storm of emotion swirling like the winds that howled through the trees. I felt his pain, a raw intensity that hit me like a punch to the gut. If Odamankama is real, where is he now? He spat, the words laced with desperation. Why does he allow this? I could only look at him, my own heart heavy with questions. The truth clawed at my throat. I wanted to tell him that faith sometimes flickers like a candle in a tempest, but the words slipped away, lost in the abyss of uncertainty. Kofi's anger was justified, a fire that raged against the indifference of the cosmos. I remembered my own grief, the hollow ache of loss that settled like a stone in my chest. I wanted to scream, to shake my fists at the heavens, demanding answers from a creator who remained silent. As the moonlight pooled around us, another figure emerged from the darkness, Amma. She moved with a grace that belied the chaos surrounding us, her eyes fierce and unyielding. I admired her determination, but it was tinged with something else, something darker. Her laughter rang hollow, a desperate attempt to mask the cracks in her spirit. Odamankama hears us, Kofi. He must, she insisted, though even as she spoke, I could see the shadows creeping into her own resolve. He's testing our faith, she added, though I could hear the uncertainty beneath her words. But faith had a way of bending, of warping under the weight of despair. The night seemed to conspire against us, the very trees whispering secrets, gossiping like old crones. I caught snippets of their murmurs, fragments of stories long forgotten, tales of sacrifice and loss, of love that transcended the boundaries of time. The myths wrapped around me like a shroud, blurring the lines between reality and the ethereal. In that moment, I felt the world shift around us, a palpable sensation, as if Odamankama himself had descended from the heavens, cloaked in the shadows of our fears. The wind curled around us, wrapping us in an icy embrace as if to say, "You are not alone." The tension thickened, each breath a laborious testament to our fragile existence. And then, the cries of the villagers spiked, a chorus of despair that pierced the night like a knife. I turned, heart pounding in my chest, and saw them, faces twisted in anguish, bodies struggling against the tides of chaos. A figure loomed in the distance, shrouded in darkness, a spectre that felt more nightmare than reality. The shadows writhed around him, as if drawn to his very essence. "They say he's a messenger from Odamankama, here to collect what is owed," Kofi murmured, his voice barely a whisper, thick with fear. I could see the truth in his eyes, a desperate belief that perhaps this being, this dark figure, held the key to our salvation. But beneath that hope lay a chilling dread, a realization that we were teetering on the edge of an abyss. The air crackled with energy, a storm brewing just out of sight, threatening to unleash chaos upon us all. Amma stepped forward, her determination burning bright, yet I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes. "We must confront him," she urged, her voice rising above the cacophony. "We must demand answers." But Kofi's face fell, shadows dancing across his features like ghosts. What if he doesn't have them? Time looped around us, a surreal spiral that blurred the edges of reality. I remembered my mother's stories, the way she spoke of Odamankama, of creation and destruction, of love and sacrifice. "Life is a cycle," she used to say, her voice echoing in my mind like a haunting refrain. But what happens when the cycle breaks? I felt the weight of the question settle on my shoulders, a burden that threatened to crush me. The cosmos spun above, indifferent to our plight, as the figure in the distance grew closer, shadows wrapping around him like a cloak. I could see the faces of the villagers, each a reflection of our collective fear and longing. Hope flickered amidst the despair, a fragile thread binding us together in this night of reckoning. With every heartbeat, every breath, I could feel the tension rising, an unbearable melody that threatened to drown us. The dark figure stood before us, a harbinger of fate, and I knew that whatever lay ahead would change everything. In that moment, time stood still, a pause before the storm. The echoes of the past reverberated in my chest, a haunting reminder of all that was lost and all that remained to be found. I closed my eyes, willing the chaos to cease, praying silently to Odamankama, begging for a sign, for a whisper of reassurance. But all I had was the darkness, and in that enveloping void, the raw, unfiltered emotion surged like a river, ready to burst forth, drowning us in the depths of our own despair. The air was thick with anticipation, like an electric charge humming just beneath the surface. In the dim light of the room, shadows danced against the walls, their flickering forms a grotesque reminder of the life that once filled this place. Tara's hands trembled as she clutched the old, leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and worn, each one whispering secrets of the dead. "We can't just let it go," she said, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "He deserves to be remembered." Across the room, Sam leaned against the wall, arms crossed tightly, a fortress of denial. "What are you talking about, Tara? It's just a story. A myth." His voice was a low growl, thick with doubt and fear. But it was more than that, it was the fear of the unknown, the fear of what lay beyond this life. Deep down, he knew, he felt it in his bones, the weight of their shared loss. Outside, the wind howled, an eerie wail that clawed at the windows like a desperate ghost searching for solace. It was the night of the new moon, a time steeped in folklore, when the veil between worlds was thin. Tara could feel it, the pulsing energy that surrounded them, wrapping around her heart like a vice. "What if he's trying to tell us something?" she urged, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if he's trapped?" Sam pushed off the wall, his body taut with tension. "You think he's haunting us?" You think he's here, in this room? His eyes, dark pools of uncertainty, searched her face for an answer, a lifeline. You're losing it, Tara. We have to let him go. But letting go was impossible. She remembered the way his laughter had filled the room, how it lit up the darkest corners of her life. I remember, she started, the words tumbling from her lips unbidden. I remember the stories he told, the way he painted the afterlife with his words. How we'd sit around the fire, and he'd speak of the stars, of souls drifting like leaves on an endless river. A tear slipped down her cheek, unexpected and raw. Stop, Sam snapped, a mix of anger and heartbreak in his voice. Stop romanticizing it. He's gone. We have to move on. The finality in his words struck a chord, a deep, resonating chord that echoed through her soul. But the memories clawed back fiercely, wresting control from her rational mind. And what if moving on means forgetting, she pleaded, her voice trembling with emotion. What if there's a way to understand where he went? As if summoned by her desperation, an unearthly wind whirled through the room, extinguishing their dim candlelight. Darkness enveloped them, thick and suffocating, wrapping around them like an old, familiar shroud. In that moment, Tara's heartbeat thundered in her chest, a primal drumbeat echoing the raw fear that slashed through the air. Did you feel that? Sam whispered, his bravado crumbling like a house of cards. He took a cautious step back, the pulse of the unknown thrumming in his ears. It's just the wind, but even he didn't believe it. Tara stepped forward, drawn to the shadows. No, it's more than that. It's him. A shiver ran down her spine, a thrill of dread and longing intertwined. He's here. The silence was deafening, broken only by the steady rhythm of their breathing. Time felt suspended, like watching a clock tick backward, each second stretching into eternity. She could almost hear him, his laughter echoing softly in the recesses of her mind, a haunting lullaby wrapped in memories. Are we really going to do this? Sam's voice trembled, barely audible over the pounding of their hearts. Invoke what? A spirit? What if it's not him? What if it is? The question hung heavy in the air, pregnant with possibility and fear. Tara could feel it, the palpable energy swirling around them like a tempest, ready to unleash its fury. We owe him. We owe him the truth. Around them, the shadows flickered, growing bolder, stretching and contorting into shapes that twisted the very fabric of reality. Tara felt the heat rising in her chest, a desperate need to connect, to bridge the gap between worlds. I remember the way he spoke of the afterlife, of the realms beyond ours, the colors and sounds that filled the void. What if he's in pain? Sam shook his head, but his defiance was faltering, cracking like the fragile facade it was. This isn't how it works. The afterlife is just a theory, a collection of stories. We can't just summon him. It's dangerous. Dangerous. Tara laughed, the sound bitter and raw. What's more dangerous? Holding on to the memory of a man who was vibrant and alive, or letting the memories fade into nothingness? With that, she opened the book, the pages fluttering wildly as if a breeze swept through them. An ancient incantation spilled forth, the words tumbling into the darkness like stones thrown into a deep abyss. The air thickened, charged with an intensity that made her skin crawl. Shadows writhed, coalescing into a form that sent chills racing down her spine. A figure began to materialize, shimmering at the edges, flickering like a candle fighting against the wind. Stop! Sam yelled, his voice breaking as panic seized him. But it was too late. The moment stretched, a taut wire ready to snap, and Tara felt the weight of her choices crashing over her like a wave. Please, she whispered into the void, I need to know. Are you still here? The figure flickered, swirling in and out of focus, a harbinger of the unknown. Tara's heart raced, the truth hanging in the air like a fragile thread, binding them together across the abyss. And then, in that charged silence, the world seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the brink of revelation and despair, the lines between the living and the dead blurring, spinning into the cosmos. An echo of a memory, forever suspended in time, the afterlife beckoning. Somehow, in that moment, she knew nothing would ever be the same. The wind shrieked through the trees, a cacophony of whispers that felt like the very breath of spirits long forgotten. I stood at the edge of the village, heart racing, as the shadows danced wildly against the moonlight. It was a night when the boundary between worlds thinned, and I could almost hear the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, thump, thump, thump. The ground trembled with secrets, with a haunting truth that writhed in my chest. I remembered the tales my grandmother told, her voice a blend of dread and reverence. Good and evil, she said, are entwined like the roots of the ancient baobab tree. You cannot pluck one without tearing the other. In that moment, I felt the weight of her words pressing down on me. I was not just a spectator, I was a part of this twisted dance of fate, caught between the lives of Kofi and Amma, souls burdened with choices that threatened to unravel them. Kofi, fierce and loyal, stood at the heart of the chaos, his fists clenched, sweat glistening on his brow. He was a warrior, yet the fear behind his determined eyes revealed a boy still searching for his place in a world that demanded brutality over compassion. The village was on the brink of war, a serpent coiling tighter with each passing heartbeat. Amma, beautiful yet burdened, stood across from him, the moonlight illuminating her tear-streaked face. She was the embodiment of love, yet love had become a weapon, piercing her heart with the agony of choice. Kofi, she pleaded, her voice trembling, we cannot let the shadows consume us. We must remember who we are. Each word was a gasp, as if she were trying to breathe life into the shambles of their unraveling world. But Kofi's gaze burned with a darkness she couldn't comprehend. He was caught in a tempest of rage, anger feeding on fear, like a wildfire in a dry forest. I could see it in his eyes, the flash of memory where innocence once thrived, now replaced by the thirst for revenge. What choice do we have? He spat, his voice raw and jagged, like a stone against flesh. They kill our people. They burn our homes. You speak of love, but love bleeds in times like this. The intensity of his feelings hung thick in the air, the tension almost tangible, wrapping around us like a shroud. And there it was, the duality of existence, pulsing like a heartbeat, a reminder that good and evil are often indistinguishable in the throes of pain. I could feel their conflict in my bones, the clash of ideals that threatened to tear them apart. Kofi's anger was a raging storm, and Amma's love was the fragile light trying to cut through the darkness. In that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if they would save each other or if they were destined to become the very monsters they feared. Remember the stories, Amma implored, her voice rising above the howling wind, rich with desperation. The trickster Anansi teaches us that cleverness can subvert cruelty. There's more to this world than vengeance. Her words lingered in the air, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos, but Kofi's heart was a fortress, fortified against her light. The wind howled like a banshee, and suddenly, from the depths of the shadows, an echo of laughter broke through, chilling and sinister. It was a sound that twisted my gut, filling the night with an ominous weight. The villagers stirred, murmurs rising like a tide of fear, fear of the unknown, fear of the consequences that awaited them should they cross the line. I could taste the tension, feel it clawing at my insides, mingling with the haunting laughter that promised destruction. We have lost too much, Kofi growled, his hands trembling, not from fear but from the fury coursing through his veins. This is our moment. We must strike before they strike us. His fists were a storm, ready to unleash the fury of 1,000 storms, and I could see Amma's heart breaking, shattering into a million pieces. She stepped forward, a small figure against a deluge of rage. Kofi, don't let them turn you into what you hate. We need to fight, yes, but not like this. Her voice trembled, an echo of desperation that ricocheted through the night. I watched the flicker of conflict in Kofi's eyes, a tempest raging within him, love battling against the siren call of vengeance. The cosmos seemed to hold its breath, the stars watching in silent witness as he faltered, wavering at the brink. I could see the ghosts of their past, memories swirling like smoke, faces of the fallen glimmering in his mind. The laughter grew louder, mocking, as if the very essence of evil fed on his turmoil. But then, in that moment of stillness, when the world seemed to pause, I saw something shift. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Kofi's eyes, the weight of his father's teaching stirring deep within him. What if we could find another way, he whispered, the words tumbling out like a fragile prayer. The wind howled, angry, as if rebuking his thought. Shadows danced closer, eager to snuff out the flicker of hope, yet there remained a possibility, a thread of light weaving through the fabric of their despair. I felt it too, that delicate balance between love and hate, the raw struggle of their human experience, wrapped in the legends of their ancestors. Amma took a step closer, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kofi, we are not just warriors. We are the storytellers of our fate. The choices we make now will echo through time. The tension thickened as the laughter faded, replaced by the pounding of hearts, their hearts, my heart, a collective rhythm of resolve and uncertainty. And in that silence, the shadows deepened. The world held its breath, teetering on the precipice of choice, where good and evil collided like thunder and lightning, a dance older than time itself. Would they merge as one, or would they sever the ties that bound them to their humanity? The night was alive with possibilities, and the air shimmered with unspoken words. I could feel the pull of time wrapping around us, a cosmic reminder of the choices that ripple through existence like ripples on water. With every heartbeat, I knew the confrontation was only beginning. The storm was gathering, and only one question remained: would they emerge as champions of their own story, or would the shadows consume them whole? The air was thick with an electrifying tension. A child's scream pierced through the humid night, raw and visceral, echoing off the damp earth like a thunderclap in the stillness. A mother clutched her son to her chest, his small body trembling, eyes wide with fear. "Not tonight," she murmured, pressing kisses onto his forehead as if to ward off spirits unseen. Shadows flickered around them, dancing in the faint light of a flickering lantern. Each pulse of light felt like a heartbeat, an unsettling rhythm marking the edge of something terrible, something inevitable. In that moment, Amina stood frozen, her heart racing, torn between worlds. She was Ashanti, her roots deep in the soil of traditional beliefs, yet she felt the pull of the new, the promises of salvation whispered in the voices of strangers who had come from across the sea. Those voices haunted her dreams, wrapped in golden threads of hope and fear, faith and doubt. She could hear them now, calling her name, a siren song pulling her toward the other side. But what would she leave behind? Her grandmother's spirit, the ancient stories of Anansi, the gods who guided their ancestors through every storm? "Mother, what do we do?" Amina's voice cracked. Her younger brother, Kofi, clung to her side, his innocence a piercing reminder of all that was at stake. Amina looked into his eyes and felt a wave of despair wash over her. "We must stay strong, Kofi. We must remember who we are." But would that be enough? Behind her, the shadows whispered promises of a different life, a different faith that glittered like the stars above but felt cold and unfamiliar. As if summoned by her thoughts, a figure stepped from the darkness, a tall man, cloaked and imposing. His presence was electric, charged with the weight of a world that seemed to hang in the balance. It was Kwame, the village priest, his eyes burning with a fervor that made Amina's skin crawl. "Amina!" "Kofi," he bellowed, voice booming over the crackle of the lantern. "The time has come. We can no longer live in half-light. We must choose our path." Amina felt the world tilt dangerously beneath her. The very foundations of her being trembled. She remembered the stories of her ancestors, the ones told in hushed tones late at night, the tales that painted the sky with colors of wild courage and deep sorrow. The Ashanti had always been warriors of the spirit, but here stood Kwame, wielding a different sword, one that cut through the very fabric of their beliefs. "You speak of choice, but what choice do we truly have?" she challenged, her voice rising, trembling with emotion. Kofi pressed closer to her, as if her strength could shield him from the storm brewing around them. "Do we abandon the spirits of our ancestors? The essence of who we are?" Kwame's eyes flashed. "We abandon fear. We embrace the truth. Christianity offers us salvation, freedom from the chains of our past." His passion was infectious, a fire igniting in the hearts of those who surrounded him. But Amina felt the heat and recoiled, as though burned. Could salvation truly come at such a price? "Salvation," she spat, her heart pounding. "You call it salvation, but what of the ghosts that linger? What of the tales that have shaped us, forged our identity? They too have voices, Kwame. They too seek to be heard. The air thickened with tension, the lantern's flicker barely holding its ground against the gathering darkness. A woman stepped forward, her face obscured by shadows but her presence unmistakable. It was Amina's aunt, a woman who had once walked with the spirits, who understood the whispers of the earth. Amina is right, she said, her voice steady, like a river running deep. We cannot forget where we come from. Our beliefs are woven into the very fabric of our being. They are not easily discarded. Yet Islam has come to offer us something new, Kwame shot back, his voice laced with desperation. It speaks of unity, of brotherhood. Can you not feel it? He gestured toward the village square, where men and women gathered, eyes alight with a mixture of fear and hope. We are at a crossroads, Amina. Choose wisely, or we risk losing everything. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string ready to snap. Amina's heart raced as she stepped back, trying to absorb the weight of it all. The stories, the ancestors, they clawed at her, demanding recognition. But could she stand against the tide? Could she face the darkness that whispered of change, of a future uncertain? Kofi's small voice broke through the tumult. What if we could have both? His childlike innocence shimmered against the darkness, a fragile light. What if we could honor our ancestors and learn from the new? Amina knelt down, eyes meeting her brother's, and for a moment, the world fell away. She was not just a girl caught between faiths, she was a sister, a protector, a bridge spanning two worlds. In that heartbeat, she understood the enormity of choice. Perhaps, she whispered, but at what cost? The shadows shifted, and the candlelight flickered as if in response to her question, raising more questions than answers. The village around them began to pulse with life, voices rising like the tide, the clash of beliefs vibrating through the air. Amina felt it deep within her, an echo of what was to come, a storm gathering momentum. Do we have the strength to hold both? Amina asked softly, her heart a battleground. The voices of Islam and Christianity seemed to weave through the air, intertwining with the ancient stories of her people. Could she find a way to navigate this chaos? But the stakes were high, the weight of 1,000 ancestors resting on her fragile shoulders. And in this moment, the real battle had only just begun, one that would challenge the very essence of who they were and what they believed. As the shadows deepened, Amina felt the world shift around her, a kaleidoscope of emotions spiraling into chaos, and it was impossible to escape. The night stretched on, full of uncertainty, the echoes of 1,000 hearts beating as one, a heartbeat that pulsed with the struggle of faith, identity, and the fear of loss. A heartbeat that would reverberate into the endless night, drawing them ever closer to the edge of something beautiful and terrifying, a reckoning just beyond the horizon. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable static that crackled like lightning between souls tethered to the ground by invisible threads of hope and dread. The festival loomed, a spectre in the night, casting shadows that danced with the flickering candlelight. In the thrumming heart of the crowd, I found myself ensnared between two souls, Maya and Jonah, caught in an unrelenting tempest of emotion. Maya's breath was a shaky whisper, her fingers trembling as she clutched a paper lantern, the flimsy material barely containing the flickering flame that mirrored her spirit. Jonah stood on the edge of the throng, a brooding figure, lost in turbulent thoughts, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where darkness swallowed the last remnants of twilight. I remember, Maya said, her voice breaking like glass, the last festival we celebrated together. The memory clung to her like a thick fog, each word a ghost that refused to be exorcised. The laughter, the music weaving through the night like a siren's call, the sweet scent of pastries mingling with the acrid smoke from bonfires, all layered on her heart like an intricate tapestry of joy and sorrow. We were so innocent then. But innocence is a fragile thing, a fleeting shadow that slips through our fingers when we think we are holding it tight. I glanced at Jonah, his brow furrowed, a storm brewing behind his stormy blue eyes. He was haunted by the spectre of the past, resentful of its grip on Maya, and yet, he couldn't shake the sense that tonight would either break them or bind them anew. We were fools, he muttered, barely audible over the jubilant din, and now? Now we're just ghosts. As the lantern swayed, a sea of flickering flames ignited the night, illuminating faces alight with laughter, yet tinged with shadows of unspoken fears. The festival was a pretense, a masquerade of happiness layered over the raw wounds of loss and longing. It was a battleground where spirits clashed, but also a sanctuary where broken hearts sought solace. Maya's gaze shifted toward the stage, where a figure draped in shimmering robes danced, their movements fluid and ethereal, as if they were stitched from the very fabric of the night itself. "The dancers will tell our stories," she whispered, her voice trembling with a fervor that twisted my insides. "They will invoke the spirits, the ancestors. They will remind us of everything we've lost, and everything we could still save. Or they'll remind us how powerless we really are," Jonah shot back, bitterness curling around his words like smoke. I felt the tension between them, the push and pull of hope and despair, each one striving for dominance, yet neither able to claim victory. The crowd surged, a tidal wave of humanity drawn toward the stage, each heartbeat echoing like a drumbeat through the night. I found myself swept away, caught in the current of bodies and dreams, longing and dread. The air hummed with the promise of transformation, the whispers of rituals long forgotten begging to be remembered. Every flicker of the lanterns felt like a heartbeat, each pulse a reminder of the fragility of existence, of the thin veil that separates the living from the shadows that haunt them. "Tonight," I breathed, "we dance with our ghosts." Maya and Jonah exchanged a glance, a silent conversation laden with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and buried desires. The dancers twirled, their movements weaving through the air like spells cast in desperation, each spin a prayer, a plea for understanding, for forgiveness, for connection. I could feel Maya yearning to be part of that dance, longing to relinquish her burdens and lose herself in the music, but Jonah stood firm, arms crossed over his chest like a fortress, guarding his heart against the chaos of emotion swirling around him. "I don't want to be part of this," he said, voice low, trembling with an intensity that made my heart race. "I don't want to face what's lost." The pain etched on his face was a raw wound that he didn't want to expose to the light. Maya's eyes glistened, a storm of tears threatening to break free. "But we must," she implored, stepping closer, her lantern illuminating the deep shadows etched into Jonah's features. "We must remember what it feels like to truly live, to honor the past without being shackled by it." The night thundered with the clash of the drums, a primal call that demanded their attention, their truths. I felt the world spinning, the festival dissolving into a void of contrasts, the joy of the dancers and the sorrow of the spectators, the vibrant colors of the lanterns against the darkness of their unspoken fears. "I remember the first time we came here," I whispered, echoes of laughter dancing along the edges of my memory. The crescendo of drums surged, heartbeats reverberating in time with the rhythm, the air thick with unfulfilled wishes and dreams that shimmered just beyond reach. Shadows flickered at the periphery, teasing and taunting, the ghosts of those who had come before us, their laughter mingling with the melody, a haunting reminder of love lost and found. Jonah closed his eyes, as if surrendering to the pull of the music, the cries of the past wrapping around him like a shroud. "What if we never escape?" he murmured, a haunting question that echoed through the chaos, reverberating against the walls of my consciousness. "Then we dance with them," Maya replied fiercely, her voice a beacon of hope in the dark. "We dance until we remember how to live again." And so, as the festival engulfed us, the weight of our truths woven into the fabric of the night, we stepped forward, each heartbeat a testament to the power of memory, each breath a defiance against the shadows lurking just beyond the light. In that moment, pulsating with raw emotion, we danced with our ghosts, slipping between the realms of what was and what could still be, knowing the festival was not merely a celebration, but a resurrection of souls yearning for connection in a world that often felt impossibly vast and painfully lonely. The music swelled, and with it, we surrendered to the rhythm, to the intensity of our fears, our longings, our joys. We were alive, entwined in the chaotic beauty of the festival, as we reached for the stars above, tethered to the earth, and to each other, in a world that refused to let us forget. The air crackled with tension, a thick haze of anticipation so palpable it felt like a living entity. In the heart of the Ashanti village, the drums thundered, a primal heartbeat echoing the fear and uncertainty that swirled among the gathered crowd. I stood there, my heart pounding in sync with the drums, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes upon me. The ground trembled beneath our feet, as if the ancestors themselves were restless, demanding justice, clarity, a glimpse into the shadowy veil of the future. Mama Afia, the village's revered diviner, sat upon a worn stool, her weathered hands trembling over a spread of cowrie shells, intricate patterns of fate laid bare before her. The whispers among the crowd were sharp, urgent. What will she see? What will she say? Each query sliced through the air like a knife, raw and emotional. I could see the flicker of desperation in Kofi's eyes, my childhood friend, the weight of grief and fear pulling him down like a body beneath murky water. Don't, I whispered, clenching my fists as I watched him move closer to that circle of ancient wisdom, seeking answers from a realm where hope and dread intertwined. Don't rush her. But Kofi was already lost, his mind spinning in a whirlwind of what ifs, consumed by the sudden disappearance of his sister, Abina. She was the light in our lives, a laughter that danced through the darkest nights. Now, she was a ghost, and with each tick of the clock, the darkness deepened, promising only despair. Mama Afia's voice, low and resonant, broke the air like thunder. The spirits are restless. They do not reveal all. The crowd held its breath, the tension stretching infinitely, heartbeats synchronized in a haunting symphony of fear. I watched Kofi's face, the flicker of hope, then the weight of despair as the divination unfolded. The cowrie shells rolled, and in their chaotic patterns, secrets were etched, truths that sliced through the veil of illusion. I remembered the stories, the ones passed down through generations, each tale thick with layers of meaning. Divination is not just a glimpse into the future, Mama Afia had once told me, her eyes like twin orbs of wisdom. It is a mirror reflecting our truths, our souls, our very essence. But what truth could be found in the chaos of Kofi's heart? I felt the weight of the world pressing down on him, and it swallowed my own fears whole. Kofi clenched his fists, his knuckles white against the deepening shadows. What if she's gone? What if, his voice cracked, the rawness cutting through the air? I reached out, grounding myself in his pain. We'll find her. We have to believe. But my own heart wavered, fear clawing at the edges of hope. I had seen the faces of loss, the way they twisted in agony, and I was terrified of that spectre stalking us, waiting to claim another soul. Mama Afia's eyes, once so full of certainty, clouded now with some unseen burden. The spirits tell of a dark river, she murmured, voice trembling like the breeze through the leaves. A choice must be made. The crowd surged forward, a tide of humanity drawn to her words, yet all I could see was the way Kofi's spirit began to fracture like glass, sharp and dangerous. What choice? What dark river? The unknowing wrapped around my throat like a noose, suffocating. Choose. Kofi's voice was a low growl, barely restrained. Choose what? To accept my sister is lost. The heartbreak hung heavy in the air, a ghostly presence that threatened to consume us all. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of anger, the clenching of his jaw, the desperate plea for something, anything, to cling to. You're wrong, Mama Afia. She can't be gone. Not Abina. His anguish echoed through the village like a death knell. She raised her hands, trembling, a fragile figure against the tide of despair. The river flows for all. It speaks of sacrifice. The words hung there, ominous, dark as the night sky. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, uncertainty and fear washing over us like a rising tide. What sacrifice? What cost would we have to pay for the return of a lost soul? The very thought sent shivers down my spine. Kofi crumbled, the weight of his pain crashing over him like a fierce wave, dragging him under into a sea of despair. I reached out, grasping his shoulder, desperate to anchor him in that moment. Don't lose yourself, I urged, my voice a fragile whisper against the thunder of drums, the chaos of the crowd. But I could see it, the shadows creeping across his heart, the doubt blossoming like a dark flower, feeding on his fears. Sacrifice, he muttered, as if tasting the word, letting it writhe on his tongue. What if it means losing everything? The utterance hung in the air like a noxious fog, curling around our hearts, squeezing. What if it costs me Abina? The dread that followed was almost a living thing, a creature born of despair, coiling around us. Mama Afia's gaze turned distant, as if she were peering through the veil of time itself. The river demands balance, she whispered, the words slipping from her lips like secrets shared between old friends. Only when loss is met with an equal gift can the spirits be appeased. The crowd shivered, a collective exhale, and I felt the darkness encroaching, whispering that perhaps we were not strong enough to pay that price. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in shadows, the village's midwife, her face a tapestry of wisdom and sorrow. "The spirits are watching," she warned, voice low and grave. "They hunger for truth, and truth can be a harsh mistress." Her eyes pierced through the tension, a warning, a plea. "What are you willing to lose, Kofi? What are you ready to sacrifice?" Kofi's breath came heavy, the weight of the world on his shoulders. I don't know," he stammered, the first hint of crack in his armor. "But I can't lose her. I can't let her become a memory." The desperation in his voice clawed at my heart, a visceral reminder of the fragility of hope. The crowd leaned in, every heartbeat a reminder of our own fears, our own losses. And in that moment, a realization washed over me, our truth too painful to bear. We were trapped in the web of divination, each thread a choice, a consequence. The ancestors were watching, waiting, just beyond the veil, and we were but pawns on a chessboard of fate, each move laden with the weight of sacrifice. The drumbeats thudded louder, a reminder that time was slipping away, and the darkness was ever closer, licking at our heels. "Choose," Mama Afia's voice lingered in the air, a haunting echo of uncertainty. The crowd held its breath, waiting for a sign, a miracle, something to grasp onto in the growing tide of despair. But in that moment, all I could feel was the pulse of fear, a heartbeat that synced with my own, a reminder that nothing is ever truly certain, and sometimes, the shadows whisper louder than the light. Kofi looked at me, anguish etched across his face, and I saw his soul, fragile, yet determined. In that piercing gaze, I felt the future tremble, the cosmos shift, and time itself hang in the balance as we stood on the precipice of loss, bound together by the haunting specter of what was to come. And as the drums thundered on, a dark river awaited, promising answers, but demanding everything. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage and unspoken fears. In the heart of a darkened village, beneath the looming shadows of ancient trees, Amma trembled as she clutched her dream journal to her chest. The pages were stained with tears and ink, a testament to the vivid horrors and fleeting joys that danced through her slumber. Shadows flickered against the mud walls, an eerie reflection of the turmoil raging within her. She feared her dreams, yet they were her only connection to the spirits that whispered through the night, urging her to heed their messages. "Why did you tell her?" Kofi's voice thundered, a storm in the quiet night. He loomed over her, anger radiating from his taut figure. "You have no idea what you're meddling with." Amma's heart raced, his words sliced through her like the sharp blade of a hunter's knife. "I only wish to help. The dreams, they mean something. They warned me of the flooding." She could feel the weight of the village's history in her bones. The elders had spoken of dreams as windows to the unseen, a bridge between the living and the spirits who walked amongst them. Yet here she stood, accused of madness. Kofi's gaze was a tempest, swirling with disbelief and fear. "You think the spirits will protect us? They lie. They trick us." His voice cracked, and in that moment, she saw the boy he once was, a child clutching the remnants of faith in his small hands, crushed by the weight of reality. "You're playing with fire, Amma. You must stop." The moon hung low, an ominous eye that bore witness to their confrontation. Amma felt the pull of something deep within, a connection to her ancestors whispering in the night air. Why did Kofi fear the truth? Did he not see the signs that had haunted her dreams, the floods, the shadows creeping ever closer to their homes? With a trembling hand, she opened her journal. Each drawing, each scrawl was alive, pulsating with memories of dreams that felt too real. "Look! The river rises in my dreams. I can see it, Kofi. The spirits are warning us." Her voice quivered, a fragile thread in the storm of their argument. He clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "And what of the spirits that lie? What of the tales of madness that plagued my father? He lost himself in dreams. You risk losing your mind, Amma." The words hung heavy between them, like a shroud, thickening with doubt and fear. Amma's chest heaved as she fought back tears. She remembered her mother, the way she used to sit under the stars, weaving stories of the cosmos like strands of gold. Dreams are not just dreams, she had whispered, her voice a gentle caress in the night. They are truths waiting to be uncovered. But now, as Kofi's gaze bore into her, she felt the weight of skepticism crushing her spirit. "What if you're wrong?" he said, his voice a whisper now, vulnerable yet sharp. "What if you bring more suffering to our people?" The villagers were restless. She could sense it, their eyes darting like caged birds, fearful of the unknown. They gathered around the fire, their faces shadows against the flickering flames, each one listening, waiting for the truth to spill from her lips. She sensed their desperation, the hunger for hope in a world fraught with darkness. "I remember," she began, feeling the words rise from the depths of her soul. "I remember the night I dreamt of the flood." The water roared like a lion, swallowing everything in its path. She felt the heat of the flames on her skin, the warmth contrasting the chill of her memories. "I saw my father's house crumble, our crops drown. I woke up screaming, my heart racing like a rabbit fleeing a hunter. It was real, Kofi. And I warned them. They laughed." Kofi's shoulders slumped, a fleeting glimmer of fear breaking through his anger. "And what if this is just a nightmare? What if you're tangled in a web of your own making?" He glanced back towards the group, uncertainty etched in his brow. The tension thickened, an invisible net tightening around them, pulling them into the depths of an unseen abyss. "I can't let fear bind me," she shouted, her voice raw and fierce. "These dreams don't just belong to me. They belong to our ancestors, our people. They are a call to action." The words erupted from her, igniting a fire within her heart that burned bright against the encroaching darkness. Kofi stepped back, caught between the weight of his convictions and the flicker of doubt. "And what if you're wrong?" The question hung like a noose, tightening, suffocating. "Then I will face them," she replied, her voice steady, each syllable a promise. "But I cannot let our people drown in silence. I refuse to be a prisoner of fear." A gust of wind swept through the village, carrying the distant echoes of ancestors who had walked this land long before them. The spirits stirred, their whispers weaving through the trees, carrying the weight of the past. She felt their presence, a reminder that they were never truly alone. "I remember," she whispered again, memories flooding her senses, crashing over her like waves against a rocky shore. "I remember the stories of my grandmother, of how she danced with the spirits, celebrated the dreams that guided her. They were not just figments of imagination, they were life itself." Kofi's expression softened, the anger in his eyes flickering like the dying embers of a fire. "And what of the darkness? The nightmares that haunt us?" Amma stepped closer, her heart pounding with an urgency that pulsed through her veins. "We must confront the darkness to embrace the light. The dreams are our guide, not our enemy. They are the voices of those who came before us, urging us to rise, to fight. We can't ignore them." The air crackled with the tension of two souls caught in a cyclone of uncertainty and fear. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder that time was slipping away. She turned to the villagers gathered in the shadows, their faces painted with concern, hope, and dread. "Let us not be defined by fear. Let us be the warriors our ancestors dreamed of." With every word, her voice grew stronger, resonating with the power of the dreams that had haunted her nights. The fire flickered, casting shadows that danced like ghosts, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and dark. And in that moment, as the moon hung high in the sky, a sense of unity began to swell among them, a collective heartbeat resonating with the truths that lay buried deep within their souls, waiting to rise. Amma took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her conviction settle in her chest. This was not just a battle of dreams, it was a war for their very existence. And as long as she drew breath, she would not go quietly into the night. The spirits had spoken, and the time for reckoning was drawing near. And as they stood on the precipice of uncertainty, the echoes of their dreams wove together, forging a new path, a collective journey into the unknown. The air hung thick, a tapestry of sweat and fear. I remember the drums, how they thundered like a heartbeat, a warning that split the silence. A call to arms, to courage, to the inevitable clash of fates. The sun was a molten ball, sinking into the horizon, staining the sky a blood-red promise of violence. Shadows danced on the ground, stretching and twisting, as if the ancestors themselves were whispering secrets through the cracks of the earth. Nana Kwaku stood at the edge of the clearing, heart racing, mind muddled. He felt the weight of his ancestors' eyes upon him, felt their breath, cold as winter, urging him to remember who he was. A warrior. A protector. Yet doubt gnawed at him like a rabid dog, teeth sinking into flesh. He was fresh from the village, the laughter ringing like silver bells in his ears, the taste of palm wine still sweet on his tongue. But here, amidst the tension, all joy was stripped away. What if I falter, he thought, each heartbeat echoing his trepidation. Then there was Amma, fierce and unyielding, her spirit as wild as the wind that tore through the trees like a banshee. Fearless in the face of death, she clutched her spear, the metallic glint catching the fading light. I cannot falter, she whispered, but inside, she felt the tremors of uncertainty. What if she failed to protect her people? The village had already lost too many. I remember the whispers of the elders, a warrior must bleed. What if I bleed too much? Her fingers traced the etchings on her spear, each line a story, a promise. She would not let her people down. The night deepened, a cloak of darkness suffocating the last remnants of light. I remember looking up, the stars winking down like mischievous spirits, almost taunting, saying, "We are eternal, you are but a fleeting moment." The moon, a ghostly guardian, cast a silvery glow on the warriors standing sentry around the fire, their faces hardened, eyes burning with resolve. But every heartbeat, every breath, felt like it was being drawn out, stretched thin. Then, the silence shattered. A rustle, a snap, then chaos erupted. The enemy emerged from the shadows, their faces carved from nightmares, eyes glinting with a hunger that made my skin crawl. I remember Nana Kwaku, lunging forward, fear morphing into a primal instinct. He was not just fighting for himself, he was fighting for Amma, for the children who played in the dusty streets of their village, laughter ringing like music. He could almost hear them, see their dirty faces, chubby hands grasping for joy. A moment of hope, a flicker, a spark, that lit the darkness. Amma was beside him, a force of nature unleashed. For our ancestors, she cried, and the battle cry surged from her throat, spilling into the night like a wildfire. It ignited something deep within the hearts of the others. They surged forward, a wave of humanity against the tide of despair. But in their midst, I saw the shadows creeping in, the ghosts of those who had fallen before them, their mournful whispers a chilling reminder of the cost of valor. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of chaos, each strike a heartbeat, each cry a plea for survival. I remember the way the air smelled, blood and sweat mingling, a grotesque perfume that wrapped around me, clinging to my skin like death's embrace. Nana Kwaku fought with a ferocity that surprised even him, the spear moving like a dancer in the night, each thrust a testament to his doubts, each swing a strike against fate itself. He felt alive, the world narrowing to a single point of focus, survival. But then, a moment of hesitation, a heartbeat lost in the chaos. A shadow slipped behind him, a blade gleaming in the moonlight. I remember the cold rush of fear, the way time slowed, stretching like a taut string ready to snap. Kwaku! Amma's voice pierced through, raw and desperate. He pivoted, instinct taking over, but the blade was already there, slicing through the air like a serpent striking its prey. Pain exploded in his shoulder, a white-hot inferno that threatened to consume him. He stumbled, the world tilting like a drunken dancer. He felt the warmth of his blood seeping, pooling at his feet, mingling with the earth. No, he thought, rage battling against despair. I cannot fall here. He remembered the laughter of his niece, the way she twirled in the sunlight, and he felt the surge of something greater than himself, the weight of his ancestors' legacy, their spirit pushing him forward, a tidal wave of hope amidst the tempest of darkness. Amma was a whirlwind, a storm unleashed. She fought with the fury of 1,000 suns, each motion a prayer to the spirits of the fallen. You will not take him, she screamed, and the sound sent shockwaves through the battlefield, igniting the hearts of the warriors left standing. Her spear thrust forward, finding its mark, a cry of victory mingling with the cries of the dying. But beneath that triumph, an ache, a haunting reminder of the price of survival. As the last enemy fell, silence wrapped around them like a shroud. Bodies lay strewn, a tapestry of sacrifice and loss. Kwaku slumped to the ground, the pain radiating through him, but his heart pounded with fierce determination. He looked up at Amma, her face streaked with dirt and blood, but her eyes shone with fierce light. "We are still here," she whispered, and in that moment, amidst the wreckage, a fragile thread of hope unfurled. But the battle was not just against flesh and blood. It was a fight against the ghosts of their past, the shadows that whispered of failure, of loss. I remember, I breathed, the words escaping like a prayer. I remember the stories of the Ashanti heroes, etched into the fabric of our souls, urging us to remember, to fight, to stand. And so, they would. The night was far from over, and the tales of their courage would weave into the very essence of their being, an eternal dance of warriors and heroes. The stories would echo long after, reverberating through time, binding them with threads of resilience. The battle was won, but the war was just beginning, the shadows lurking, waiting for the next moment of weakness, the next flicker of doubt. And I knew, deep in my heart, that this was only the beginning. The air was thick with tension, a palpable pulse that echoed through the heart of the village. The drums beat like a war cry, piercing the night, summoning souls from the shadows. I stood at the edge of the clearing, the flickering firelight illuminating faces twisted in fear and reverence. His eyes wild with uncertainty, gripped my arm so tightly it felt as though he might draw blood. "This is it. They're coming for us," he whispered, his voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. I remembered the stories my grandmother used to tell, tales woven from the dark threads of our history, of the Ashanti, the great king, and the fabled golden stool that held our very essence. But tonight, it felt less like a story and more like a prophecy. The echoes of our ancestors filled the air, and I could almost hear them whispering warnings, urging us to remember. "They think they can silence us," Yor continued, his breath hitching. "They think we'll forget." His fear was a raw wound, a reminder of the scars etched deep in our lineage, the battles fought not just with weapons but with words, with myths that bled into reality. I glanced at Abina, standing just beyond the firelight, her face a mask of resolve tinged with fear. She was the daughter of a warrior, a guardian of our history, yet even she seemed on the brink of shattering. But I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of hope and defiance. "We are more than what they say," she said suddenly, her voice soaring above the thrum of the drums. "We are the whispers of the past, the heartbeat of the future." Her words hung in the air, thickening the tension like smoke. As I looked at her, I felt the weight of our shared history, the burden of a culture steeped in myth yet anchored in reality. The villagers gathered, their shadows stretching long in the glow of the fire. They were terrified, yes, but also waiting for something to break. The stories of our ancestors wrapped around us like a shroud, the legends of great kings and queens who had come before, their decisions echoing through time. The line between myth and history blurred in that moment, and I could feel the pull of something ancient coursing through my veins. "Tell me about the golden stool," I urged, knowing it was a tale of loss and triumph. Yor hesitated, glancing at the gathering shadows, the weight of our history pressing down on him. "It said the stool fell from the sky, a gift from the heavens," he began, his voice trembling yet gaining strength. "It embodies our spirit, our unity. Without it, we are nothing." I felt the line of history sharpen, slicing through the silence. "But they want to take it," I reminded him, my heart racing. "They want to erase us." "We will not let them," Abina declared, her voice fierce. She stepped forward, and I saw the fire in her eyes, a flame stoked by the memories of those who had fought before us. "We will fight for our stories, for our truth." Tears threatened to spill as I thought of the countless lives intertwined with our fate, the sacrifices made. My grandmother's laughter echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of how fragile joy can be in the shadow of despair. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the connections forged in blood and pain, the threads of our history woven into the very fabric of our being. The drums thundered louder, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath me. The air was electric, charged with the weight of conflict and the longing for resolution. My fingers clenched around the amulet hanging from my neck, a relic of our culture, a token of my heritage. We need to remember, I whispered, more to myself than to anyone else. Remember who we are. Remember, Yor echoed, his voice a fervent prayer. Remember the stories that bind us, the myths that protect us. In that moment, I understood how intricately our myths were woven into our very existence. Each fable, each tale of conquest and loss, was a piece of ourselves. I felt the tendrils of those stories wrapping around us, binding us together in a tapestry that defied time itself. As the drums reached a fever pitch, the shadows began to stir, flickering like restless spirits. The villagers stood shoulder to shoulder, hearts pounding in unison, an army forged from the remnants of our history. The confrontation was imminent, and I could taste the bitterness of fear mixed with the sweetness of hope. Stay close, Abina urged, her voice steady despite the chaos swirling around us. I could see the determination etched into her features, a reminder that even in the face of impending doom, we had the power to fight back. And then it happened, a sudden silence, an eerie stillness that swept through the crowd. The drums fell quiet, leaving only the sound of our collective breaths, quick and shallow. In that moment, I felt the weight of every story, every myth pressing down on us, a relentless tide that would either carry us forward or drown us in the depths of oblivion. Do you remember the story of the snake? I asked, my mind racing through the legends of old. The one that swallowed its own tail. It symbolizes eternity, rebirth, Yor replied, his brow furrowed as if he were piecing together a puzzle only he could see. A reminder that our history loops back on itself, that we are never truly lost. I held on to those words, a lifeline in the storm. As the shadows began to shift once more, I braced myself for the confrontation that was to come, knowing that the echoes of our past would shape our future. The villagers stood resolute, united in their shared history, ready to face whatever darkness awaited. The night felt alive, charged with the weight of countless dreams, fears, and hopes. And as I looked around, I realized this was not merely a battle. It was the heartbeat of our culture, the pulse that connected each of us to the myths and histories that had come before. The stories were not just tales told around the fire, they were the very essence of who we were, the lifeblood that coursed through our veins. In that moment, as the shadows danced and the drums began to pulse once more, I felt the surge of our shared fate, a promise that no matter what awaited us, we would face it together, bound by the unbreakable ties of memory and myth that defined us. The night was heavy with the scent of impending rain, a thick, humid shroud wrapping around Kumazi like an anxious mother clutching her child. The air vibrated, charged with tension, as if the very earth beneath the feet of the Ashanti people sensed the storm of violence approaching. I stood at the edge of the gathering, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat. This was the night the drums would speak, the night vision would blur into nightmare. In the flickering torchlight, I caught a glimpse of Osei Tutu, a figure of such magnetic intensity that he seemed to draw shadows closer. His eyes blazed, fierce and unyielding, but within them hid the flickering flame of doubt. Could he truly unite the clans, forge a kingdom from the ashes of disunity? History whispered promises this night, yet the weight of those promises hung heavy, threatening suffocation. I remember the way he stood, shoulders squared against the gathering storm, a lion preparing to roar. Beside him, Yera Santwe, fierce and formidable, did not flinch. Her spirit crackled with defiance, a warrior queen draped in the fabric of her lineage, yet beneath her regal facade lay a churning sea of fear. I witnessed her struggle. Was it strength she wielded, or desperation? "Osei," she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it thundered like the skies above. "Without the golden stool, we are nothing but shadows. You must summon the spirits of our ancestors." I could see the flicker of doubt cross Osei's features, but he quickly masked it with resolve. The golden stool, this mystical object symbolized the soul of the Ashanti people, yet it felt as distant as the stars on this stormy night. I remember standing there, caught in a web of emotions, longing to scream out the truth. "You are the tide, Osei. You are the storm." But the words were swallowed in the cacophony of drums, echoing like heartbeats of the earth, beckoning, demanding a response. The crowd surged, a living entity, anticipation fueling their movements as they awaited the call to action. Then it began, the pounding, relentless, as the warriors brandished their swords, glinting in the torchlight like the fangs of a beast ready to strike. Each thud of the drum felt like a countdown, each note a breath of the future. Ashanti stepped closer to Osei, her eyes blazing with the fire of 10,000 suns, and I could see the bond of shared fate forming between them, a fragile connection, yet potent as the fiercest lightning bolt. What haunted me, what gnawed at my very core, was the eternal question, who could lead? Who could cast aside the weight of history and become the architect of a new world? As Osei lifted his chin, his voice soared above the drums, "We are the children of the earth. We are the voices of our ancestors." The crowd erupted, a wave of raw emotion crashing against the barriers of fear. I felt it pulse through my veins, a train of exhilaration colliding with the reality of impending conflict. But then, silence. An eerie pause, as if the universe held its breath. In that moment, I saw the flicker of doubt in Osei's eyes turn to realization. The ghosts of the past loomed large, shadows of kings and warriors lost to time, murmuring warnings. I could almost hear their voices mingling with the wind, reminders that the crown of leadership was a heavy burden, one he might not bear. In that stillness, the weight of expectation settled around him like thick fog. Time twisted and bent, and I was suddenly thrust into the very heart of the struggle. I remember the flashes of conflict, the cries of the wounded, the clash of swords, the cries of mothers mourning their fallen sons. Each moment a kaleidoscope of fear and fury, beauty and brutality, leaving me gasping for air. I saw Osei, his face streaked with sweat and blood, charging into battle as if he were a comet blazing through the night, and yet, beneath that fierce exterior, I could sense the tremors of uncertainty. "Yeah," he shouted, reaching for her hand, but she was wading through the chaos, stepping over bodies, eyes glinting with rage and sorrow. Her heart battled between loyalty and the instinct to protect her own. "Osei, the golden stool. We must defend it." Her voice sliced through the din, fierce as the crack of thunder, but I saw the regret lurking beneath her determination. Was she fighting for the kingdom, or for him? As the battle raged, the night transformed into an abyss of despair. The drums became a mournful dirge, echoing the cries of the fallen. I could feel their spirits swirling around us, those who had fought before, whose stories were etched into the very fabric of the land. The sky darkened with sorrow as if the cosmos was shedding tears for a world on the brink of annihilation. Every heartbeat of the drum felt like a countdown, a reminder that choices carried weight. I was there in the crowd, a witness to this monumental dance, and I couldn't tear my eyes away. The raw emotion of the moment gripped me, tightened its hold like a vice. I remember the way Ye moved, a tempest in human form, fearlessly diving into the fray, and Osei, torn between battle and love, grasping for resolution. They were both warriors, yet I saw in their eyes the flicker of vulnerability, the haunting shadows that whispered of their humanity. I could hear the battle cries fading into the night, the echoes of history reverberating in my mind, a reminder that what was at stake here was not just land or power, but the very essence of identity. Osei and Ye were not just fighting for a kingdom, they were wrestling with the ghosts of their past, the burdens of their ancestors, and the anguish of their dreams. They were at a crossroads, and every choice, every sacrifice, would reverberate through eternity. And then, silence fell again, a heavy blanket draping over the chaos, stifling the air. It was in this stillness that I understood, the myth of Osei Tutu was not merely about a king, but of the struggle of a people yearning for unity. It was a story not yet written, a legend awaiting its moment to erupt. In that breathless pause, with souls intertwined and destinies colliding, the night seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of hope and despair. I felt the trembling of the earth beneath my feet, the drumbeats echoing in my chest, and I knew, this story does not end here. The battle was just beginning, a dance of fate twisting through the fabric of time, and I was caught in its relentless grip, yearning for what would come next. The sun hung low, a fiery orb drenching the earth in crimson, as the village square pulsed with a raw, electric tension. The air thickened, suffocating with unspoken words, while the wails of a distant drum echoed like the heartbeat of a great beast, roused from slumber. In the midst of the gathering, Amma stood rooted, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. She clutched a length of Kent cloth, its vibrant pattern swirling with stories, as if the very fabric whispered ancestral secrets meant only for her ears. This was no ordinary cloth, this was a tapestry of her history, a lifeline woven with the threads of the Ashanti, binding her to a past heavy with sacrifice. Beside her, Kwame shifted uneasily, his eyes darting nervously to the crowd. He was a man of contradictions, proud yet fearful, determined yet haunted. The Kent cloth he wore as a sash bore the colors of his lineage, but it felt like a shackle, a reminder of the burden he carried. His heart raced, a frantic drumbeat matching the pulse of the village. "Amma," he whispered, his voice barely breaking the tension, "we can't let them take it. This is our culture, our legacy." His passion ignited a flicker of hope in her chest, but shadows loomed, threatening to snuff it out. In the distance, voices rose, a cacophony of anger and despair. The elders, guardians of their traditions, stood firm, their brows furrowed with age and uncertainty. "The Kent cloth is not just a garment, it is the soul of the Ashanti," one elder proclaimed, his voice quaking with emotion. The crowd roared, a storm of pride and fear. Amma felt the weight of their gazes, the hope and despair entwined like the very threads of the Kent. She could almost hear her ancestors whispering in her ear, urging her to rise, to stand tall amidst the chaos. But a chill crept into her heart, a gnawing fear that clawed at her insides. What if they took it? What if the vibrant patterns faded into obscurity, the stories locked away in the silence of forgotten dreams? "Amma, listen," Kwame said, urgency lacing his words. "If we don't fight for this now, who will? They want to erase us." With every beat of her heart, memories flooded her mind, the laughter of her mother as she draped the cloth around her shoulders, the way her grandmother's eyes sparkled with pride, how the colors danced like flames in the twilight. "I remember," she whispered, feeling the pulse of that vibrant culture beneath her skin. "I remember the stories woven into each thread. I can't let that go." But doubt whispered cruelly. What if her voice was too small against the roar of history? What if the world deemed her fight insignificant, a flicker destined to be snuffed out in the night? She grasped the Kent tighter, its texture rough against her skin, an anchor, a reminder. "We have to rally them, Kwame. We have to show them who we are." Yet Kwame floundered in his own storm, his resolve flickering like a candle caught in a tempest. He had seen too many battles lost, too many colors dulled by the weights of oppression. And if they don't listen? What then? His voice cracked, and for a moment, vulnerability bared its teeth, gnawing at the edges of his courage. How could he protect her from the ghosts of history, the pain that seeped into the roots of their lineage? Amma reached out, her fingers brushing the cool fabric of his sash, a connection that pulsed with warmth. "We fight, not just for ourselves, but for all those who came before us. Every stitch in this Kent was a dream, a hope, a sacrifice. We owe it to them." The wind whispered, swirling leaves around them, as if the very earth conspired to echo her call. Above, the sky darkened, shadows stretching like fingers across the village, as if the universe itself held its breath. Everything hung in suspended animation, a moment stretched thin, teetering on the brink of something monumental. A heartbeat, an inhale, a single moment suspended in time. Then, a voice cut through the tension, a sharp sword slicing the silence. "Enough!" The chief, a figure cloaked in authority, stepped forward, his gaze piercing through the chaos. The air crackled with the weight of his presence. "You would stand against the elders? You would defy tradition?" His eyes bore into them, a challenge wrapped in a shroud of duty and history. Amma felt her heart thud like a war drum in her chest. Every fiber of her being screamed to scream back, to unleash the storm boiling inside her. But then, a flood of memories cascaded through her mind, stories of ancestors who had faced worse, of warriors who had drawn strength from the very threads that adorned their bodies. With trembling resolve, she stepped forward, feeling the eyes of her people, the weight of their hopes resting upon her fragile shoulders. "We do not defy tradition, we breathe life into it. This Kent is our voice, our identity." Silence fell, thick and suffocating, holding the breath of the world. In that heartbeat, Amma's voice rang with the clarity of a bell. This was not just about fabric, this was blood and bone, history and heart. The Kent cloth was a tapestry of dreams, each pattern a chapter of their collective spirit, and she would not let it fade into the void. As she stood firm, Kwame stepped beside her, his hand clasping hers, a surge of electricity passing between them. They were not alone. All around them, the villagers began to stir, the weight of their shared history igniting in their hearts. Each face illuminated by flickering hope, a chorus of voices rising in unison, a symphony of defiance, of love, of the burning desire to preserve their soul. And there, in the dying light of a sun that had witnessed generations of struggle, a fire ignited. The Kent cloth shimmered, alive, a living testament to their resilience. The confrontation loomed, but so did the possibility of rebirth. In that moment, time twisted and turned, the air thick with possibility. The ghosts of past battles danced around them, entwining their fates, and as the drumbeat thundered again, it echoed not just in the village, but in the very fabric of the universe. They were bound by the colors, the stories, the unyielding spirit of the Ashanti. Amma and Kwame stood at the precipice of history, ready to plunge into the abyss or rise like the phoenix amid the flames. The Kent cloth fluttered in the wind, a banner of defiance, a heartbeat in the silence, and with it, they would weave their destiny anew. The night was a canvas of thick, swirling shadows, an ominous blanket that cloaked the world in mystery. There, under the weight of the stars, two figures stood at the edge of an abyss, their eyes fixed on the gaping maw of an ancient chasm that whispered of things lost and forgotten. Osei, tall and lithe, his skin glistening in the dim light like polished mahogany, felt the pulse of fear thrumming in his chest. He was the chosen one, he told himself, yet here he was, trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. "Do you hear it?" Abina's voice cut through the air, sharp as a knife. Her wide eyes reflected the flickering light of their fading fire, and Osei could see the storm of anxiety swirling behind them. "It calls to us, Osei." She clutched a worn amulet, the symbol of their ancestors, and for a moment, the world around them faded, leaving only the frantic beating of their hearts. "I remember," he whispered, his voice cracking like dry earth. "I remember the stories, the tales of how the world began, of how our people arose from the ashes of chaos." Abina nodded, her breath shallow, pulling him back to a time when their fates had not yet been sealed by dread and uncertainty. In the beginning, it was darkness. A vast, endless void that swallowed every flicker of light and hope. The Ashanti believed that from this darkness emerged Nyame, the sky god, his presence a cold shiver across the cosmos. He was more than a deity, he was the architect of creation, and yet he was alone, shrouded by the weight of solitude. The stars sang his lament, and the moon wept silver tears that fell upon the earth like promises unfulfilled. But in that desolation, something stirred. Osei's hand tightened around the amulet as he recalled the legends. It was the earth goddess, Asase, who rose from the depths of the abyss, her form a blend of beauty and ferocity, her heart a furnace that ignited the very fabric of existence itself. With every heartbeat, she wove the threads of life from the threads of the void, birthing mountains and rivers, forests and savannas. Yet, even as she created, a shadow lurked, a dark reminder that creation often comes entwined with destruction. "I'm scared, Osei," Abina breathed, pulling him from the edges of his reverie. "What if we fail? What if the stories are wrong?" Her voice trembled like the branches of a tree in a storm, and Osei could feel the weight of her doubt coiling around them, squeezing tighter with every moment. "We cannot fail," he replied, a fire igniting in his chest despite the chill creeping into their bones. "We are the descendants of warriors. Our ancestors fought against the darkness, against the void. They held the light in their hands, and so must we." He stepped closer to her, allowing the warmth of his presence to seep into the cracks of her fear. But the darkness was relentless, clawing at the edges of their minds, whispering doubts that festered like old wounds. It was in the silence that they could hear it, the echoes of the past wrapping around them like a shroud. The stories were fraught with conflict, the battles between the spirits, the feuds between the gods, the sacrifices that stained the earth with the blood of the brave. "Do you remember when they spoke of the battle for the soul of mankind?" Osei's voice cut through the stillness, drawing Abina closer. A time when the sky trembled, and the earth split open to reveal the chaos beneath. The ancients spoke of a great war, one that roared like thunder and lit the night sky aflame with death and rebirth. "I remember," she echoed, her voice softer now, reverberating in the air like a haunting melody. "They say that humanity was born from the tears of the gods, that our very existence is a testament to their struggle. The words hung in the air like a promise, a reminder that even in despair, there was beauty, and even in chaos, there was order. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a low rumble that resonated through their bones. The chasm opened wider, a vortex that threatened to swallow them whole. Osei felt the heat of the abyss, the breath of creation and destruction mingling, a fierce reminder that they stood on the precipice of something monumental. "Look!" Abina pointed, her voice rising in urgency. A light flickered at the bottom of the chasm, a golden glow that pulsed like the heartbeat of the earth itself. "It's the light of creation." But Osei felt the creeping fear clawing at his insides. What if it's a trick? A lure to draw us in? His mind raced, weaving between the legends and the reality before him. What if we're not ready for what lies below? Then we fight! Abina's eyes blazed with determination, and for a moment, Osei saw the warrior spirit of their forebears reflected in her gaze. We fight for our ancestors, for the world they created, for the life that pulses within us. The ground shook again, more violently this time, and the chasm roared like a beast awakened from a long slumber. Osei took a breath, felt the air thicken, tasted the fear on his tongue. The stories were no longer just tales, they were a call to arms, a summons to confront the darkness, to embrace the chaos, and to ignite the spark of creation within their hearts. And in that moment, standing on the edge of the abyss, Osei and Abina grasped the weight of their lineage, feeling the burden and the glory of it, a legacy that transcended the fear, a fire that flickered beneath the surface of their skin. They were not merely children of the past, they were the embodiment of history itself, the living echo of every battle fought and every heart that dared to dream. As they leaned toward the chasm, hands intertwined, they could feel the pulse of the earth beneath them. The darkness whispered, but it was a thin veil, and beyond it lay the promise of creation, a birthright that would not be easily relinquished. The abyss beckoned, and as the ground rumbled once more, Osei and Abina stood on the brink of destiny, ready to confront not just the darkness, but the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The tales had only just begun, and in that moment, they knew they were part of something far greater than themselves, a swirling dance of light and shadow, of fear and courage, of creation and destruction, a story that would ripple through time, intertwining their fates with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the village as the beating of drums filled the air, a heartbeat, relentless and throbbing. A spine-chilling intensity hung over everything, the kind that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Kofi stood at the edge of the clearing, breathless, pulse racing like the frantic dance of a firefly caught in the flickering twilight. He could see the flickering flames of the sacred fire, its glow illuminating the faces of those poised to honor the spirits that lingered just out of sight. A sudden crash echoed through the space, a clash of wooden sticks, like thunder in the belly of the earth. Mothers clutched their children, eyes wide, hearts pounding in sync with the drums. The village was alive with chaos, yet in that chaos lay an unyielding order, a rhythm that seemed written in the air itself. Music and dance intertwined in this moment, a sacred ballet that promised healing, connection, and a confrontation with the ghosts of the past. I remember the first time I felt the pull of the drums, their resonance drawing me into a realm of emotion I thought I'd never touch. I was young then, bewildered by the depth of feeling that surged within me with every beat, how it could soothe sorrow and summon rage, how it became a vessel for every whisper of the ancestors, every tear shed in silence. But standing there now, watching Kofi's trembling hands grip the edge of a worn-out drum, I felt the weight of his conflict, a storm brewing just beneath the surface of his calm exterior. "Tonight is the night," he whispered, voice barely rising above the din. "I must dance for her." His sister, Abina, lay still beyond the flickering fire, a fragile shadow of the vibrant girl she once was. The village believed she was caught between this world and the next, her spirit lost, waiting for the melody of life to guide her home. And so Kofi, burdened with grief, stood ready to dance, to summon her spirit back from the edge of darkness, to make the music that would reverberate in the cosmos and shake loose the chains binding her. But fear gnawed at him, an insidious whisper. What if he failed? What if the spirits didn't heed his call? The thought clawed at him, raw and unrelenting. I watched his face, etched with determination and despair, and felt my own heart constrict. He was a flawed hero, carrying the weight of his sister's fate on his shoulders. And then there was a dweller, an elder with eyes like storm clouds, her soul woven with the fabric of the village's history. She stood at the periphery, watching Kofi with a mix of pride and sorrow, a mother to them all, yet carrying the burden of her own lost children. You must let go, Kofi. Release your fear. Let the music speak. Her voice, both gentle and fierce, trembled like the leaves dancing in the wind, resonating with the truth of her years. But Kofi could barely hear her above the cacophony, the drums pounding like a war cry. I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the struggle to break free from the chains of his own heartbreak. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that sometimes, in the depths of pain, the purest music is born. But my breath caught in my throat, the moment too charged, too electric to break with words. The dancers joined him, swirling around the fire, their bodies moving with an urgency that felt ancient, primal. They were the tempests of the night, shadows and light intertwined, each movement a prayer, a plea. I could almost see the spirits weaving in and out of their forms, drawn by the rhythm that had been their home for centuries. The air thickened with tension and anticipation, the world collapsing into a single moment when everything could change. Kofi began to play, the rhythm echoing through the clearing, resonating in my chest. Each strike of his hands on the drum sent tremors through the earth, as if the very ground was alive with history, with the stories of the ancestors. The other dancers matched his intensity, their feet pounding the earth, a celebration and a lament all at once. The music swelled, and in that moment, I felt the veil between the living and the spirit's shimmer and pulse. Abina's face flickered across my mind, a fleeting image, laughter ringing like wind chimes. Kofi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he played, each note an echo of his love, a call to his sister trapped in the void. And then silence fell, a heavy shroud that enveloped us all. The drumming ceased, and the dancers froze mid-step, breath suspended, a collective inhale that held the universe. I could hear my heartbeat, frantic and raw, my own pulse echoing Kofi's, caught in the urgency of hope and despair. Come back, Kofi whispered, voice trembling, raw. Abina, hear me. In that suffocating silence, something shifted. A breeze, gentle and cool, whispered through the clearing, and I could see the fire flicker, shimmer. My breath caught again, laden with expectation. I remembered how, as children, we used to dance around the flames, how the world felt inseparable from our wild laughter, how music could bind us together even in the darkest of nights. But this was different. This was a plea, a desperation so palpable that I felt it pull at the very fabric of my being. And then, soft as a feather, the music returned, the dancers moving again, guided by unseen hands, the rhythm now a sacred chant, an offering to the spirits hovering in the margins. Kofi's hands flew over the drum, wild and free, as if he were summoning the stars themselves. Come, Abina, he cried, voice breaking. You are not alone. I closed my eyes, felt the music wrap around me like a shroud, felt the earth beneath my feet pulse in time with the undulating rhythm surrounding us. I remembered all the times music had carried me through the shadows, had been my lifeline, a bridge to the sacred moments that stitched together the fabric of existence. Suddenly, the clearing erupted in a burst of sound, a haunting harmony swirling like smoke, and the air grew thick with the scent of earth and burning wood. The dancers moved as one, each step a testament to their shared grief, their joy, their undying connection to the spirit world. They were no longer just performers, they were vessels, conduits of the deepest truths that echoed throughout time. Kofi's eyes burned with a fervor that ignited my own heart. I felt it, a shift, a promise. The shadows around us danced, flickered, stretched. And for a fleeting moment, I believed, truly believed, that Abina would return, that music could bridge the chasm between the living and the lost. But the intensity hung in the air, electrifying and fragile, as if the very fabric of our reality was woven with threads of hope and despair. Every dancer, every heartbeat, every breath beckoned forth the spirit we longed to reclaim, but the dance was only just beginning, a loop that felt as endless as time itself, drawing us deeper into the sacred embrace of music and memory, into the soul of the Ashanti, where everything was interconnected, where every step led us toward something greater than ourselves. The darkness pressed against the trees, thick as melted tar, wrapping around the figures like an embrace gone wrong. I could hear it, the rustle of leaves, a low whisper that hummed beneath the breath of the forest. It wasn't just the wind, it was something deeper, something that thrummed with a heartbeat of its own. I stood frozen, my heart pounding, sensing that something was watching. It felt like 1,000 eyes were trained on me, glistening in the moonlight like shards of glass, ready to pierce through flesh and bone. My pulse quickened as I turned to Kofi, his face pale under the flickering light of our feeble lantern. "We shouldn't be here," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips. His gaze was locked onto the depths of the shadowy canopy, as if he could see the spirits nesting amid the vines and branches. "Did you hear that?" His voice trembled, his hands shaking. I didn't have to ask what he meant. The Ashanti forest was known for its tales of spirits that danced in the moonlight, laughter that echoed with madness, and shadows that could swallow whole the souls of the unwary. And here we were, foolish mortals, tiptoeing through the underbelly of those legends. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, I whispered, and with each word, a shiver traveled down my spine. How the spirits punish those who dare trespass. How they steal the hearts of the lost. Kofi's eyes widened, and in that moment, I could see the battle within him, a longing for adventure clashing with a fear that clawed at the edges of his sanity. But it was not only Kofi. There was also Abina, who stood a few paces behind us, her presence a mix of defiance and doubt, each breath a silent question. "What if these are just tales? Just stories to scare children," she said, but even she couldn't mask the tremor in her voice. She clutched a gnarled branch like a lifeline, her knuckles white as she faced the darkness. "Do you really want to find out?" I shot back, the words sharper than intended, slicing through the heavy air. The tension was palpable, thick enough to slice through with a knife. Kofi looked at me, then at Abina, the weight of the moment pressing down on all of us. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, marking time in a place where time itself felt suspended. Abina scoffed, but the bravado was thin, barely concealing the fear that behind her laughter. "What's a forest spirit going to do to us? We're not afraid of ghosts and shadows." Yet, the way she spoke felt like a desperate prayer, a wishful thought against a backdrop of ancient trees that stood like sentinels, guarding secrets older than humanity itself. Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the forest, snatching the breath from my lungs and throwing it back into my throat. The lantern flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced grotesquely around us. The laughter of the forest spirits was palpable, a mocking melody that twisted around the branches, sending chills racing across my skin. "I remember my mother warning me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "She said if you listen too closely, if you tread too deeply, they will take you. They will make you one with the forest." Kofi swallowed hard, and I could see the struggle in his eyes, the wild spirit of a boy yearning for freedom and the tether of a man grappling with reality. "What if we're the ones who don't come back?" he said, the words spilling out like a confession. I could see the flicker of doubt, the fear feeding on the bravado we had all tried to muster. Abina rolled her eyes, but I could feel the tremor in her hand, her grip tightening around that gnarled branch, fighting the urge to flee. The noise intensified, a cacophony of whispers and rustling leaves. "They're coming," I breathed, each syllable weighed down by fear. Kofi stepped closer, his shoulder brushing against mine, pulling me back from the brink of panic. "We have to go," he said, but his voice shook, betraying the resolve he tried to project. In that instant, the ground seemed to shift beneath us. The forest itself felt alive, roots and earth writhing in a dance of ancient magic. Shadows stretched and twisted, shapes darting between the trees, laughing at our fear. My heart screamed in my chest, the wild rhythm matching the chaos around us. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted, trapped in a web spun by the very spirits we had dared to challenge. "Look!" Abina cried out, pointing toward the depths of the forest. A figure emerged, wreathed in shadows, moving with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was cloaked in darkness, yet its eyes burned with an ethereal light that pierced through the night. I couldn't breathe, each inhale a struggle against the encroaching dread. "We have to face it," Kofi whispered, though it sounded more like a plea than a command. This was the moment that would define us. The spirit stood there, an embodiment of all the stories we had grown up with, the myths wrapped around our childhood like the warm embrace of a mother. But there was nothing comforting about this figure. It was a reminder that some tales were woven with threads of truth. "Do you hear them?" I gasped, the laughter from the trees now a symphony of madness. "They're calling us." I felt the pull, a deep-rooted longing that tugged at my very essence, and for a fleeting second, I could almost understand the spirits. They were lost, too, trapped between worlds, forever wandering, forever searching. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy, and just like that, the forest erupted into a symphony of whispers, a shattering crescendo that echoed in my bones. I took a step forward, drawn in by a force I couldn't comprehend, and Kofi grasped my arm, the desperation in his grip grounding me momentarily. "We can't go in there," he shouted, the fear in his voice breaking through the spell. But what if we already had? What if the forest had woven its magic around us, trapping us in a moment that would never end? I looked back at Abina. Her face was a mask of confusion and fear, but in her eyes, I saw a flicker of something else, a reckless determination. And then, darkness swept over us, a wave of despair that threatened to engulf everything. The spirits laughed, a haunting sound that echoed in the night, and I knew we were standing at the precipice of something profound, something terrifying. A choice lay before us, to run or to confront the legends that had haunted us since childhood. The forest knew our secrets. It knew our fears. And as the shadows danced around us, I felt the inevitable pull toward the heart of their mystery. The confrontation was coming, but we were already ensnared. The myths surrounding the Ashanti forest spirits were alive and waiting, breathing with the rhythm of our hearts. I took a deep breath, ready to plunge into the depths of the unknown. The spirits were calling, and I could feel my own heartbeat echoing back. The night hung heavy, thick with the scent of impending rain, when Aqua stood in the clearing, heart pounding like a war drum. Shadows leaned toward her from the ancient trees, whispering secrets she wasn't ready to hear. She could feel them coiling around her, tightening like a noose, reminding her of the prophecy that had seeped into her bones since childhood. "You will be the one to break the cycle," her grandmother had rasped, her voice a cracked echo of the past. Aqua had laughed then, believing the old woman's tales were mere stories spun to keep children awake at night. But now, in the oppressive silence, that laughter felt like a ghost haunting her. She could feel the weight of her destiny pressing down, suffocating in its certainty. The village was at the brink of chaos, two families clashing like titans, and she was the unwilling thread pulled taut between them. The air was electric, thick with unspoken words, fear intertwining with rage. It was a dance of fate, and Aqua was the unwitting dancer swept into the fray. Across the clearing, Kofi stood wrapped in his own turmoil, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He was the son of the rival family, burdened with expectations heavier than the iron plows his father used to till the black earth. "I am not my father's shadow," he had declared, but his heart quaked with the weight of legacy. He felt the pull of his lineage, a seductive tug that was as much a part of him as the blood coursing through his veins. I remember the laughter of our childhood," he muttered under his breath, a desperate plea against the encroaching darkness. Memories of shared secrets and stolen moments loomed over him like a curse. They had been inseparable, Aqua and Kofi, until the shadows of their families had stretched too far, swallowing the light of their friendship. Now, they were trapped in a web of resentment, and Kofi felt the sharp sting of betrayal as he glanced at her. "Is this what we are destined to become?" he shouted, voice cracking like dry earth in the blazing sun. The intensity in his gaze spoke of longing and fear, raw and naked, as if he were pleading not just to Aqua but to the very cosmos above them. "Fate has twisted our paths, but it doesn't have to end here." Aqua's breath hitched. The world around her blurred, the trees swaying like ghosts in the night, and for a moment, she felt the weight of every choice that had led her here. Her heart pulsed with a fierce need to break free, to shatter the chains of expectation that wrapped around her like a serpent coiling tighter, suffocating her spirit. "I don't want to be the one to choose," she cried out, her voice a melody of anguish, vibrating in the cool night air. From the shadows, an elder emerged, his face lined with the tales of 100 lifetimes. "You think you are free," he rasped, his voice deep and rumbling like thunder rolling across the savannah. "Destiny is not a path you choose, it is a river that flows through you. You are merely a vessel." Aqua's heart sank. The words hung like lead in the air, echoing off the trees, reverberating in her soul. She could feel the tide of fate rising around her, an unstoppable current that threatened to drag her under. "But I want to steer my own boat," she cried, desperation clawing at her throat like a wild animal trapped in a cage, thrashing against the bars. The elder shook his head, a sad smile gracing his lips. "You are not alone in this. The stars weep for you both. Your fates are intertwined, like the roots of the great baobab tree. But the question remains, will you fight to redefine them?" Kofi stepped closer, eyes blazing with a fierce determination, a flicker of hope igniting within him. "Together, we can challenge them. Together, we can rewrite the story." He reached for Akua, fingers trembling, as if afraid she might shatter like glass beneath his touch. "Can we?" she whispered, voice trembling, a fragile thread woven with uncertainty. She could feel the tremors of doubt in her gut, yet something deeper, a flicker of trust, a flicker of belief, began to light the way. "What if we fail?" "Then we fail together," Kofi replied, the weight of their intertwined destinies pressing heavily on his shoulders, yet somehow freeing his spirit. In that moment, their gazes locked, and the world around them faded into a blur. The shadows that had once felt suffocating now seemed to dance with possibility. In the depths of their hearts, they both knew fate had brought them to the edge of a precipice, but it was their choice to leap. The night grew colder, the wind rustling through the leaves like the whispers of ancestors long gone, stirring the air alive with the energy of centuries past. I remember the dreams," Akua murmured, her voice barely a whisper, but it echoed in the silence between them. "The dreams of breaking free, the dreams of light cutting through the darkness." "Then let those dreams guide us," Kofi urged, his voice rising like the crescendo of a storm, fierce and unyielding. The air sparked with the electricity of their shared resolve, and they stepped forward, hearts pounding with the rhythm of hope, defying the shadows that sought to claim them. And as the first drops of rain began to fall, a torrential downpour of emotions unleashed, the battle between destiny and choice ignited a fire within them, a fire that threatened to consume everything in its wake. In that moment, they stood on the precipice of a decision that would ripple through time like the echoes of a drumbeat, an eternal dance woven into the very fabric of their existence. The night deepened around them, pregnant with the unknown, and the stars blinked down, celestial witnesses to the unfolding drama of human hearts grappling with the shadows of fate. In that haunting stillness, they found solace in their shared defiance, standing together against the oncoming storm, ready to rewrite the very essence of their lives. An unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of uncertainty, their hearts whispered the truth that rose above all, a truth that shimmered with the promise of hope and the chilling reminder of what was yet to come. The wind howled through the jagged cliffs, a banshee screaming secrets only the earth could understand. Lightning cracked the sky like a whip, illuminating the figure of Mara, drenched in rain and trembling with the weight of ancient stories. She stood at the precipice, staring into the abyss, a churning sea of darkness, shadows dancing as if alive. Each heartbeat echoed the thunder, a relentless reminder that something primal was stirring beneath the surface. "I remember the tales," she murmured, her voice barely rising above the tempest. "The gods, the monsters, their wrath is real." Just behind her, a low groan escaped Caleb, his face pale as the moon shrouded in clouds. He was haunted, not just by the storm but by the ghosts of his own past. He had once laughed at these stories, dismissing them as mere tales spun to comfort the frightened. But now, as the winds whipped around him, he felt their truth clawing at his soul. "Do you think they're watching?" he whispered, his words hanging heavy in the air like smoke. The fear in his voice was palpable, raw, and it twisted something deep within Mara, a coil of unease that tightened with each passing second. She turned, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and defiance. "If they are, let them come. I'm not afraid." But deep down, she felt the quiver of uncertainty. The legend spoke of storms summoned by vengeful deities whose very essence lived in lightning and thunder. An unholy pact made in forgotten times, where sacrifice was the coin that bought favor. As the clouds churned overhead, she could almost hear their whispers, urging her to remember. I remember the old woman in the village, her gnarled hands weaving stories with each thread. She spoke of the sun and the moon as lovers, eternally chasing yet never touching. Her voice cracked, the memory shimmering like the sprays of the sea, distant yet achingly close. She said every eclipse was a fight between light and shadow. But was there ever a victor? Caleb shifted, eye scanning the horizon as if trying to decipher the sky's wrath. Do you think we're like them? Caught in some cosmic drama. The absurdity of it lingered in the air, a darkly comedic touch breaking through the tension. Just two foolish mortals caught up in a celestial feud. Maybe, Mara replied, her heart pounding against her ribs, resonating with the chaos around them. But at least we're not alone. In that moment, a flicker of hope surged through her veins, mingling with the dread. They were two flawed souls, clinging to the threads of their stories, both terrified and exhilarated by the unknown. They were the protagonists of their own myth. The wind screamed louder, and the world seemed to tilt, shadows stretching and curling like smoke. It felt as if the earth itself held its breath, a moment suspended in time, waiting, for what? Was it destruction or revelation? The clash of nature and myth was all-consuming, wrapping around them like a shroud. I remember the rain, Caleb said suddenly, his voice breaking the tension. It was said to be the tears of the gods, mourning lost loves. There was a bitterness in his tone, a wound that had never healed. Not all of them are vengeful, you know. Some weep. Mara's heart clenched. She could feel his pain, the weight of dreams unfulfilled. But what if the tears bring life? What if they nourish the earth? Her voice rose, desperation threading through her words. It's not all destruction, Caleb. There's beauty in the storm, too. A bolt of lightning struck nearby, illuminating the churning sea, and for a fleeting moment, the chaos around them seemed to crystallize into clarity. They were not just witnessing nature's wrath, they were part of it. Each gust of wind, each crash of thunder, resonated with their fears and hopes. They were intertwined with the very fabric of the universe, echoes of ancient stories, waiting to be told once more. Do you think, Caleb's voice trailed off, uncertainty edged in every line of his face. What if our stories are nothing but whispers lost to the storm? No, Mara insisted, gripping his arm, her voice fierce. Our stories matter. Every heart that beats, every tear shed, it all adds to the tapestry of existence. We're not just pawns in a celestial game, we're the ones who breathe life into it. And then, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a rumble that shook their very souls. The earth's pulse quickened, a heartbeat drumming in time with their own. The storm was not just a force of nature, it was a manifestation of their fears and dreams, colliding in a cataclysm that felt both catastrophic and cathartic. Look! Mara shouted, pointing toward the horizon where the storm clouds began to part, revealing a fleeting glimpse of the stars beyond. Even in chaos, there's a glimpse of beauty. But even as hope flickered, a darkness loomed, a reminder that every myth has its shadows. The tale of Icarus echoed in her mind, the hubris of reaching too high. Could they, too, be consumed by the very flames they sought to escape? I remember, Caleb's voice was a whisper now, trembling. The tales of old, where the heroes fell, not because they were weak, but because they dared to dream. Then let us dream, Mara replied, her heart racing, each word like a drumbeat against the cacophony. Let us weave our own myth, even if it leads us into the storm. As the wind howled around them, they stood firm, two souls against the tempest, defiant and fragile, ready to confront whatever awaited them in the swirling chaos. The myths of old were alive, vibrating in the air, and Mara felt the weight of the world resting on their shoulders, a heavy yet exhilarating burden that fused them with the cosmos. And in that moment, they were not just participants in the stories, they were the stories, the echoes of thunder and the whispers of the wind, eternally entwined in the fabric of existence, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of smoke and something sweet, something that clung to the back of your throat like a memory you can't quite place. A circle of elders stood in the dim light, shadows dancing on weathered faces, their voices rising and falling like the tide, echoing through the night. I remember that night, the night the stories turned brittle, like the old bark of the trees surrounding us, creaking under the weight of whispered legends. Tell us, Nana, a child's voice broke through the murmur, innocent yet tinged with an urgency that made my heart clench. Little Aphia, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering flames, leaned forward, her tiny body tense with anticipation. The elders exchanged glances, the kind that spoke of burden and dread, as if they bore the weight of 1,000 stories too precious to lose. Nana Kofi, the oldest among them, finally stepped forward, his voice gravelly, like dry leaves crunching underfoot. Once, long ago, the earth was a different place. The stars sang songs to the moon, and the spirits walked among us. His words, both a balm and a curse, wrapped around us. I remember the flicker of fear in his eyes as he spoke of the darkness creeping in, a darkness that had little to do with the night. Each tale he shared was a thread, weaving a tapestry of our heritage. Yet, I felt the fraying edges, the unraveling of something once solid and whole. I could see it in Afia's face, the confusion and wonder battling for dominance. She was a child of today, unaware of the storm brewing beneath the surface. And I was a mere observer, caught in the web of nostalgia and dread, my own heart pounding in sync with the rhythm of the tales. Do you remember, Kwaku? Nana Kofi's gaze turned to my father, the ghost of a smile lurking in the corners of his mouth. When the river overflowed and the spirits danced upon the waters, I watched my father's face twist, a shadow of regret flitting across his features. Kwaku had always been a man of stories, yet there were some that haunted him. I remember, he murmured, a voice heavy with years. But the dance was a warning, wasn't it? The spirits were angry then. The flickering flames flickered like the ghosts of our past, and the children gathered around us now shifted nervously. They didn't know. They couldn't possibly know the legends weighed down by sorrow and loss, how each myth carried the echo of a scream, a wail that bled into the night sky. I could feel the weight of that truth settling over us, a shroud of despair woven with the threads of fear. As Nana Kofi continued, I saw flashes of my own childhood, the stories that had once ignited my imagination now lay heavy on my heart. I had believed in the power of those myths, the strength they offered. But now, they felt like chains binding us to a past we struggled to understand. Elders protect the tales, but who will protect the elders? I blurted out, the words escaping my lips before I could cage them. Shock rippled through the circle, the children's eyes wide with confusion, curiosity, fear. Kwaku's gaze bore into me, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. You should not question the stories, my daughter, he said, but I saw his uncertainty mirrored in the creases of his brow. The lines etched deep into his skin spoke of battles fought, not just against the elements or time, but against silence, against the very act of forgetting. Nana Kofi raised a trembling hand. Every myth is a shield, a way to guard our spirits, our identity. But what happens when the stories fade? When the elders cease to tell? His voice trembled as he spoke, like the rustle of leaves before a storm. The darkness we speak of is not just in the tales, it seeps into our bones. I shivered, imagining the creeping shadows, the specters of doubt that haunted us all. The laughter of the children, once bright and innocent, turned into whispers. The stories, once vibrant, now held a chill, a warning echoing through the very fabric of our existence. Afia reached out, her small hand finding mine, squeezing tightly, an anchor in a sea of uncertainty. Tell me more, she begged, her childish innocence a stark contrast to the turmoil swirling around us. What will we tell them? Kwaku's voice broke, laden with desperation. What if there's nothing left to say? The weight of the question hung in the air, thicker than the smoke. I looked at my father, at the men and women who had once been giants in my eyes, and saw them for what they were, fragile, scared, human. Nana Kofi turned back to the circle. We must fight to remember. We must gather the pieces of our past, stitch them into the fabric of our future. His eyes blazed with a fervor that pulled me in, igniting something fierce within me. For without the elders, without the myths, we are but shadows, ghosts wandering through a world we no longer recognize. A silence fell, heavy and suffocating, a tableau frozen in time. My breath hitched, and in that moment, all I could think was how much I wanted to scream, the haunting tales, the burdens of our ancestors tangling my heart like roots in a storm-worn earth. I wanted to hold on to the stories, to carve them into my soul, but fear seeped in. What if I forget? What if I lose the power of those myths, the very essence of who we are? And just like that, the stories turned to ash in my mouth, tasting bitter and old. The elders stood before us, guardians of a fading world. We could feel the ghosts of the past, the flickering of memories lost to time, the sighs of a night that stretched on forever. The fire crackled, the shadows loomed larger, and in that charged silence, a new understanding whispered through the air like an uninvited guest. We were not just listeners, we were the keepers of the flame, the bearers of the weight. Each heartbeat pulsed with the rhythm of our history, the fabric of our fate woven together in a tight embrace. The elders needed us as much as we needed them. In that moment, I felt the raw pulse of something greater, an unbreakable bond, a promise to carry the myths forward, to ensure they would never fade, never die. And as Nana Kofi's voice carried on, a lifeline through the darkening night, I felt the first stirrings of hope amidst the despair. A flicker of light in the shadows, a reminder that even as the stories shift and change, they would always live on, breathing through us, binding us to the past and to each other. And so, we stood together, bound by blood, by fear, by love, and the tales hung in the air, alive, throbbing with the weight of our shared humanity. As the moon rose high, casting its silver glow on the gathering, I realized the truth. The role of the elders was not just to preserve the myths, it was to ignite the fire in our hearts, to remind us that we are all part of one unending story. The air was thick with the weight of unsaid words and fiery anticipation. A single drumbeat shattered the oppressive silence, echoing through the twilight-lit village like a war cry. In that moment, I stood between the past and the present, the earth beneath my feet trembling with the stories of my ancestors. They had woven tales of gods and mortals, of betrayals and blood-soaked valor, whispered under the weight of moonlight. But tonight, it all felt too close, too real. I remember the feeling of dread slicing through the night as Akua's voice, usually so vibrant and warm, trembled with fear. "The stories, they are changing," she whispered, eyes wide and glassy. Those were the words that sent shivers racing down my spine, unearthing memories I thought buried deep. The winds howled as if mourning the loss of the sacred narratives that bound us. The flames of the bonfire flickered, shadows dancing like spirits set free from a forgotten realm. Her brother, Kofi, stood beside her, my childhood friend turned reluctant warrior, his fists clenched, an embodiment of conflict. "We cannot let them take our stories," he growled, voice low and fierce, yet a flicker of doubt smoldered in his gaze. The elders had warned him, the weight of responsibility could crush a man's soul, but he wouldn't listen. His heart raced against the drum, a wild beast caught between duty and fear. I could still hear the laughter of our ancestors, ringing clear in my mind. I remember gathering around the fire as children, eyes wide with wonder as we listened to stories of Anansi the spider, sly and clever, forever entangled in mischief. But with each passing year, the threads of those tales frayed, slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. Who was to blame? The encroaching shadows of modernity? The loss of our oral tradition? I felt a pang in my chest as I recalled a time when voices sang through the night, tales of bravery and wisdom, a time when the spirit of Ashanti thrummed in our very veins. As if summoned by my thoughts, the village elder stepped forth, his frail figure wrapped in stories and age. His voice, a raspy whisper, carried the weight of centuries. "Listen," he urged, "the stories are alive. They breathe with us, they die with us." His gaze pierced through the haze of despair, and I felt the urgency, the undeniable truth. Yet, Kofi's obstinacy simmered beneath the surface, a volcano ready to erupt. "What if they are not enough?" he spat, anger igniting his words. "What if the new world devours us whole?" The flames crackled ominously, and I could almost feel the spirits around us, swirling and watching. I caught Akua's eye, her fear mirrored in my own. She was the keeper of tales, the one who warned me of their fragile nature. "We must honor them, Kofi," she pleaded, her voice quavering like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. "If we don't share our stories, they will fade into nothingness." I could almost taste the bitterness of despair in my mouth. The air crackled with intensity, the world holding its breath, as if the very cosmos awaited our decision. Kofi's expression softened for a moment, uncertainty flickering across his features. He was a warrior, forged in the fires of conflict, yet here he stood, at a crossroad of heart and duty. The weight of history pressed upon him like a heavy cloak. I remember the legends of our ancestors, tales laden with lessons and warnings, wrapped in humor and darkness. They spoke of war and peace, weaving through the lives of gods who walked among us. But now, they felt distant, like echoes of a forgotten song, fading against the tides of time. "They are ghosts, Kofi," I whispered, voice trembling. "And we are their keepers." The night deepened, shadows creeping closer, eager to snatch away our resolve. Aqua's hand reached for mine, grounding me amidst the tempest. "Together, we can keep them alive," she implored, her eyes shimmering with the fierce light of hope. The drumbeat pulsed in my chest, a reminder of our lineage, our responsibility. "Remember who we are, who we have always been." But Kofi shook his head, anguish twisting his features. "What if we fail?" The question hung in the air like a spectre, taunting us with the spectre of oblivion, the dread of forgotten tales. I felt the heaviness settle over us, a tangible cloak of despair. Memories of laughter, of joy, of pain flickered through my mind, reminding me of the importance of our stories, the tenacity of our spirits. I could almost hear the whispers of the great Akanidi, the goddess who knew every child's name, urging us to remember, to fight. The tension grew as Kofi's hands trembled, caught between the past and a future that felt so uncertain. How could he choose between love and duty? Between the fire of tradition and the suffocating grasp of change? Around us, the world felt suspended in time, a heartbeat echoing the pulse of our shared history. "We must find a way," I urged, voice fierce, echoing the desperation coursing through my veins. "The stories live in us, we carry them." As if in response to my words, the fire roared, illuminating the faces around us, illuminating the fear, the heartache, the uncertainty. Aqua squeezed my hand tighter, and I felt a flicker of warmth, a bond that transcended the darkness. In that moment, I understood the power of our oral tradition, how the stories shaped us, how they anchored us in a world that threatened to unravel. We were the bridge between the past and the future, the storytellers of our fate. The drums continued to pound, insistent and relentless, as the night pressed on, a living pulse beneath the weight of our decisions. I knew we had to confront the silence that loomed, the shadows that threatened to engulf our history and our hearts. And as we stood there, caught in the web of our own making, a spark of realization ignited within me. The stories would not die, not if we remembered to tell them, to breathe life into every word, every whispered secret beneath the stars. The confrontation was not just with Kofi or the Elder, but with ourselves, our fears, and the heavy weight of an uncertain future. My heart raced as I leaned closer, the air electric with the unspoken promise of what was to come. The night was alive with the echoes of our ancestors, and I felt the urgency, the fierce calling to carry forth the legacy that had been entrusted to us. The stories were not merely tales, they were our lifeblood, our heartbeat, our very essence. And as the fire crackled, I knew we had only just begun to understand the power of our words, the haunting beauty of our shared history, an unbroken circle, forever spiraling into the unknown. The drumbeat rose, and with it, our resolve, an oath to honor the whispers of the past as we stepped forward into the shadows of the night, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. The air was thick with tension, the kind that leaves an iron taste on your tongue, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the village. In the distance, the rhythmic beat of drums echoed like a heart, a pulse that throbbed through the very earth. Amidst the chaos, a figure stood alone, Amma. Her breath came in sharp gasps, each one a reminder of the weight pressing down on her chest. She could feel it, the dark hand of anxiety gripping her throat, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the cacophony, "the stories my grandmother told me about the stars." The stars, mere pinpricks of light scattered across the vast tapestry of night, had once filled her with awe, but now they seemed to mock her, indifferent to her turmoil. She had always believed in the Ashanti cosmology, that the universe was a living entity, a dance of forces woven together by ancient ties. But now, as fear clawed at her insides, she doubted everything. Nearby, Kofi stood, his fists clenched, nails digging into his palms, blood pooling where the skin broke. He was a warrior, but he felt so utterly powerless. I should have protected her, he thought, staring into the darkening sky, the weight of his failures suffocating him. Each beat of the drum was a reminder of his inadequacy, a constant reminder that he had let Amma down before. He had sworn an oath to shield her from the darkness that threatened their world, yet here she was, trembling, lost. I remember the stories, he muttered under his breath, about how the stars guide our paths. But now, they were just distant reminders of a promise unfulfilled. As the shadows lengthened, the village gathered, anxious whispers swirling through the air like a restless spirit. Old men, their faces carved from years of strife, spoke in hushed tones. Women clutched their children closer, eyes darting toward the horizon as if expecting the night to bring more than just darkness. A feeling of dread settled over them, thick and suffocating. Amma could feel it. The tension hung like a noose, tightening around her throat. What if the spirits have turned against us, she thought, her heart racing. The fear gnawed at her, whispering cruel thoughts into her ear. She had always felt a connection with the unseen, a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms, a thread that bound her to the ancestors, to the universe itself. But now, that connection felt frayed, as if the strands were unraveling, leaving her adrift in a cold, uncaring void. Kofi's gaze shifted to the forest that loomed beyond the village, dark and foreboding. What waits for us in the shadows, he pondered, feeling the weight of the unspeakable pressing down on him. He had heard the tales, the haunted whispers of the woods, the restless spirits that roamed. But he brushed the thoughts aside, forcing himself to focus, to stand firm. I will protect her, he vowed, but the promise felt heavy, like a stone lodged in his throat. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, a cry that echoed through the night like a thunderclap, sending everyone into a restless frenzy. The villagers turned, their eyes wide with terror, hearts racing. Kofi rushed towards the sound, a primal instinct coursing through his veins, while Amma hesitated, torn between fear and the need to follow. I remember my grandmother's words, she thought, how the spirits guide us through the darkness. But what if they lead us to our doom? The memory of her grandmother's wise eyes filled her heart with bittersweet longing. In her mind's eye, she saw her, draped in vibrant cloth, telling stories of gods and nature, of stars and moonlight, of the intricate web that held the universe together. What would she do? Kofi reached the source of the scream, a young girl trembling in the shadows, her face streaked with dirt and tears. "They're coming," she cried, her eyes wide with terror. "They're angry. The spirits are angry." A chill swept through Kofi's body, the words wrapping around him like an icy shroud. What have we done? His thoughts raced, spiraling into a frenzy as he glanced back at Amma, who stood at the edge of the gathering crowd, uncertainty etched across her face. He could see the conflict raging within her, the weight of belief and doubt pulling her in opposing directions. Trust the cosmos, he urged silently, hoping she could hear him, hoping she could find the strength to believe in something greater than themselves. The night sky darkened, stars blinked out one by one, swallowed by an unseen force, and panic rippled through the crowd. The universe is a tapestry, Amma recalled, words from her grandmother echoing in her mind. Every thread matters, every soul intertwined. But now, she felt like a loose thread, fraying, unraveling, lost in the vastness of the cosmos. I remember, the girl cried again, the darkness that comes. It was a chant, a mantra that wrapped around them, binding their fears together. Amma took a step forward, her heart racing, vulnerability coursing through her veins. "We cannot face this alone," she called out, voice trembling but steady. "We must remember who we are. The ancestors are with us." Kofi's eyes met hers, a silent understanding passing between them. He was the warrior, she was the beacon. They were a part of something greater, a cosmic tapestry woven through time. Together, he thought fiercely, we can challenge the darkness. And it was in that moment, as the shadows danced and the unknown loomed, that the fear morphed into something else, fury, resolve, a burning desire to reclaim their existence, to confront the darkness that sought to consume them. The drumbeat quickened, a battle cry rising from the depths of their souls. The universe, vast and unyielding, echoed back their defiance. They would face the night, the looming threat, and whatever haunted their dreams. For in the depths of fear, they discovered the flickering flame of hope, a light that pierced through the suffocating dark. As the tension reached its boiling point, the cosmos held its breath, poised on the edge of destiny. Darkness may loom, but they were ready to reclaim their story, to weave their fate back into the fabric of existence. And amidst it all, they remembered, every heartbeat, every breath, was a part of the universe's grand design. The darkness was thick, an oppressive blanket that suffocated even the whispers of the night. The air quaked with anticipation, a shiver that coursed through the very bones of the earth. At the heart of this village, where shadows danced on the walls of thatched huts, a scream ripped through the stillness, a raw, primal sound that sent birds spiraling into the night sky. A mother's wail, sharp as a knife, pierced through the veil of darkness, as she cradled her lifeless child, the apparition of innocence now a spectre of grief. I remember the moment, time suspended, the world faltering, as every heartbeat echoed her anguish. Kwame stood frozen in the doorway, the weight of his own despair pressing heavily on his chest. He was a healer, a man who had been taught to stitch the fabric of life back together, yet here he was, paralyzed by the sight of death. He remembered his own son, a fleeting shadow with laughter that echoed off the mud walls of their home. He remembered the day he had lost him, the bitter taste of helplessness that had curdled his insides. "I can't save you," his mind whispered, a cruel reminder that tonight, in the face of tragedy, his knowledge was useless, mere words in the wind. The mother's eyes were wide, glistening orbs of despair, her hair wild as if it had been struck by lightning. "Why?" she gasped, each word a jagged knife, cutting into Kwame's heart. "Why didn't the spirits guide me? Why didn't the herbs heal?" The tension between them crackled like a live wire, the air thick with unspoken accusations. He swallowed hard, guilt curdling in his throat like old milk. "I don't know," he whispered, feeling the sharpness of failure engulfing him. Across the village, under the gnarled branches of the ancient baobab tree, Ye knelt beside her cauldron, a mix of herbs steaming in the night. The aroma was rich, intoxicating, bitter leaves and sweet roots swirling together like a symphony of life. Yet, the beauty of her craft felt like a cruel joke tonight. "Tonight, I must conjure a miracle," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, a prayer threaded through her fingertips. Just days ago, her own sister had succumbed to the fever that swept through their village like wildfire, leaving behind a gaping void that twisted Ye's soul into knots. She remembered the laughter they shared, the secrets exchanged under the stars, now silenced forever. Her heart raced, desperation clawing at her, and with each stir of the cauldron, she wove her hopes into the swirling liquid. "I can't lose another," she breathed, the weight of her grief a crushing anchor as she felt the shadows of doubt creeping in, ghosts of powerless healers past whispering in her ears. She could almost hear their laughter, mocking her attempts to bridge the gap between life and death with mere plants and potions. But still, she fought against the tide, the pulse of her determination surging against the relentless current of loss. Kwame found himself at the baobab, drawn by a force greater than reason. He knew Ye's pain, it mirrored his own, a reflection of the darkness that gripped them both. "We must do something," he said, urgency crashing over him like waves against a cliff. "We can't let the spirits swallow us whole." But Ye's eyes were hollow, the light dimmed by sorrow. "The spirits have turned their backs on us," she replied, the words dripping with bitterness, like poison in her veins. "What can we do?" "Believe," he replied, as if the word itself could conjure hope. "We must believe in the old tales, in the warrior spirits who protect us, and the healing myths that weave through our culture." Kwame grasped her hands, the warmth of her skin a small spark against his own icy despair. "They say that the spirits of our ancestors walk among us, that they carry the weight of our burdens. We must call on them." But as he spoke, a sense of foreboding hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. The darkness wrapped tightly around them, and the whispers of the past began to swirl like smoke. "Do the ancestors hear cries of anguish?" Ye questioned, doubt dripping from her voice. "Do they care?" Kwame's heart lurched, the weight of his own uncertainty crashing down on him. "They must," he breathed, and in that moment, a flicker of belief ignited within him. He could almost feel the pulse of their ancestors, the collective heartbeat of the village echoing through time. "We can summon their strength through the stories we tell," he insisted, his voice rising, gathering momentum. "We can weave a spell of remembrance, a connection that transcends death." As they began to chant, their voices intertwined, weaving tapestries of memory like threads of an ancient fabric. The night grew denser, shadows swirling into forms that felt almost alive, and the world around them transformed, shifting into a place where the past collided with the present. Kwame felt a presence, a warmth that seeped into his bones, and he closed his eyes, allowing his heart to guide him. "I remember," he began, and with each word, he felt the energy building, the spirits responding to their plea. "I remember the laughter of children, the stories told under the stars, the dances that celebrate life." Ye joined him, their voices rising together, reverberating through the night, calling forth the ancestors who once walked the land. The air shimmered, a magical tension coiling tight, each syllable binding them closer to the realm of the unseen. "I remember the battles fought, the spirits who lend us strength in our darkest hours," he intoned, the words spilling from his lips like sacred incantations. They stood on the precipice of despair, and yet, somehow, in this ritual, they found the flickering embers of hope, the myths of healing breathing life into the moment. Time unraveled as the spirits danced at the edges of their consciousness, and the world around them blurred. In those heartbeats suspended between life and death, Kwame and Ye forged a fragile connection, a thread that tied them to the past and the future. The night held its breath, a moment suspended in eternity. But as the shadows danced and whispered, a haunting realization crept in, a cold shiver brushing against the back of their necks. The spirits were listening, yes, but would they answer? Would the myths of healing and medicine bind the hearts that had been torn asunder? The air crackled with possibility, and the eyes of the village remained closed, tightly shut against the darkness, unaware of the confrontation brewing at the heart of their despair. All that remained was the echo of their chant, a promise lingering in the night, as the cycle of pain and hope spiraled on, a relentless tide that knew no end. The air thickened, heavy with an unshakable tension as the first drumbeat shattered the silence, a heartbeat of the earth itself resonating through the night. I stood among the shadows, my pulse racing, a frantic echo against the steady thrum of the drums. Each thud pulled me deeper into a century-old tradition, a ritual that danced between the realms of the living and the lost. Around me, flickering candle flames cast ghostly silhouettes, illuminating the faces of my companions, Talia, with her haunted eyes, and Marco, whose clenched fists betrayed a tempest raging inside. I remember the moment it all began. Talia's fingers trembled as she clutched a small, carved figure, an ancient relic passed down through generations. It was said to hold the spirits of our ancestors, to whisper their secrets to those brave enough to listen. I glanced at her, a thin veil of fear and hope woven into her expression. "Are we ready?" she whispered, the question hanging in the air, a fragile thread waiting to snap. Marco scoffed, masking his anxiety with bravado. "Ready? You think the drums care whether we are or not? They'll call for blood whether we answer or not." His voice dripped with sarcasm, but I could see the truth behind his bravado, the ghost of something lost, something he was desperate to reclaim. The drums pulsed again, a primal rhythm that seemed to echo the very heartbeat of existence, a call to the depths of our souls. As the night unfolded, I felt the weight of time pressing down, each drumbeat connecting us with our history, the ancestors whose dreams and nightmares bled into our present. I remembered the stories, the chilling tales of those who danced under the same moonlight, their bodies moving in sync with the drums, living shadows swaying to a melody only they could hear. I remembered the laughter that echoed against the trees, the warmth of life before the cold grip of death snuffed it away. The forest grew darker, the shadows lengthening like fingers reaching out, beckoning us closer to the edge of something unimaginable. The drums called louder, a relentless rhythm that pierced my chest. Each beat was anguish, each echo a promise. Talia's eyes widened as she caught the glimmer of something behind me, an ephemeral figure, barely visible, but undoubtedly there. I turned, but the darkness consumed all, leaving only the drum's heartbeat thrumming in my ears. "What was that?" Talia's voice was barely a whisper, a thread of panic woven through her words. Marco's bravado cracked, revealing the raw fear beneath, uncertainty clawing at the edges of his confidence. "Just the wind, Talia." "Just the wind," he said, but his voice trembled, and I knew he felt it too, the presence that hovered just beyond the veil, waiting for the drums to summon it. I remember when we were children, drumming on makeshift instruments made of pots and pans, lost in laughter and innocence, unaware of the weight of the past. How naive we were! Now, the laughter was replaced by the pounding of fear, a dread that wrapped around our throats. The drums didn't just summon the spirits of our ancestors, they summoned our own buried traumas, our regrets, the ghosts that haunted us daily. "Do you think they know?" I whispered, the words slipping through my lips unbidden. "Do you think they see us?" Talia's gaze pierced through the darkness, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of understanding in her eyes. We were not just calling upon the past, we were confronting it, grappling with our own demons, the battles we fought when the drums weren't beating. And then came the crescendo, a furious storm of sound that made the very ground tremble. My heart raced as if trying to escape my chest, the intensity overwhelming. The drum beats grew frantic, insistent, as if the earth itself demanded to be heard. The air crackled with unspoken words, the weight of the past crashing down upon us. I felt the ghosts swirling around, their whispers rising above the thundering beats. "Make them listen," Marco shouted over the din, his voice raw with desperation. "Make them remember." He stepped forward, fists raised, as if challenging the very spirits that lingered in our midst. I could see his fear, boiling beneath the surface, but also a flicker of hope that our cries might pierce the fog of time and spark a connection lost. And then, amidst our chaos, Talia stepped forward, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes of dread. "If you're here, hear us. We are your blood, your legacy." Tears streamed down her face, glistening like stars in the dark. The drums responded, a powerful heartbeat resonating with her words, wrapping around us, binding us to the past and each other. In that moment, the boundaries blurred. I felt the weight of generations upon us, the joy and the sorrow mingling in a powerful dance. The drums became our collective pulse, each beat a reminder of our humanity, our flaws, the rawness of our existence. We were more than just flesh and blood, we were memories, dreams, and fears intertwined, echoing through the ages. Then silence, a breathless pause that seemed to stretch across time itself. In that stillness, I could almost hear their voices, whispering secrets of forgiveness, of love and longing. The realization washed over me, the drums weren't just a call to the past, they were a bridge to understanding, a reminder that we are all haunted by something, yet still we dance with our demons. The moment shattered as the drums surged again, a visceral invitation to step forward. We were not mere participants, we were the story, the living testament of a legacy that demanded to be felt. I could see it in Talia's eyes, the flicker of understanding, a dawning realization that perhaps this ritual was not merely about fear, but about connection, about facing the darkness together. And as we faced the drums, the rhythm pulsing through us, I knew this was just the beginning. The significance of the drums was not only in the past they represented, it was the heartbeat of our future, a reminder to embrace our shadows, to dance with them, and ultimately to rise from the ashes of our fears, together. In the oppressive heat of a fading sun, the air is thick with an unspoken dread. The drums pulse, a heartbeat echoing through the dense canopy, but the rhythm is off, dissonant, like a warning cry from the spirits. I stand at the edge of a clearing, heart pounding, as the shadows stretch and twist, whispering secrets of a world that feels like it's slipping through my fingers. This place, the land of the Ashanti, once vibrated with stories told in the crackle of firelight, but no longer. Darkness settles like a shroud. There's a Quasi, fierce and resolute, his eyes glimmering with the kind of sadness that threatens to consume him. He clenches the wooden figurine of an Ashanti hero, its details worn and chipped. Every tale, every moment, is being erased, he breathes, his voice raw with despair. I can see the ghosts of his ancestors whispering in the wind, a cacophony of lost wisdom, now drowned beneath the weight of colonial boots stomping through sacred ground. Then there's Abina, wild and tempestuous, a storm contained in fragile skin. She dances on the periphery, her feet stirring the dust, a defiance against the forces that seek to silence her people. I remember when the gods walked among us, she cries, arms raised, fingers pointing to the heavens, as if trying to summon them back. Now they hide in the shadows, afraid of the light that blinds. Her laughter rings hollow, echoing against the trees, haunted by a truth she cannot escape. And the silence. Oh, the silence that follows. It is a living thing, a presence that wraps around the clearing, pulling tighter, choking the very essence of life. Every heartbeat, every breath feels like a betrayal, reminding me that we're trapped in this moment, suspended between the past and an uncertain future. The whispers of the ancestors grow louder, a cacophony of warnings layered with memories, urging us to remember. Akwazi, do you feel it? I ask, desperation clawing at my throat. The stories, they're fading. His gaze pierces through me, and I know he feels it too, the weight of history pressing down like a stone, suffocating. We must fight to keep them alive, he says, his voice steady, but I see it quiver, a fragile flicker of hope wavering in the tempest of despair. Abina spins, her hair a wild halo in the dying light. We will not be silenced, she screams, a challenge against the encroaching darkness. I marvel at her strength, but inside, a fear gnaws at my resolve. What can we do against the tides of change? What use are words when the world around us is being rewritten, erased, as if it was never there? Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath us. An ominous rumble heralds the arrival of the colonizers, their shadows lurking at the edge of the clearing. My breath catches, the air is electric, charged with an energy that feels both exhilarating and terrifying. They come with their swords and their dogs, eager to claim this land, eager to strip it of its spirit. I can see the glint of their weapons, sharp and unforgiving, a stark contrast to the warmth of the sun-soaked earth beneath my feet. Akwazi's grip tightens around the figurine, knuckles white. They do not understand our stories. They will never understand. His voice is a wail against the looming storm. A part of me wants to agree, to believe that our tales are untouchable. Yet another part trembles with doubt. What if they succeed in their conquest? What if the gods indeed hide forever, banished by fear? Listen. Abina says, eyes wide, her voice rising like a bird taking flight. Can you hear them? The stories are alive. The dance of her words fills the clearing, scattering shadows, igniting flickers of hope amid the despair. I feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the ancient rhythm that speaks of resilience, of survival. But the specters of colonialism loom, silhouettes in the twilight, an unrelenting force threatening to engulf everything we hold dear. A sudden crack splits the air, a gunshot? Or a clap of thunder? The ground beneath us fractures as if the very essence of our reality is being torn apart. I can see Akwazi's resolve wavering, a spark of terror flickering in his eyes. We cannot let them take it all, he roars, a plea woven with desperation. The weight of his words hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. I remember the tales my grandmother told me, the laughter that danced on the edges of her stories, the way she brought the spirits to life with her voice. Those nights felt eternal, filled with a magic that wrapped around me like a blanket. But now, I stand in the heart of a nightmare, watching as the light fades, feeling the encroaching shadows claw at my lungs. Abina steps forward, a warrior's heart beating wildly beneath her skin. We fight not just for ourselves but for the spirits that guide us, she shouts, defiance woven into every fiber of her being. Her words ripple through me, a gust of wind igniting a fire long dormant. Perhaps, just perhaps, we can still resist. Perhaps we can weave our stories back into the fabric of this land. But the figures emerge, faces obscured by shadows, their intentions clear. They hunger for dominance, for submission. Akwazi's hand trembles as he raises the figurine, a symbol of our heritage, an offering, a challenge, a weapon. The pulse of the drums quickens, thrumming in time with my heart, echoing the desperation that binds us. I feel it, a crack in the silence, a spark igniting a flicker of hope. The stories, the myths, they are not just echoes of the past but seeds waiting to sprout, waiting for the rain of resistance to nourish them. They may try to silence us, I whisper, a defiance rising within, but they will never erase us. Akwazi nods, hope flickering in his eyes again. Abina spins, the wildness of her spirit breaking the chains of fear. Together we stand, a trio forged in the fires of despair, yet resolute against the encroaching darkness. The weight of our ancestors presses upon us, urging us forward, pushing us into the fray. The drums thrum louder, the air electric with potential, as we prepare to face the specters of colonization. The shadows may close in, but we are not alone. The stories whisper, and we must listen. There is power in the myths, power in the hearts that beat for freedom. My heart pounds in time with the drums, the battle is just beginning. The night was thick with tension, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud, and the air crackled with the electricity of unspoken fears. Beneath the gnarled branches of the ancient baobab tree, the moon cast ghostly shadows that danced like phantoms on the ground. I could hear the distant drumming, a heart beating in the darkness, pulling at the strings of fate. It was a summons, an echo of legends past, and I felt it, deep in my bones, in the marrow of my soul, calling me back to a world that refused to fade, that demanded to be remembered. Kofi stood beside me, his eyes wide, reflecting the silver light, but there was something else lurking in there, a flicker of doubt, fear. I could see the tremble in his hands, the way he bit down on his lower lip until it turned white. He was burdened, weighed down by the stories his grandmother had told him, stories I once dismissed as mere folklore. But tonight, in this eerie silence, they felt alive. I struggled to understand how he could cling to such fractured remnants of a bygone era when the world around us screamed for progress. "They're just myths, Kofi," I whispered, even as doubt gnawed at the edges of my conviction. "Things that no longer matter." But deep down, I remembered. I remembered the tales of Anansi, the spider, weaving webs of deception and wisdom, stories that had been stitched into the fabric of our lives like a quilt of memories. I remembered how Kofi's face lit up when he spoke of the trickster, how he believed that each tale contained a fragment of truth, a lesson wrapped in laughter and tears. The air thickened with anticipation as we approached the village square, a cacophony of voices surged around us, fragments of argument, laughter, and despair. Our home was at a crossroads, caught in the whirlwind of modernization and tradition, and the tension felt palpable, like the taut string of a bow ready to snap. I glanced at Kofi, whose resolve was crumbling. The weight of his ancestors pressed down on him, a ghostly hand on his shoulder, reminding him that every story was a lifeline, a whisper through the ages. Then, there was Amma, fierce and unyielding, a force of nature wrapped in the fragile guise of a woman. Her shoulders squared, her posture defiant against the tide of change that threatened to drown the community. "We cannot forget where we come from," she shouted, her voice cutting through the noise like a knife. "If we let go of our myths, we lose our souls." But her eyes, oh those eyes, shone with the desperation of a soul wrestling with the ghosts of her own past. She had lost her father to the relentless march of industry, a casualty in the war between progress and heritage. I remembered the day she discovered his abandoned workshop, the smell of sawdust mingling with the scent of memory, a bittersweet reminder of what had been, and I had watched her crumble, piece by piece. But now, as she stood there, defiance radiating from her, I saw the flicker of determination. "What are we without our stories?" she asked, her voice rising like the tide, drawing us all in. "These myths are our lifeblood. But could we really cling to the past when the present clawed at our backs?" My heart raced, a drumbeat echoing the chaos around us, the chants and the shouts, the fear and the hope. Kofi looked at me with pleading eyes, searching for the strength he believed I possessed. I felt it, his desperation mirrored my own. The stories tugged at me, their tendrils wrapping around my heart, squeezing. Time felt elastic, stretching and contracting, slipping through our fingers like sand. I remembered the tales of the Ashanti, the kings and queens who had ruled with wisdom and ferocity, who wore their stories like armor. But how could we wear armor against the world that sought to erase us? I felt the weight of history pressing down on us. A rustle in the trees, a whisper of wind sent chills down my spine. I turned, half expecting to see the specters of the past emerge, but it was only the night, wrapping its cold fingers around us, urging us to remember. Kofi stepped forward, his voice trembling but resolute. "We need to honor our past, or we'll be lost." The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting us to the world that was, but could we weave it into the tapestry of what was yet to come? Amma stepped beside him, her fierceness afire against the encroaching darkness. "Tonight, we stand together. We will tell our stories. We will not let them die." The crowd began to murmur, a swell of energy rising like the tide, an undeniable force of resolve. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the rhythm of our ancestors thrumming through the ground, igniting a spark within me. I remembered my own demons, the fears that clawed at me, threatening to drag me into the abyss. How could I face the unknown? Yet, standing here, the weight of Kofi's gaze upon me, the fierce determination in Amma's eyes, I felt a shift, a fracture in the darkness, revealing the light. And for a moment, a fleeting moment, I stood on the precipice of understanding. The stories were not just tales of old, they were our lifeblood, binding us together in this chaotic world. They were the threads that stitched our hearts to our past, to one another. The night deepened, shadows danced, and the air filled with the sound of drums, a heartbeat syncing with the pulse of existence itself. I closed my eyes and let the rhythm wash over me, filling the empty spaces within. We were the myths, we were the legends waiting to be written anew, and in that darkness, against the looming threat of oblivion, we began to carve our place in the fabric of time. I opened my eyes, resolution burning within me, a flicker that refused to be snuffed out. We were here, and we would not go quietly into that night. The stories would live on, breathing through our voices, echoing into eternity. The myths of the Ashanti were not relics of the past, they were the very essence of our existence, the raw, unfiltered truth of who we were, unyielding, resilient, and alive. The night was heavy, thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the desperate wails of the wind. I stood there, heart hammering beneath my ribs, as thunder rumbled in the distance, an ominous choir to the gathering storm. My eyes darted, searching for the shadows that had whispered my name. A flicker of movement caught my breath, a figure cloaked in darkness, gliding between the trees. I shuddered, sensing the weight of ancestral spirits, both protective and vengeful. In that haunting moment, I remembered the stories, the myths that had woven themselves into the very fabric of our existence. The Ashanti tales, drenched in sorrow and valor, echoed in my mind, weaving a tapestry of fate and fear. Beside me, Abina stood, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sky swallowed the last remnants of the sun. Her fingers trembled, a nervous dance against her thigh, as if the weight of her own heritage pressed down on her fragile shoulders. She was a flame, flickering but fierce, a reminder of the blood that ran through our veins, blood shaped by the hands of gods and ancestors, a lineage tangled in the throes of destiny. I could see her struggle, a battle between the past and the future. "I can't," she whispered, her voice breaking like glass. "I can't stand this anymore. The myths, they haunt me." I reached for her, an instinctual move, but paused, caught in the riptide of her torment. The Ashanti stories were more than mere fables, they were the very marrow of our bones, tales of love and loss, betrayal and redemption. In the village, the elders spoke of Anansi, the spider, weaving webs of cunning and trickery, and Asasier, the earth goddess, holding the weight of our ancestors. But what happens when the myths spill into reality, when the lines blur, and the stories bleed into our lives? "Do you remember what Grandma told us?" I asked, grasping for a lifeline in her tempest. "About Okumfo Anoki, the priest who called down the golden sword? He brought the Ashanti together, forged unity from chaos." Another gust of wind howled, as if mocking our vulnerability. Abina's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I could see the struggle within her. She was caught between two worlds, the modernity that lured her with bright lights and sleek promises, and the ancient echoes that resonated deep within her spirit. "What if I can't carry that legacy?" she breathed, and in that moment, her fear wrapped around my heart like a vice. And then there was Kwame, lurking in the shadows, a storm brewing in his own soul. He had always been the warrior, the anger flowing through his veins like molten lava. With every tale of valor, every recount of the Ashanti kings who fought with the ferocity of lions, his heart swelled, yet it also bled with the weight of expectation. He had heard the stories of Yera Santwe, the Queen Mother who led a rebellion against the British. Be the warrior, they urged him, but all he felt was the crushing fear of failure. "Kwame!" I shouted, desperate to cut through the thickening tension. He emerged from the darkness, his face a mask of conflict. "We're in this together. The myths, the weight of our history, it's ours to carry." He scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "You think it's that easy? You think the tales of bravery will save us?" His voice was low, a growl that sent shivers racing down my spine. "What are we against the world, against time? Just shadows, echoes. The storm roared, and lightning split the sky, illuminating the anguish etched on his face. I stepped closer, feeling the pulse of our shared fears thrumming in the air. The ancestors had walked this path before us, they had faced the darkness with courage, yet here we stood, trembling at the precipice of our own doubts. "Do you not feel them?" I implored, my heart racing. "The whispers of our ancestors? They speak through the myths. They guide us when we feel lost." Abina closed her eyes, as if summoning the spirits. "But how can we fight what we cannot see? How can we embody legends when we're drowning in our insecurities?" The rain began to fall, each drop a reminder of the tears uncried, the burdens uncarried. I remembered the stories of the river that flows through our land, a sacred gift from the gods, carrying the voices of those before us. "We are the river," I said, urgency threading through my words. "And the myths are our current. They will guide us if we let them." Kwame's shoulders drooped, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the boy he once was, the boy who dared to dream of greatness, who spun tales of bravery around the fire, eyes wide with wonder. "But what if we fail?" he murmured, vulnerability stripping away the bravado. I felt the weight of the night pressing down, the oppressive silence thickening around us. "Then we learn. We rise. We tell the stories again and again, until they no longer haunt us, but empower us." Lightning flashed once more, illuminating a path through the shadows. The air crackled with electricity, infused with a strange, profound energy. The moment hung heavy between us, alive with possibility. Could we, too, become the myths that echo through time? And as the rain poured down, erasing the boundaries between us and the world, I felt the ancestors drawing near, their presence a protective cloak around our trembling forms. Each heartbeat resonated with the rhythm of the stories of courage, of love, of the eternal struggle against the unknown. I remembered the tales that had shaped us, the trickster and the warrior, the queen and the earth. Each myth a thread in the tapestry of our lives, each thread demanding to be honored. The storm raged on, but in that chaos, I sensed the dawning of our own tale, raw and unfiltered, the beginning of a story woven through the very fabric of existence. The night was dark, but our spirits ignited like stars in the sky, ever luminous against the void. And we would not falter. We would not fade into the shadows. We would rise, together, woven into the ever-expanding legend of who we were meant to be. The fire crackled. Shadows danced sharply against the walls of the dimly lit hut, the flickering flames casting ghostly figures that seemed to whisper secrets long buried. The air was thick, almost electric, heavy with the scent of smoke and sweat mingling in a desperate embrace. A voice rose amidst the chaos, raw and fierce, cutting through the tension like a knife. "Listen to me. You must remember." But words, like the flames, flickered and waned, swallowed by the weight of unspoken stories. Kwame was the heart of this moment, his chest heaving with urgency. He was a storyteller, a keeper of history, yet tonight, he felt like a ghost himself, lost between worlds, haunted by the echoes of those who had come before him. His hand shook, not from fear, but from the burden of his role. Each tale he wove was a thread binding the living to their ancestors, yet as he looked around, he saw fear stitched into every face he loved. His younger sister, Abina, stood at his side, her eyes wide, glistening with tears that threatened to spill over. She was the embodiment of hope, yet the weight of despair anchored her spirit. "I remember the stories, Kwame," she whispered, her voice a trembling leaf caught in the wind. "But what if they aren't enough this time?" The words fell between them, a chasm filled with dread. Abina had always been the light in Kwame's darkness, but now her light flickered, dimmed by the encroaching shadows of doubt. The village was restless, the air charged with a foreboding sense of doom. They had gathered, the elders and the youth alike, to hear Kwame spin the narrative that would bind their souls, to placate the spirits that roamed the night. Yet how could he conjure magic when fear clung to him like a second skin? The drums began to beat, a primal rhythm that echoed through the very bones of the earth, setting hearts racing, grounding the people even as it set their souls adrift. "I remember the stories," Kwame tried again, his voice gaining momentum like a river breaking free from the confines of a dam. "The tales of our ancestors who faced insurmountable odds. They fought against darkness, against the spirits that sought to tear apart the fabric of our existence. They told their stories to remind us, to fortify us. We are the keepers. We are the legacy. Abina stepped closer, her breath hitching as she gripped her brother's arm, her fingers digging in, as if to pull him back from the abyss that loomed before them. But what if the stories are just that, stories? What if they don't save us? Her voice cracked, splintering the air like glass shattering to the ground. Kwame swallowed hard, tasting the bitterness of his sister's doubt. Stories are all we have to hold on to, Abina. They aren't just tales, they are our truth, our essence. But even as he spoke, he felt the creeping uncertainty clawing at his heart. What if the legends that had once empowered them now suffocated them, wrapped them in the chains of nostalgia? The fire crackled louder, a fierce reminder of the present, the here, the now, a heartbeat pulsing through the night, but it was drowned out by the rising storm gathering outside. Rain began to pour, sheets of water crashing against the earth, as if nature herself cried out in anguish. The shadows shifted in response, growing darker, more ominous, curling around the edges of the hut like malevolent spirits. Tell them, brother, Abina's voice was softer now, a plea wrapped in vulnerability. Tell them the truth, however painful. The weight of her words pressed against Kwame's chest. The truth. It was an elusive beast, slippery and wild. He could feel the presence of their ancestors, swirling around him, urging him to relinquish his fear, to embrace the intensity of the moment. In that instant, he remembered the tales of the great spider Anansi, who spun webs of deceit and wisdom alike, teaching lessons in both laughter and sorrow. I remember, Kwame said, his voice rising above the storm. I remember that Anansi once faced a great challenge. He was terrified, filled with doubt, but he wove his fear into a story. He turned it into something beautiful. He paused, feeling the air shift, the tension crackling like static electricity. And in that transformation, he found strength. We can do the same. The villagers leaned in closer, the storm raging outside a mere backdrop to the crescendo of emotions building within the hut. Their faces, illuminated by the fire, reflected hope mingled with fear, a haunting reminder of their shared humanity. Anansi taught us that every story holds a lesson, every struggle a purpose. We are woven into this tapestry, not just as individuals but as a collective spirit. Our stories bind us, and our resilience is forged in the fires of our past. Kwame's voice surged, fierce and alive, resonating through the thunderous night. But just as the fire ignited their spirits, a piercing wail echoed outside, a cry that pierced the very fabric of their being. Fear gripped their hearts, and Abina clutched Kwame's arm tighter, her knuckles white. It was a cry of despair, a sound that spoke of ancient sorrows, of battles fought and lost, of promises broken. Something wicked stirs, Abina breathed, her voice trembling as she looked to her brother, desperation etched in her features. What do we do, Kwame? He felt the weight of their ancestors upon him, their hopes and fears swirling around him like a storm, pressing down, urging him forward. We tell our stories, he said, the fierce determination rising within him like a phoenix from the ashes. We stand as one, together, united against the darkness. The storm outside raged on, but within the hut, a new fire ignited, fueled by fervor and resilience. As Kwame spoke, he wove a tale of courage, of ancestors who had faced the abyss and emerged stronger. Each word became a thread, binding them together in a tapestry of hope, a shield against the night. And in that moment, as the cries echoed outside, as the storm threatened to devour them whole, they became more than just a village. They were the embodiment of their stories, a fierce, unstoppable force, woven together by the threads of their ancestors, echoing through time, a heartbeat against the storm. The tale surged forward, alive and breathing, pulsating with raw emotion, each syllable an offering to the spirits that danced around them, reminding them they were never alone. The drumbeats pulsed like a heartbeat, echoing through the village as if the earth itself was alive. The air was thick with tension, laden with the scent of smoke and fear. I stood at the periphery, my heart racing, eyes locked on the gathering storm of faces, each one cast in shadows, their expressions a tapestry of urgency and dread. The whispers of the ancestors fluttered around me, warnings hidden in the rustle of leaves, but who could hear them over the cacophony of the gathering crowd? Kwame stood at the center, a figure of raw emotion, his brow furrowed in a battle against despair. He was the keeper of the myths, stories that pulsed with life, like the very blood in his veins. But now, his voice trembled, tinged with uncertainty, as he spoke of the spirits that lurked in the corners of our reality. They will haunt us if we forget, he declared, each word a desperate plea, but the weight of his legacy felt heavy, suffocating. Beside him, Abina shifted uneasily. Her fingers danced nervously at her sides, tracing patterns in the dirt, as if seeking grounding. She was torn between the old and the new, a bridge straddling two worlds that no longer understood each other. She knew the myths by heart, yet the allure of modernity shimmered like a mirage. "But Kwame," she whispered, her voice quavering like a leaf caught in a storm, "what if we adapt? What if we let them breathe in new ways?" His gaze hardened, and the air crackled with tension, the clash of their ideologies igniting a fire that threatened to consume them both. "To adapt is to forget," he roared, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. I felt the impact of his words resonate deep within me, a reminder that the past is a ghost we cannot shake off lightly. The myths were not mere stories, but the marrow of our existence. They formed the bones of who we were. I remembered my grandmother's tales, spinning in the flickering warmth of the firelight. How she spoke of Anansi, the trickster spider, weaving webs of wisdom and folly, teaching us through laughter wrapped in sorrow. I remembered the weight of her words, how they filled the spaces of my childhood with warmth and fear, with laughter and lessons. Those stories were alive, tangible, like the smoke that curled into the night sky, beckoning the stars to listen. But now, in this moment, I felt the ghosts of our ancestors drawing closer, their voices a haunting symphony. Their presence loomed like a gathering storm, filling my lungs with dread and hope. I could see them, specters wandering through the maze of our existence, lost and searching, as if desperately trying to reclaim the stories we were letting slip through our fingers. "Kwame, please, listen." Abina tried again, her voice softer now, as if the weight of her thoughts could somehow lighten the atmosphere. "The world is changing. People don't believe anymore. They want facts, not fables." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering flames of the fire that danced before us, casting spectral shadows against the night. And there it was, the chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. On one side stood Kwame, a fierce guardian of our heritage, trembling with the weight of responsibility, his heart a fortress fortified against the encroaching darkness of forgetfulness. On the other stood Abina, a beacon of possibility, her heart yearning for a connection to the world outside while grappling with the ghosts of the past. I could feel the air crackle, thick with emotion as the crowd around them murmured, each heart beating in sync with the tension between these two souls. They were the embodiment of a struggle, a conflict that resonated in the marrow of every person present. The pulse of the village thrummed like the rhythm of the drums, a heartbeat echoing through time, ancient and modern entwined in an unbreakable bond. Suddenly, the sound of breaking glass shattered the tension, a clear and jarring note that sent shivers down my spine. A lone figure pushed through the crowd, their face masked in shadows. It was Kofi, a rival in more ways than one. He had never understood the weight of the stories, weaving his own tales of progress and technology, cutting through the fabric of our past like a knife through flesh. "Enough!" Kofi's voice boomed, laced with contempt. "You cling to your fables while the world moves on without you. Embrace the future or be left behind." I could see the fire in his eyes, the hunger for recognition, as he stood tall, a stark contrast to the vulnerable figures of Kwame and Abina. The crowd shifted, uncertainty rippling through the air like a wave. I felt a knot tighten in my gut, a visceral reminder of the stakes. My heart raced as I watched the three of them, trapped in a whirlwind of opposing forces, each one fighting for a truth that felt like sand slipping through their fingers. "Do you not see?" Kwame interjected, voice trembling with raw intensity. "Our stories are not shackles, they are wings. They give flight to our dreams, to our future." The fire in his eyes held a glimmer of hope, but it was a flicker against the violent winds of change that howled around us. "Dreams," Kofi scoffed, stepping closer, his shadow looming larger. "Dreams won't feed your family. They won't build your roads or advance your lives. You speak of wings, but you are bound by chains." Every word felt like a knife, cutting deeper, and I could feel the collective gasp of the crowd, the air thick with unspoken fears and desires. What would become of us? What would become of the myths that had carried us through centuries? Would they wither in the face of progress, or would they transform, take flight, and soar above the chaos of a globalized world? As the confrontation spiraled, I felt the weight of the moment settle upon my shoulders, pressing down until I could barely breathe. Kwame and Abina, two souls forever intertwined in a dance of despair and hope, were at the precipice of something monumental, a decision that could chart the course for generations to come. And then, a hush fell over the crowd. The drumbeats faded, the whispers of the ancestors faded into the background. All that remained was the electric hum of possibility. As Kofi loomed ever closer, fists clenched, and Kwame stood resolute, I realized this was more than just a conflict of ideas. This was the heart of who we were, a fight for identity in a world that threatened to erase it. The stars watched in silence, the universe holding its breath, as if waiting for the inevitable clash of worlds. I could feel it in my bones, the aching truth that the future of our myths hung precariously in the balance, teetering on the edge of time, waiting for the moment when they would either shatter or take flight. The night was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the thick, oppressive silence that comes before a storm. I stood in the shadows of the ancient baobab tree, its gnarled roots twisting like the memories of my ancestors, whispering secrets only the wind dared carry. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a fleeting shadow, darting between the trunks, a reminder that the past is never truly gone, merely lying in wait. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild drum echoing the pulse of the earth beneath me. I could hear the distant chanting, rhythmic and haunting, a call from the depths of our mythology, summoning forth the spirits that lingered just beyond the veil of the living. Across the clearing, Kofi's breath came shallow, his eyes wide as he clutched the worn, leather-bound book that had been passed down through generations. Its pages, frayed and ink-stained, held stories of valor and pain, of gods and mortals entwined in a dance as old as time. He was determined to preserve our mythology, but the weight of the task pressed down on him like the humidity of the night. "What if they forget?" he whispered, his voice cracking like dried clay. "What if they forget us?" I wanted to scream, to shake him until the truth poured from his lips, but instead, I simply stood there, frozen by the harsh reality of his words. I wanted to reassure him, but the shadows crept closer, taunting us with the uncertainty that loomed over our heads. And then there was Amma, her fiery spirit like a flame flickering in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. The ghosts of our ancestors echoed in her laughter, yet beneath her brave facade, I saw fear, the fear of being unheard, of being silenced by the humdrum of modernity. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, she said, her voice fierce, yet trembling. The tales of Anansi, the spider who spun the web of life itself. I would hang on every word, feeling the threads wrap around my heart. But those stories are fading. If we don't tell them, who will? Her eyes glistened, reflecting the stars that seemed to shimmer with a knowing sadness. Who will remember the heroes, the sacrifices? What if they become mere shadows, Amma? Kofi's words hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the fragility of memory. What if we are just echoes, fading into nothingness? The wind howled through the trees, carrying the weight of those unspoken fears. I felt the temperature drop as if the spirits themselves were drawing closer, eager to listen to our plight. The very rhythm of our existence depended on this, on the preservation of our stories. I could almost see the silhouettes of our ancestors, their faces etched with longing, gazing down upon us from the abyss of forgotten time. They were waiting for us to rise from the ashes of extinction. As the chanting grew louder, punctuated by the sharp crack of a distant thunderclap, we huddled together, hearts beating in unison. "We must fight," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. "We must remind them of who we are." Kofi's hands trembled as he opened the book, revealing the delicate script that spoke of cosmic battles and earthly trials. Each line was a lifeline, an anchor to the past that threatened to be swept away by the tides of change. "We cannot let the world drown us in its noise," he declared, voice rising with fervor. "We must make the stories resonate, make them bleed into the hearts of those who come after us." The stillness shattered as a crack of lightning illuminated the night, and for a fleeting second, I saw the future laid bare before us, a tapestry of struggle and triumph, a bridge between generations. Let's make them feel, Amma urged, her eyes ablaze with determination. Let's make them laugh, make them cry, make them remember the weight of our history. Stories are time, I said, conviction surging through me. They are the very fabric of existence. Without them, we are lost. And just then, the first drop of rain splattered against the pages of the book, a reminder of our impending doom. The storm was upon us, its chaos mirrored the tempest in our hearts. The world clamored for attention, yet here we were, at the precipice of oblivion, fighting against the erasure of our souls. I remember, I cried out, the words spilling forth like a torrent. I remember the dances, the drums, the spirit of the earth coursing through my veins. I remember the stories of the past not as mere recollections, but as a living, breathing entity that demands to be shared. A ghostly image of my grandmother materialized in my mind, her voice echoing, "Let the stories dance in the hearts of the young, let them sing with the wind." Kofi and Amma joined me, voices entwining in a symphony of remembrance. "We will sing until the stars fall," Kofi declared, and I felt the power of his resolve surge through me like electricity, igniting the fire in my soul. The rain fell heavier now, droplets mingling with our tears, the storm a testament to our struggle. Shadows danced around us, and the stories were alive, swirling in a vortex of emotion, a chaotic tapestry woven from the threads of our existence. "Let them feel our heartbeat," Amma said, her voice a fierce whisper against the storm. "Let them know we were here, that we lived, loved, and left behind a legacy." As we stood there, drenched and vulnerable, we became the keepers of our mythology, the guardians against oblivion. The weight of expectation hung in the air, but so did the exhilaration of possibility. We would not fade into shadows, we would rise, like the smoke of burnt offerings, reclaiming our place in the cosmos. The storm roared around us, but we stood our ground, united in our purpose. And as the night echoed with our voices, the tales of our ancestors began to weave through the fabric of the universe, a promise to the future, a promise that echoed back, reverberating through time, in the hopes that one day, someone would remember.